to D&D. Everybody, that was weird. Welcome to D&D.
Lord.
This is episode 2 of Realm of the Chaos King, the second arc of the campaign. There'll be some handouts given out. They will not be available right at the start. However, they will be available tomorrow. We have the largest handout that I've ever given. Might as well be a short story. It's so long, and that will be read later on in the campaign. It's the largest lore dump, and it goes into depth in one of our most beloved characters. But if you want to go on our website, check out any of the other handouts to get more of a feel of the campaign, you can go do that. It's on the handout archive. If you are just tuning in now, you can go to our YouTube or our website and look at the abridged episodes there. Just shorter episodes that you can catch up. We're up to episode 34 of the first arc of the campaign at this point. And Dina does a lot of speed sketching.
Yes.
And that's all there as well. She does a lot of anime characters at the request of everyone but me.
Yeah. Deception check.
And that is on our YouTube as well. And she streams every Thursday and Friday on the same channel as well. Okay. That is all of the announcements. What happened last session? So the party, after exiting the outpost just outside of the pass of Narantuk Spine, saw the refugee camps of humanity after Glaucon's ravaging of the Southern Realms and the effect that war has on citizens, random people, and their companions throughout the realms. During their travel, they spoke with one of the deserted a half-elf organization bent on discovering what is going on in the Forest of Amdron, as well as protecting those within the Southern Realms, something that the High Elves and Glaucon Meridian refuses to do. They revealed that when Titus Mirkwood was their largest donator before ravaging the Central Realms and becoming the tyrant that he is known as, or the hero that he is also known as to some. During their help of the refugees, Dagamaris ran into one Alf, a previous acquaintance of theirs, the owner of the Iron Piglet Inn, a place in which they stayed in Heimdallas almost a year ago. Dagamaris inadvertently threatening to kill his family, and Alf being extremely afraid of just hearing his voice. After Dagamaris seeing this and how bad off he was, decided to try and make amends from his past life and gave him all the food that he had so that Alf could live a more comfortable life. Alf hugged the disguised Dagamaris, discovered that he was disguised, and putting the fact that his elf name was Jake Harper, thanked Dagamaris. They spoke briefly, and Dagamaris left feeling just a little bit more good that day. They then traveled down to Gren, where they saw hundreds more refugees trying to get whatever they could out of Gren before moving up to the north to the Central Realms, only to be landlocked there as well. However, after meeting a friendly human person, they decided to spend the night just on the outskirts of Gren before traveling further down to Schwenten. But that night, an attack took place, and the High Elves that were keeping the peace of Gren were attacked and strung up with meat hooks upon their magically created towers. Pushing further into the city, they discovered the Tel'Dorai and some deserted were engaged in battle with what looked to be supporters of the Southern Brotherhood and possibly Balanzar himself. Deciding to butt in, not really knowing what side they were exactly going on, teetering, supporting either side, trying to knock unconscious the supporters of the Southern Brotherhood so they could get some answers out of them, not able to meet that goal exactly, but meeting it to a certain degree. The end of the battle ended with the half-drow escaping, barely, from Euphem's grasp, and one of the larger Balanzar warriors being destroyed by Vivian. The Tel'Dorai went to go execute the 2 remaining that were saved by the deserted half-wood elves. Dagamaris, hearing the way that the Tel'Dorai spoke, decided to take action, no longer willing to sit idly by, and attacked the Tel'Doraian soldiers. After this, Vivian, not wanting to start any more conflict, butted in. These 2, Eupheme and Dagamaris, decided to stand down and also decided to want to do things a bit more diplomatically. The Tel'Dorai accepted their proposal, but still said that they would be imprisoned in some way, shape, or form for their crimes and attacking the Tel'Dorai. However, the human onlookers, the people wounded by the elves the most, decided that that wasn't going to happen. They charged in numbers 200 strong and ripped the Tel'Dorai apart as Dagamaris and Vivian and Eupheme were pushed to the ground, trampled by the rampaging hatred of humanity, a sight they have grown so used to seeing, whether that be ethereal or physical. And that is where we are now. Before we get into it, Osaka,
Oh my god, you're eating it?
you sleep until you hear Sharon, can you hear me?
Hector?
I hear animosity in your voice. That is where I have scried upon Vivian. She is on her way to Sventon. And she will most likely find something there. A gnawing sensation in the back of my mind. I'm sorry for being so cryptic, but my memory is not my greatest attribute as of late. Something has weighed on me since I met you. This feeling of forgetfulness. But as I sit here, a fleeting memory comes to me, to my broken mind. The name Grenmore. I knew a woman, a thing, named Greta McDonald, and she mentioned your family. Your grandmother came to speak at the Tower of the Seven Sages when I was a student. That is when I first heard the name Grenmore. I've made many mistakes in my life. But I feel such sorrow when I think of how flippantly I heard you say your family had died. My memory failed me, for I believe I could have stopped it, and for that I'm sorry. That is all. Goodbye.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I grow very tired of your games if you're lying to me again. I have questions for you.
I'm sure you do. As many do. I have questions for myself. My mind is a maze, and one that I struggle to escape. Do not mean to do the things I do. Whether I'm Rochet or Hector Dollhouse, I am not sure myself. I don't know what I would do, but So many times I feel I was too late to things. What is the purpose of such power I have learned to control, if I did not do anything with it? I'm sorry that well, I do not know if you know, but I infected your memory a few months back.
I know.
Yes, well, with your tone, I would assume so. It was not very delicious. I understand that. Just know I had reasons behind it. And ones I wish I could say, just not a will of my own that I do not.
I'm sure we can get them out of you. Vivian is looking for you, as you know.
Siren, if you were trying to threaten me, I would bury you in a heartbeat.
Let's hope I don't need to threaten you. Please stay alive. Vivian's on her way. She would be broken if she couldn't save you.
It is a shame you are not with her. I have words for you as well. May you find solace wherever you are heading. Goodbye. Okay. So, it is 2 a.m. May 4th. Dagamaris. You feel the weight of many dozens of people crashing upon your chest, though being fully encapsulated within enchanted silver Erlendish armor, you are safe. But you feel your body pushing into the dirt of the road. And as you sit there, you hear the screams of everyone around you, but not the owls anymore, for their screaming stopped many seconds ago. But as you sit there, the hand that you once saw kicked away by the masses of people swarming all around you, you see blood pool within the dirt, kicked into your face and into your eye as you sit there, kicked and stepped on the entire time. Eventually, one of the half-wood elves pushes over to you, leans down. Get up, come on, please. You want to help? Okay, so he pulls you up. You see swarms of people, all of them crowding, anger filling their face. Something you saw within Titus Mirkwood. The same faces, the same crowds of people, the same energy billowing without. You look to the north and you see the face of Balanzar, still within the clouds. But you managed to push through the rage, getting elbowed, feeling the hot breath of angry humans, angry dwarves, angry halflings all around you, and the soft beating of flesh as they rip apart the ones they feel this hatred towards. Eupheme also pushed to the ground, but you managed to crawl over towards the town hall and over, sort of push against a wall, still seeing the crowds all around you. You see blood spraying, and you see the faces of those so close to the Tel'Dorai covered in blood. None of them driven mad by Balanzar. You don't see any flesh eating, but you see rage, unadulterated, natural hate, built through millennia. As you sit there, and you stand, and you also begin to make your way towards the last place you saw, the campsite that you guys have had. Icklid, you sit there, and you hear the screaming, all taking place behind you. You hear the clashing of people. You hear the soft thumps of flesh against flesh, and the many boots of what is now mud beneath the spit and bodily fluids of the vicious herd of angry humans and other species of Adamas. Vivian, you are pushed through by the other half Wood Elven individual that helped you right before the stampede occurred. And eventually all of you push your way out, every single one of you dirtied with a little blood on Dagamaris' face, dirt caking the backside of Eupheme, and Vivian, you have blood speckling your white hair on your back from the splash of the rampage of the Teldorai. You'll make your way out at the periphery of it as more people begin to trickle in and try and push their way in.
Do I see everyone?
Yes, you are.
But Iglet?
The two half Wood Elven individuals are there.
And if we, how long has it been? Because
Seconds, like 30 seconds.
I just mean
I
since
think we're still disguised.
still disguised. Okay.
Yeah, it was just a
wanna-
couple rounds of
Just
combat.
want to make sure.
honestly.
Is everyone okay?
Yes.
I guess it's too late to stop them at this point.
Yes. There's no stopping that. At least for now. I appreciate all of you not furthering it. I feel that was always going to happen. If not one of the goals of those that attacked us.
The captured, did they escape?
I do not know. I do not think the crowd would hurt them, and they were pushed up against a wall. But the Teldorai did not hurt them.
We should go.
Go where?
Somewhere else.
I agree. You are all high elves. Well, you two are. You two are fine.
Oh, am I with them?
Yeah,
now?
you would have heard them talking unless you wanted to still hide.
Yeah, I would have wanted to still hide.
Still hide?
Yeah.
You look human at least. But I would suggest you try and leave the city for now. And they're sort of just like, you guys are moving out
Yeah.
of the town as you are walking.
Going to
although they
collect
don't
our
seem
things.
to be paying attention to.
I would have wanted to get to somewhere out of sight, and then I would have wanted to open my book and write and cast sending to Vivian.
Okay. What do you say?
Okay. I'd say, where are you? What was all that? Yeah, just that.
We're headed back to the camp. It was a bloodbath beyond our control. You should meet us there.
Okay.
No, head towards the camp.
Imagine what would have happened if we weren't here. That's the thing I'm worried about. Imagine what is happening in the other cities and other places.
To my understanding, this is the only place that it's really this bad. No one dares rally this strongly in places like Kretallar and Tristfall, which is still controlled by Glaucon and the High Elves.
Yes, but Schventen, Wildeborough, Port
Shenton is nearly untouched.
Will you all be okay?
Maybe. I worry that anybody with ears like ours, even if we are half human, will be targeted. Half human, half dwarvish. Who knows? I'm not sure. The situation is dire.
Well, I hope they have the sight to see a friendly.
I do not know. We can try.
Those two Teldorai were not, but I don't think they deserve that.
Yes. Most of these humans will be killed if they try and charge at the pass of Artuk. Tensions are high, and all that will do is make things worse. Though the High Elven perimeters weak compared to that in Cretalar. I don't know if they can even hold. And perhaps the humans will break through. The humans, the dwarves, the halflings, anybody who aligns themselves. And almost everybody in Gren will be aligning themselves with Titus Mirkwood. If they break into the Central Realms, where the High Elves are already weakest, then full-on war might just break out. Especially since I do not believe the dwarves feel so kindly towards the High Elves either. We are teetering.
I think if the gate wasn't shut close, there would probably be less so invigorated by Mirkwood.
Perhaps. Though that feeling still exists, you do not feel the need to rip someone limb from limb in one night.
Right.
There's a feeling that grows. Thank you for your help. Oh, and you, Icklid walks up. I saw you help as well. If not, just a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you.
Thanks for not shooting us.
Well, we tried. Just so shit shot. You're hearty, both of you. I would have gone down after 2 of their swings. The Tilderai are elite warriors. What are your names? Do you have a name for yourselves?
Dagmars.
Dagmars.
Eupheme.
Vivian,
Vivian.
Icklin.
Icklid. Very nice.
if things get worse.
My name is Ken Cyrus, by the way. Yes, well, you're all very strong. Magic users, no less. I'm certainly glad you're on our side. And I'll remember your names. All of you. Thank you. We will be staying here, and points to his partner. Looks like a half wood elven, half dwarvish woman of some sort. A bit of some 5 o'clock shadow coming in with bright, like flame red hair, with large eyebrows coming up. Yes, well, it is scary. Allies are tough to come by. Wouldn't consider elves our allies. And humans are like rabid dogs right now. Starved.
Would the Tel'Dorai let you all past the gate?
No. They wouldn't. We don't want to be there. There are people to help here. And the elves have their own support systems.
Yes, I mean,
Although I hear the entire capital was annihilated, so perhaps they need help as well.
I mean if the humans turn on you the same way they just did.
If the humans turn on us, that means they align themselves with Titus Mirkwood. And if Titus Mirkwood comes after us, we're dead anyway. Don't worry about it. It's random acts of kindness. Some allies. If I die, I died.
If people stop helping the humans, then it's a lost cause anyway.
It's a tough situation. People stop having the humans. Who knows? It just get worse. If people stop having the elves, it gets worse. No one Nobody is an ally for life anymore. And the other half would elf. Yes. Be allies for life. Please. Honorum Telias.
I think a human disguise is probably a better move in the future.
I agree.
Your friend is going to help with all this, right?
What?
Hector.
Right.
With all of this. Hopefully, yes.
Then we should really get a move on.
You said you didn't even know where he was.
I'm hoping that if we find his home, that we'll have some inkling of where he's heading.
His home?
His home in Schwentin.
Schwentin.
I have a map of potential places he could be, but they are all across the southern realms. I'm hoping I can have some hint of which one to go towards.
So what was all that? Was that to get to Schwentin?
That was to help people.
I thought you guys didn't have a stake in this.
I have a stake in helping people.
We don't have a stake.
Helping who?
Those that need help.
Who was that? The elves or the humans?
We did both.
It seems like you had no stake in any of it, and that's fine. You left. What does it matter what we did?
The Southern Brotherhood slaughtering the High Elves. We helped fight against them. And when the High Elves turned and said that they'll do what they want, as they always say, we turned on them. It's not a matter of picking sides.
Why just not fight anyways and just leave?
I suppose it really wouldn't have turned out any different if we had.
No. If I don't know if you guys saw who I was fighting up there, but if we weren't there, things would have gone drastically different. Those people have been saved by those who followed Titus Mirkwood, and they would have joined his cause even more so.
Well, who cares? It's not our battle to fight.
You remember what the Kinsaris just said? An ally to life.
Glaucon glassed the fields. There is the face of a Titan god in the sky, and the tree burned. It's not a matter of being neutral, it's a matter of trying to maintain some dignity.
Well,
What little we have when there is so much
keep
happening.
running, then eventually there'll be nowhere else to run. We have to stand and fight where we can, when we can,
With who?
with whoever's doing the right thing, or
Kensaros,
with no one.
like Kensaros just said, you help the humans, things get worse. You help the elves, things get worse. You do what you can to help both.
They're both alive, and we're helping life. That's all. It's not that complicated.
It gets pretty complicated when either side sees you as an enemy.
People can be blinded.
Seems like a lot of people are blind today.
Some hate we find can bend the mind and always clouds our sight. It's the way of the world, but
You could just
People-
choose not to engage.
then it festers.
Why is that? That's not my problem.
It will be. It will be.
The outcome of what happens here will affect everyone. If you don't act, then you let everyone else decide how the world is going to be.
Why are you guys such arbiters of judgment like that?
Because there's people who can't. They're victims. They're people who don't have the power. And I didn't ask for the power that I received, but once I had it, I had to do something.
Sometimes you make lot of mistakes, and you have to try and make up for it.
Are you saying that this is some sort of atonement for you?
I'm saying that if you go through life not caring about what's going on around you, you can do a lot more harm than you think you are.
How? You're just one person.
And Titus Mirkwood is just one person. And yet here we are. We saw what you were doing. Your creature and your book. What's the point of having power if you don't do anything with it? You're not a
Because
farmer.
I'm not Titus Mirkwood.
Well, you're not a farmer. You're not a shop owner. You're not some...
Dagamorris, you feel a brush against your back. And then a guy, pretty scraggly looking
I was
gentleman.
about to be like,
No, wait, I'm sorry.
Doesn't look like Ivar.
Okay.
oh my gosh.
I know, I was like, rats.
Do you want cards? Yeah. No, you see a guy walk past and then. Nice job. Consider that payment. Walks off.
So I still look like a good Heil? Like a good looking Heil?
No. You feel something in your pocket.
Oh.
Oh.
Understood. So then I'm just gonna kind of just
Okay.
back away. Well, I'm gonna do it.
Inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Siphon.
But I'm like gonna back away from the group enough that, you know.
What the fuck? God, we were all immediately like...
Natural 20.
So you do this very discreetly. You sort of back away. You look. You seem to have a baggie of Sklith Prime now.
Not again!
Let's fucking
Fantasy math. Let's go.
fantasy math.
Wow. They just slipped you freaking drugs. They weren't even like gold. Thank you. Have some fucking meth, bud. Good fighting.
Seems to like.
Wow.
Seems to have a bit of spatter of blood on his face.
Nice. Good shit. And I just go back into the.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to slow down everybody. And then I tried to help Eupheme, whoever was attacking him, but that's it.
You can use magic.
So I didn't ask to.
You're not some passerby. You have the responsibility.
I have no responsibility to any of this. Neither do you, or you.
I choose to.
Why?
Because it's this or it's nothing for me. And I know that
What's-
might not make sense to you.
Yeah, what's nothing?
There is literally nothing else I have than this, than helping people.
So you...
That's why I get up. That's why I do anything.
So you throw your own stake in this conflict, but you're not on the elves, and you're not with the humans, so you're, what, an army of one?
Have
Well,
you
that sounds nice.
have you not done anything in your life? You've just floated by and affected nothing. You say you didn't choose to have power. Why did you get it? You have this power now. You've done nothing with it. You've maintained some absolute neutrality through however many years you've been alive. Is that what you're saying? Just by existing, you change things. And if you try not to affect the world around you, and if you don't care about the world around you, and you do everything for yourself, it's not like it does
He's
nothing.
a child, Vivian. He doesn't want the responsibility.
He's a child with a lot of power, and he has it.
It's your choice. I hope that you choose right. But taking away the choice, I don't think that's good.
We should get ready to go. Have you all rested enough?
No.
No. You guys
Yes.
have, but I haven't.
I don't-
I'm the only one that hasn't.
I haven't rested.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
need to
he
sleep.
doesn't-
I don't
he
need to
doesn't
sleep. Well,
You need a full 8 hours of chill
I-
time.
You
though.
need
Yeah,
a full,
I need
you need
like a-
light activity.
Yeah.
Which
Oh.
means you don't have a rest.
I don't have a rest.
You don't have a rest.
We got a rest before the fighting
No,
happened,
no.
didn't we?
No, it was like
he
2
was
hours
taking
in.
the first watch.
Yeah.
And it was 2 hours into his watch.
Yeah.
Right.
No one has a rest right now, and you will be exhausted if you push forward.
No, definitely. I'm gonna go fucking
What
take a nap.
time is it?
2 a.m. May
Yep.
4th.
Yeah, we should sleep.
Sleepy
I'll
time.
just set up the hut. If anything happens, it won't be able to reach us. I guess that's the only.
Nothing will happen.
I'll watch for tonight. I can
Okay.
take the whole watch.
I'll see you set up the hut.
Okay.
Roll 2 perception checks.
2 perception checks. Let's go, fam.
You'll be doing both watches. Do the latter one with advantage because one of these two will help you.
Okay, cool. So here's first. 17.
Okay.
And then this one with advantage.
Matt, 17?
Well,
Dirty 20.
Have I like fucked you guys up?
Yeah.
That's a good roll, dude.
Dirty 20 on the second.
So what you see and what you guys see at the end is Gren being quieting down. Eventually, Kenelm comes back pretty silently. Blood on his pants. What appeared to be a nice gentleman, swayed by rage, voicelessly goes to the cart in which his family, or him and his sons, are sleeping. Goes to sleep as if nothing happened. Early in the morning, as the sun rises and peeks through the trees, you see many of them looking to gather at the periphery of Gren and pushing out northward towards the central realms in the pass of Arntuk with more purpose in their strides. And you hear murmurings and yells of rallying cries as they push towards the central realms. To what end? But as you awake, much of the kindness you saw and many of the people you saw are now gone. And Gren seems a bit more quiet and peaceful, if not a bit more eerie. As the dome falls, Kenelm looks to be packing up the cart and getting ready to move on.
I will disguise myself as a high elf again.
What are you all doing?
I think I want to have a. No, never mind.
You guys pushing on towards Gren? I mean, out of Gren?
I'm gonna call down a story.
You beginning your travel out of...
Because he will let me level up.
You think it's level 8, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't get anything level 9.
Okay.
Hit
That's a
points.
disguise.
Yeah, hit
self.
points and
Don't need them.
proficiency
Disguise
bonus.
self.
Don't need it.
So let's go. On your way out.
Yeah, basically.
Nasty.
I'm going to say you guys might want to reevaluate the disguising.
Oh no, I was just
I'm
disguising
gonna
myself.
disguise as a
The
human.
road is not empty
I'm gonna disguise myself as a human.
every time you see anybody.
No, I'm disguising myself as
Because
a high
again,
elf.
you will be traveling with people along the road you see the entire way. These are not empty country roads like you had on your way down to pools.
I was going to disguise myself as a high elf just so that the gentleman who let us camp near us,
Kenelm.
wasn't suspicious when
Okay.
like a completely different person
But are
came
you
out.
all? Are
But
you all?
as an action, I can change my appearance while still
I
doing
understand.
alter self to a human, and then I'm just gonna put the mask on and put the hood up.
Dagamaris, what are you doing? Are you, first of all, are you all heading out of Glen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you all head out of Glen. What are you doing while
This
you're
action will have
traveling?
consequences. Let me see if I have any extra clothing.
Is it just like open fields or is it like forest? There's like forest of it. Like
Yeah, you're sort of like, again, you're at the borders of Amaron, which means that you have relatively thick woods, massive trees, the size of like the Great Reds in Northern California.
could I basically walk? Here's like the path,
Just off of it?
like off of it.
You could. Although I will say that's what you tried to do when Hector found you.
I think there's a divination wizard. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd still do that because I mean I don't like I was gonna look for the disguise kit and stuff and they don't have that, so.
Okay, so you'll try and go off the path.
And I will try
I'll
to
have you
I'll
just
try to take.
roll a general stealth check.
And if I have like a blanket or anything, I don't think I don't know what's in a nap, but something like because I don't have a cloak because I was fucking purchased it and didn't get it. Just like to kind of like cover my body, so at least then I have something, you know.
Okay, so make a stealth check. Just general for the entire journey.
And I would be wearing my armor. I take it, probably.
You can?
What? What? I
You
can.
can.
Well, that would it makes my stealth a disadvantage.
Okay.
But just because I think
You don't have a cart to put it in, so.
no, I could carry it on my back, but that would suck.
Yeah.
Okay. So now just this next one.
Now it's just the.
Oh, dude, natural
no.
20 and then a 2. Fuck me.
Wow.
So 2.
Okay.
I rolled two natural 20s in a row, and I was like,
So,
ass.
day one out of Gren. You walk out of the town of Gren down the southern road toward Schventon. Still seeing more pour in from the south, but less so from this road than from the west, which is very much expected, all things considered. But you persist down the path, leaving the once soft town of Gren now a hub of those lost to war. You walk amidst the great red trees of the Wood Elven domain, large cracks of their many foot-long branches falling, echoing throughout the space, along with a soft whistle of wind, accompanied by the rabble of town just behind you, though very softly now. You walk down the first path Dagamaris and Vivian ever walked down, the path that led them to this point, a path that the world now travels along. Would you like to do anything during this day?
I would like to sneak up next to Icklid and
Okay.
kind of like put my arm around his shoulder.
Okay.
Hey, pal. So, kind of noticed what you did back there, helping me out, and just wanted to say thank you. I didn't need it, but it was.
Obviously, I didn't hit the guy.
What?
Yeah, obviously you didn't need the help. I didn't even touch the guy.
Well, you helped me. You healed me. I could have fallen.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, I don't know. Just wanted to let you know it was appreciated, and I did notice. It was a good choice to make, at least.
You and Vivian and Dagamaris, you seem fine, and well, we seem like we're helping each other. I'll do what I can for you guys. You can understand how tough it seems trying to toe the line in a conflict like this.
Yeah, well, just between you and me, don't listen to Vivian. She's, different things work for different people, and Vivian has had a walk that is unlike a lot of people. I think you have to find what matters to you, and then when you close your eyes and you take a deep breath, you'll realize that the thing that matters to you is also in everything else, and then you'll understand.
What matters is finding my dad, but
Do you know how many fathers were in that mass? I don't. when I first realized that I had to do something, I had just lost the only thing that I ever valued, which is my family. And I saw a ghost, a specter before my eyes, begging me to help him find his son. And all he had to say was, "You have to understand, my family means everything to me." And I understood. And it's something that's hard to explain, but if I understand anything, it's that.
That your family means everything?
I understand the way we connect to each other and why things matter. And I could do nothing at all but get up and help.
Help other families?
Help him, and then when I helped him, I heard another voice and I helped them, and when I helped them, I heard a crying child and I helped them, and I don't know, you just start. And you just don't stop because there's no reason to stop. And at points like this, it seems like it's a cacophony, it seems like it's so much. But in reality, it's just those individual acts compounding on one another, because there are a lot of people in this world who just don't see it the same.
I guess, but you said you're only helping Vivian and Dagamaris for money.
Oh, that's a joke that we have between us. You've seen them laugh when I said it, right?
Oh, no.
They're laughing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a joke. They're not paying me at all.
So, you are just... So, you are just helping people just because?
It makes it sound so flippant. I'm helping them because they need help. And they're helping me. At least this time.
Yeah, that was karma.
What do you need help with?
God, that's a very hard question to answer. I guess with hard questions and long answers and all this chaos, the answer's all the same. It's step by step. First, I need to figure out what actually happened to my family. I've been too scared. And I made a promise to a cantankerous red fuck to do so.
Has to somewhere.
And I think that when I find that out, it will lead to another thing, and I'm just hoping the road leads somewhere nice.
Okay, well, I need help finding my dad, and I guess if that's what you need, I guess I can help you helping people.
The time flies, really. It's 1, 2, 3, and you're tired and you're exhausted and your body hurts, but you're happy at the end of the day when you see them smile. I don't know if these things are, the way things are going to end is going to be good or not. But if it's not and I did nothing, why am I even here? What kind of world do you want to live in with your father when you find him? These small desires expand, and it just doesn't stop until it's engulfed the entire world. At least that's the way it should be. Anything else is a corruption.
It's
1 second you're healing your friend while he gets shot. That hurt really bad. And then in the next moment you're, I don't know, helping out a farmer, and finding your father, hopefully saving the world. Because it damn sure needs saving.
I just don't know how 4 random people are gonna be the ones to save the whole world.
Oh, I don't know either. I don't even know if we will. I don't even know if these two are telling the truth about their friend. But you do what you can, when you can. And that's all you can do. Even if we don't save the world, at least I tried. Because it would really suck not to. I don't know, I'm not very smart. I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, are you alright? I've never seen weapons like those before. That shoot?
It wasn't my first rodeo. Let's just say that. I've been shot before.
I was about to say, dude, not that projectile thing. He's the only person in this play that gets shot by a gun. Cinetrex gunfire.
It's like, what, anaphylaxis? You get stung by a bee once. The next
It
time it's
happens
worse.
multiple
Yeah.
Just want to get like a super cut of Lamech getting shot and him going. Every time it gets worse and worse. This time it got deafened and slowed, and he's like, 2 hours?
Well, you're right. I don't know what world I want to live in when I find my dad, but I'm convinced.
Hey, I'm just telling you what works for me. You find out what works for you. It's your path to walk. I wouldn't want someone fighting beside me with half a heart for it.
Okay.
Tap on the back and have meander somewhere else.
Hey, DM,
Yeah, what's up, man?
can I use enhance ability and get just one flat stealth roll?
No. I said that was for the entire trip. Nice.
Yeah. I have this really cool spell.
Man, I forgot I had this spell, man. Can I just roll one?
Okay. The night eventually comes.
God.
You rest a few miles out of Gren. Only one other campsite many hundreds of feet from you. Their fire dwindling as the light fades from the sky. None of you need to make perception checks.
Anyway.
The 5th day of travel.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to ask a question. I forgot to do something in the evening time. I'll wait.
Well,
I'll wait.
Do it at some point during this. What did you want to do? Because again, I'm skipping to the 5th day of travel.
Okay.
Are you
Why do
talking
we
with
always
me?
have to fight before I have to ask you for something? It's awful.
Are you talking with me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Ichlid, the spell that Baths knows how to do, the one where you look at people, you scry on them.
Oh, yeah? Sure.
I was wondering if you could do that for my companion that we're looking for. I just want to make sure that there's no information that can be gleaned from seeing him.
You want me to scry your friend we're looking for?
Yes. I recognize that it's a bit more difficult if you aren't familiar with them.
And I'm gonna take out Kisano's illusory pipe.
And you're gonna make
What?
I'm gonna pack a little bit. I'm gonna crush some sage. I'm gonna pack
Dollhouse.
a little sage bowl. I'm gonna
This
smoke
is
a
what
sage
the-
bowl, and I'm gonna smoke out
This is what it looks like.
a Hector Dollhouse.
Okay, so you see a man with long black hair,
Mm-hmm.
a trench coat, popped open with a dirty, striated cloth, a linen shirt, splotchy, and you see face of Hector Dollhouse, underbite, broad nose, and burnt entirely on the left side of his body.
Okay. That's who you're looking for?
Yes, it is. you look for him, please?
Sure. Yeah.
He still gets a +1.
Whatever. Whatever. Hector.
Before I cast a spell,
It seems like the more you tell me about him, the more he doesn't want to be found.
It's a very complicated situation.
Would he say that?
But yes, he would, I think. The last I spoke to him, he sent Timmy, and he was asking me to help him. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Sure. I'll
open my book.
Then
Cast
you
Scry.
see Baths sort of like juggle the glass bobble and sort of like push it up in the sky as you
Oh God.
the ball in midair before expanding and coating Icklid's face.
Vivian's just too
Wisdom save, correct?
Oh, thank you for asking.
He's so fucking wise.
Diego's just like a
He's
ways
so
away.
wise.
What are you guys up to?
Wisdom saving throw.
He's so
Oh,
wise.
what's your save?
I'm still over here.
It is 16.
You rolled a 19.
No, damn it!
He's wise. You are unable to.
Look like
Okay.
a fucking
Um,
big ass
wait,
troll,
I'm
just in
calm.
full
That-
armor, just walking with red eyes.
Was that with
Through the woods, yes.
+3?
+3?
Yeah.
Well, this was +3? Yeah, okay. So that was actually a 22 then.
9. Okay. Wow. You rolled a natural 19. Okay, great.
No, he rolled a 9 +9 +3.
Oh,
So
okay.
+12. So it's, yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's going to take a very bad roll of Hector's
Yep.
for you to describe. This is fucking divination wizard.
I didn't get anything.
Thank you for trying.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Eventually, the 5th day comes, May 8th. Upon the 5th day of travel, you see something down the road. An absolutely dilapidated inn.
Do you mean
May 8th.
What?
we're in March?
No, we're not.
No,
You're in
we're in May
We're in May.
because it was
April
we
1st
were
was
very-
when you got out.
we were
when
very
Titus
close to
destroyed
our-
Tilia.
we were
Yeah.
very close to the day like when we were playing last week. It was like
Oh, I
Hey.
started writing March.
Yeah, it's May 8th. Fool. Okay.
I'm
anyway.
stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That wasn't loud enough for it to be picked up, right?
We're gonna boost it in post.
Distorted.
Yeah. Okay. Upon the 5th day of travel, you see something down the road. May 8th.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
An absolutely dilapidated inn. Long destroyed by time and weather, by the looks of it, with various sheds out in a single backyard that overlooks a small clearing in the woods. The roof appears to be caved in entirely, and the wood has turned a sickly gray. Just outside what used to be the front entrance, you see a sign that hangs limply from the last 2 thick iron chains, the other broken and dangling from the limp end of the sign. The sign reads, "The Forest's Edge." As you stare at the inn from the front, this is the first time you can clearly see out into the expanse of the southern realms. You see sparse cloud cover rolling in from above green and lush, rather flat landscapes of the southern realms. You see the trickling of smoke of homesteads within the rolling fields of grass, wheat, and farmland, and the titanic head of Balanzar floating in the sky to the northwest. Snakes wriggling out from his mouth as perpetual rain falls from his eyes. Gray clouds surrounding the face for many miles like a lingering storm that swirls inwards towards the cloud-made face. Dagamaras, you look upon the inn that you met Vivian in, and the inn that Hector Dollhouse left you within. Completely destroyed at this point.
like you couldn't even walk in it.
You can walk around it, but the roof is caved in.
So we all pass by this.
You're looking in front of it.
I just wanna know,
Jaguar sees
'cause-
Vivian stop.
Okay. Okay.
Are we near each other?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if I was like far away.
You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
I say
Yeah.
you give up at this point.
Cool.
No one seems to have seen you doing their own thing for now.
Okay.
Great. I'll be like.
Fucking big ass drow and drow armor.
Dragon.
Yeah, this is a fun time. That's fine.
Wow, I wonder what happened there.
Oh, it fell. I mean, gravity.
This is where Jagamars and I met.
Uh-oh.
And I want to point to the woods around where I crawled out, and I'll just.
You pass that.
Oh, I'll just point back then.
Crawled out of the Underdark back there.
How long ago was that?
Almost a year.
Did you crawl as well, Dagamars?
No. I was brought by Hector, and then he took my armor. But I have it back.
You did crawl out of the Underdark,
Dang, Mars doesn't crawl for anything.
Okay, well, it's not stable, so let's
I mean, we could go look in it, but I don't believe there is anything left.
What would be in there?
There was an item. There, yes. We found a pyramid-shaped thing. It was taken from us later.
It caused an illusion. We were
Yes,
trapped in it for what seemed like 6 months.
yes.
Wow, wow.
Yes, it was a very powerful item.
We were someone else. I felt like I was someone else. It was very powerful.
And you want that back?
No.
No, it was just something we found and kept with us. Find out what it was,
Could be
what
useful.
it did. Could be useful.
Okay,
It's what
well,
they
I can, we can try to make this expeditious. I'll have Bats go take a look inside.
You want to make an investigation check?
Why not? Let's go play around
Yeah,
with
I'll
this
poke
dish.
around.
I'm not fucking with it. Dagomars are just like on the outside, just like, I'm
Guidance to Vivian.
Oh, guidance. That's +4, right? Plus a D4.
Plus a D4. And
rolled
Bardic
well,
Inspiration
too.
to you.
Okay, great. So,
1d6.
huh? Yeah, 1d6. Okay,
Why
great.
don't you just stack them all in one person?
Because it's not fair.
Guidance, bardic inspiration, and I'm gonna assist you. You get advantage.
And bless.
People would feel left out.
You said int? Investigation?
Investigation.
Okay.
What'd you roll?
30.
28! I'm so mad!
21.
Inspector Gadget, go in your eyes!
Goes out differently.
Okay, so, Vivian, you find what looks to be 2 blossoms of turmoil
Oh!
growing out of the
Take-
wood.
Oh
Nice.
god, okay. I
Oh, wow.
recently harvested one of these.
Make a survival check.
Have I recently harvested one?
I did recently.
Oh.
It was like in the.
You.
I remember that you
Tear
beat
this
me.
team.
I'm not around then. Yeah.
You discover that the wood appears to have some fire damage. And the fire damage looks rather recent, it seems. In fact, the damage looks similar to the gate you saw out of Betwise.
It wasn't just gravity.
Okay. You, as you were looking through with your 30, baths, sniffing around, and with an almost ungodly amount of perception, you feel a shift in the air, and the breeze changes at a certain space. And as Bads detects this, you head over and you see what appears to be an entrance to a previously unknown basement.
So, real quick,
Does all my studying of herbalism not give me any boosts to
No,
the
it does not.
rolls? Are you serious?
Because you don't know how to harvest it. This is one that you didn't read
You
about.
said survival,
Mm-hmm.
not nature.
Sure, nature.
15. Otherwise it was 11.
Okay, so you think that you get the roots and all of the plant. You only feel secure with that roll of getting one of the blossoms of
That's
turmoil.
fine. That's still 1.
If you want to re-roll with
Yeah.
disadvantage, you can.
For the biscuit?
For the biscuit. What am I gonna do? Die? Could be 1. Okay, I'm fine. I'm okay. That's a 12.
Okay, so you're trying to also get the roots here, but a bit of the roots snap off.
All right, whatever.
I need you to make a wisdom saving.
Yeah,
I'm
right,
kidding.
yeah.
I'm kidding.
I got it.
You got 2 blossoms of turmoil, though you aren't sure how good the other one is.
Turmoil 1 with some broken roots.
Okay, so that's what you find,
Yeah.
and you discover the fire damage.
Yeah, so. I don't think it was just gravity.
Yeah. What do you think it was like age or something?
No, I think it was some sort of fire magic or something. I don't know about
What,
magic.
like
Vivian,
there's a fight here?
Come
In any
over.
case, Bats found there's like a door to a basement. Did you guys know about that?
What is happening? Dagamaris is not coming.
There's a basement.
Babs found a basement.
Fine. You going in? Okay, so who wants to try and lift the rubble that's on top?
I will.
he's just outside, like
Athletics check.
twiddling his thumbs.
Oh,
And
thank
Is
God we
anyone
have
going to help?
Enhance ability.
Okay, well then he doesn't need help.
I'm gonna give him bardic
Oh.
inspiration.
Okay.
No, I'll give him guidance.
Okay, so you get
No.
guidance and you have advantage because of
And what am I rolling for?
athletics.
You're strong.
You
Strong.
And what am I getting, Bardic?
Yeah.
It's a, no.
Inspiration.
Guidance.
Yeah, it's
So it's a
D4.
D4.
Everyone
Guidance.
can put strength as their dumb stat
Guidance.
as long as one person doesn't put strength as their dumb stat. That's
Anything
part
else?
balance.
Anything else? Do you need
Just
some?
kidding, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, so you
Anything,
the wood
else, please?
the wood sort of like snaps as you try, brittle from exposed to the weather, air, and also just to the degradation of whatever magic Eupheme discovered did this or helped do this. You eventually uncover what appears to be just a staircase, a cellar door previously hidden, leading deep into the.
Mage armor.
Okay, mage armor.
All right. Same.
Aha, I did it first
Both of you
this
mage
time for once.
And I'm going
Who
down.
is going first?
I am. Dancing lights.
I'll
Okay, so dancing
go
lights.
ahead and call down a story too.
I'll go in front of or behind Dagmars.
Okay. So
I'll go and sit back.
you all go in.
As we go down, when the last person comes in, I want to have I'll read my book. Have Bads cast Minor Illusion, and I want to cast just flat hardwood over the
Okay.
basement entrance.
Sounds good. So you all head in. You discover, Dagamaris, as you walk down the steps, curves to the left, you enter into a strange rectangular open space with a single chair in its center. And nothing else, just cobbled stone. Vivian, this space is very similar.
Yes, to the one we saw
In the abandoned town, just outside of Ashram. Almost exactly.
with
Though
all
there-
the Chromast and the Caspo
No.
banners.
There's no Chromas banner here.
But there were in the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you see a skeleton chained to the chair, just as you did.
Ain't nothing underneath its butt though, right?
No,
Okay.
because you already took that.
Already took it. How did I take it? It was just in a floorboard before. How did I take it? Oh, illusion.
No, it was just in a floorboard. It wasn't down here.
Oh,
They moved it.
gross.
Okay, I was about to be like, it's like Minor Illusion. It's like, ooh, this floorboard, and then it's like in real loud, and like,
We're like underneath
touching
the
his
skeleton,
ass.
yeah.
Touching his
God.
ass. Like,
That would have been.
spicy.
Oh.
That's morbid.
What is this?
Skeleton.
No.
Take 1 damage, man. Psychic damage.
Psychic damage.
Everyone else.
I've seen something like this before.
An inn with a torture chamber underneath?
Yes. Except the other one had,
What kind of places
a
are you
similar...
staying at?
There are a lot of bad places in this world. I'm not going there on purpose. I just happened across them. The other one actually had a pyramid, right? The other one still had it.
It was dilapidated and not
Yeah.
used.
The other one had chromast and cascabel banners and a broken pyramid like what we found before underneath a similar skeleton. We found out that it
You
seems
see some of
that
the stone move a bit. Like a worm.
Do I know this?
Like a worm?
Just like you saw in the abandoned town.
What is that?
okay, just because so I know logically one thing, but there was another thing in that town as well, so I am gonna fairy fire.
There's the small, crackling, almost sparkler-like fire. Doesn't affect anything. You see in the light some dirt moving. Its own will. And then stopping.
Is there light in here?
Fairy fire.
No, fairy fire
And
is
he dancing.
Dancing
lights.
lights.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I want to have bats look around.
Make an investigation check. Cool.
Can I sneakily cast a spell?
Make a sleight of hand check.
So you've seen a place like this before?
After we
What'd you roll?
17.
That's higher than everyone's passive perception.
It is my passive perception. I don't give a fuck.
My passive
Then
perception.
he
I
sees
literally,
you.
I literally
Okay.
don't
It's
give a
17
fuck
as
if he
well.
has a spell.
God damn.
Then both
Unless
of
you're,
them see you.
unless you're
Although you
holding-
are currently doing something else, so you cannot passively perceive.
Oh,
unless
fun.
you're
Okay.
holding.
21 on the investigation. Okay.
I'm going to cast Manipulate Shadow on Icklit's shadow.
Okay.
And I want him to just so I can control the shadow basically.
Yeah.
And so I want it to peek around and then kind of start dancing around.
Okay, so Hicklid, you
The
see this.
rectangle.
So you're,
My shadow.
Yeah,
Just
shadow.
start.
Yeah.
What's going? Is this the?
Whoa,
Bats.
Icklid.
I also didn't see it, so
No.
Are you doing that?
No, I'm not. Why is
God,
You better catch it then.
I'm gonna run up.
catch
the
what? My
shadow.
shadow?
You feel I don't feel like this is the time.
You got
I
scolded by Dagmar.
I whip open my book, and then I sit down, and then I get bats in front of me, and I start ritual casting detect magic.
Can we?
It's an empty room.
It's happening.
I understand. I was.
You see the entirety of Dagomars' armor light up.
Okay.
Nothing in the room specifically gives off any magic, but the entire room gives off a faint magic that you have no idea.
Okay.
It's completely unknown to you.
Okay.
A school of magic, very imperceptible, almost like radiation, just barely visible. And you only detected that because of a 21 investigation check.
I'll make
I didn't
sure
find
go back too.
I didn't find anything. With the, okay.
Pick clean. It looks like
Yeah.
someone.
Okay.
Look into the king.
I don't see any magic coming from Eupheme.
Is that
Not
how-
from Eupheme, but your shadow does give off.
My
a bit
shadow
of
does.
magic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like illusion magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can dispel it.
I don't know. It's just coming from the shadow itself. I don't know what's happening.
It is Eupheme. Eupheme was trying to trick you.
He's lying.
Persuasion, deception.
Insight on both of our parts?
No, I'll decide. No.
Shit.
Yikes.
Wow.
Your
heart's not in it.
31, baby.
No.
Yeah, I just you just like in his eyes, stone cold, and Eupheme appears to crack a bit of a smile, not fully invested in trying to trick him.
Someone was
So good.
There's
That's so
It
good.
was a little bit of fun.
someone was tortured to death to make a pyramid that can trap everybody in an illusion that slowly sucks their life out, and you want to make jokes about it.
Well, I didn't know anything about that. I just saw a skeleton in the middle of a room. Thank you for informing me.
And
In a very sassy way.
there's nothing here. I already looked around. It's just an
I
empty
don't
room.
want to be here anymore.
I don't want to be here anymore.
All right. I turn around and just walk.
Okay.
And dancing light stops after I
Just sitting in the dark.
I will follow Dagger Mars.
Yeah, I'll follow him out.
Okay, so you guys all leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, Eupheme's just.
Okay. 4 more days passed. Sorry, 5 more days passed.
Oh my god,
May 13th.
we're getting there. It's happening.
Wait, no, sorry.
No.
3 more days pass. 2 more days pass. Jesus! Okay.
So 8 days of patent.
Day 7 of travel. Okay.
What days?
Day 7 of travel.
May 10th. Is the 10th of May.
Okay.
You prepare to travel simultaneously with quite a few others. Comparatively to your other journeys, at least, you see many people along the roads. Around 8 others appear to be keeping pace with your group at this point after the inn. And you see a few others down the path as well. One cart travels near you, and you see those upon it. 3 women, one old and one very old, along with one possibly in her 30s. Along with 2 men, one rather young and another very old man. You've gotten to know them in the past day. You know their names. Not really too talkative you've been in the past couple of days. However, you do know their names. These are the Whitelocks.
I'm on this.
What?
We've been traveling with them.
They don't seem to care.
Oh, okay, cool.
Most people don't know what the Drow are.
Okay. Cute.
They know you're Elven, and they appear a little bit hesitant. Also, along the way, you would have known that the younger woman's name is Henrietta Whitelock. The older woman is Abatha Vansant. The oldest woman's name is Catherine Vansant. The young man's name is Degory Whitelock. The older man's name is Jasper Whitelock. They were farmers just northeast of Lake Respite. It wasn't burned down, but they didn't feel safe. You also see, along with the travelers and traders, more deserted, donning their unpolished bronze armor and their steaming, bleeding heart tabards underneath their concealing helms. They appear nervous every time they walk past you, gripping their pikes with strength and walking rigidly past, though one of them does stop you one of these days. You the Erlendai.
Yes.
Come with us. Please, into the woods. Off the road a bit.
All right.
Can
Do-
I come?
Do we hear this?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Leonard's going to...
I'm
Okay.
sure.
I didn't think you were. Fine, we'll stay.
All right. Okay.
What is your name?
As they walk into the woods, I want to have Baths go invisible and follow them.
I'm going to say that's a little bit too powerful to have imp abilities. If you want to try and sneak behind them and cast invisibility on yourself, you could.
You can't
I
cast
have
invisibility
invisibility.
on multiple creatures. Oh, you're saying that that's invisibility is an
Is
imp
an
ability.
ability,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Do you want to cast invisibility on yourself?
Which
Which will in turn cause him to go invisible? It would just cost a spell slot.
it would cost a. That's no, I don't want to do that.
I'll do it.
You're gonna go invisible and you're gonna try and sneak up?
Yeah.
Okay, make a stealth check with advantage.
I'll use my pact spell slot, but I won't use the second invisibility.
I'll let you think
And I would be,
one
I wouldn't
for
have
me.
passive perception because I'm probably trying to actively perceive, which is actually stupid because passive perception is better. Except if it's
What'd
not.
you roll?
I rolled a 27.
27. Okay. You're not gonna do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Passively perceive then. Make a perception check.
Okay. At disadvantage or am I out of sunlight?
It's
You're
disadvantage
out
because
of-
I'm invisible.
Well, no. He's not trying to perceive you.
Oh,
Just trying to
He's trying to
use
perceive.
But is it at
No,
disadvantage?
because you're in the shade of
Okay.
the forest.
So just flat roll. 26.
Okay. You feel
I am
like
the
no
knight.
one could see you. So the wood elves, the half wood elves, truck you in. You can barely see their faces through their T-slitted helms. What is your name?
Dagmarsker.
Okay. How recently have you come out from the Underdark?
Around a year ago.
What city are you from?
Nylonorai.
A few others have come up since then from your same city.
Really?
And what that means is that I do not know why you are here. The deserted are well aware of the Irelandai's issues in the Underdark. It is hidden, and you are bold to be out here so ceremoniously in your armor. You have courage, my friend, especially in these times. Do not take offense, but I may think you a bit stupid, though. We have hidden many of the Erlendai in half-drow, half-Erlendai within Schventon. However, Ferocia Terran has discovered that the barrier to the forest does not exist underneath.
Disgusting.
We've sent some people in, and she will give you the details. It is grim. And there are things in this world that I'm sure you are aware of, as you did not crawl out from the Underdark willingly. And if we are able to take underneath into the forest, then there are others that are as well. Keep that in mind if you are here to try and find any solace, because our world is between two very large rocks, about to be squished.
Thank you.
Keep this hushed, as
I will.
the only reason I'm telling you now is because you are already aware of what is going on underneath our feet.
Yes.
Though most are not. And with everything going on around, panic spread. I have not personally seen it, but I have heard things from those other Erlendai that have escaped.
How are you hiding them in Schventon?
I cannot tell you. I'm sorry, but even you are not allowed to see them.
That is alright. I was living there, so I was just wondering.
I'm sure you are. They are adjusting poorly. Religious differences make it difficult to empathize with such beings.
Yes.
Your goddess is not one that is.
She's not my goddess anymore.
Then you are one of the few. shows a couple bite marks. You did not do this to me as soon as you saw me. I think you have adjusted very well.
Oh, the drow go hard. They just bit him. That's so funny.
All right.
May
Have you
this
heard?
knowledge make your journeys more fruitful with knowledge, knowing that there are harder times ahead.
Thank you. Have you heard of from neither nor I, Strakovar? Have you heard any
No
talks?
mention of anything like that.
All right.
Was that the nature mother?
No, it was a chosen drow that was supposed to.
I have not heard anything.
That is fine. Not many people have.
Safe travels.
You as well.
Please continue to be well adjusted.
I will. And I know this armor is not the best way. This is all I have.
I would not throw away such important armaments. Not all of your society was bad. Just most of it.
I'm gonna leave.
Do not. There are not many. Most of your kind that rose up from the Underdark immediately tried to take over the city on their own,
I love them.
not knowing friend from foe.
Yes.
And so, they were killed. Many of them women. You're the first male drow I've ever seen.
Really?
Yes.
That makes sense.
The ones that talked said that the only reason they survived was using their slaves as body shields.
Right.
Yikes. Alright, maybe the drow don't go that hard.
Thank you.
Your life has been hard. I do not need to make it harder.
You did not.
Safe travels. And keep the peace, please.
Yes.
And they walk off back onto the road. Walk up to you guys.
I'd stay in the woods for a little bit.
Well, if you're all heading to Schwenton, safe travels. And they look at you. All of you. Stay safe in these troubling times.
And you?
Thank you.
And they walk off.
Like a minute later, I walk out of the woods.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
Okay.
Get on the cart. Or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, don't have a cart.
I just I didn't know. I was like, we're just walking
He just means he's not going to say
Yes.
anything. That's
Yeah.
what he means. Yeah.
Yes.
to the cart, you know.
Okay, you eventually catch up to the White Locks. Looks to be Deggery. Everything all right?
Yes.
I know we haven't talked much, but I gave you my name. We've been traveling with each other in silence for a while, and I don't know, it is over there, look at Almond, and they look a bit elvish, and just making sure everything's all right, you know, good. I know you're elvish as well, but you're a bit fancier. As I've seen. Got interesting tones.
Everything is all right.
Oh, good.
Yes.
You look sad.
No, it's just his face.
Oh.
It's just my face.
I like sandwiches.
Yes? Yeah.
You want some?
Yes? Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Looks like the very old man, Jasper, sort of like hops off the cart and like hobbles to each of you, and like on these little like wooden boards that serve as plates. They look to be cut triangular.
Good.
They look like good sprout tomato mayonnaise and what looks to be like a pesto on them with toasted bread lightly, or actually stale bread.
Yeah.
It looks like, but
Toasted. It's crunchy.
as you bite into it, good texture, good flavor.
Flavor. No offense, Vivian. But it's so much better than those balls you give us at the end of the day.
How is it?
It's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, great.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I would.
How old are you?
Just 19.
Fuck me sideways. Wish I was 19 again. Been a long time. And the other one. Father, please. Hey,
How old are your sons?
he's no fuck like me. He's 38. I'm glad you like my sandwiches, though. It's good. Oh, that frown off your face. Be living far lower than me. Got a long time to be said. Don't do it in front of me.
I'm like covering my mantle. I'm just like covering my face as I bring up the mask because I'm not gonna try and do magic around these people because they'll get upset.
Where are you going this vending?
We're trying to find a friend.
Hard to find in these times.
Why are you going there?
Die. Hopefully in peace away from that fucking face.
Well put.
Everyone's going mad. And on me. I'm 88 years old. Bunch of young people killing each other. I managed to keep that in my belly for fucking 89 years. You think I wouldn't want to kill anybody in that time? Want to kill so many people. But I just foamed like a normal person. Took it out on the soil, right? And Daggery. Oh, I did. Yeah, we get it. We get it. Tell a story. Long time ago, I saw the Dragon King fly out.
I'm gonna take out my pen and paper.
I was foreman. Fuck, I've been foreman a long time. A lot of dirt I've seen. Yeah, a lot of dirt. But craziest thing I ever did see. Glaucon came to my farm. Station right outside. Big fucking thing, how was that? Big fucking dragon. Turned into a human. But he's still a big human. Make me feel small, I'm sure. Even as a human, he's bigger than me. I was 48 at the time, and this little shit was helping me on the farm, dude. I fed a couple of their soldiers. I even talked to Glaucon. He talked to me. Down to me. I can do. Didn't like my sandwich. Liked it. Taste. Made him the same sandwich. Tastes great. Pesto's made from my own basil. No way he didn't like the taste. But he acted like he didn't like it because I made it. Cons.
Here, here.
Next day, I never saw any of them wood elves anymore. Yeah, and they've been defending. And just a couple weeks ago, I saw them blasting the farms a couple miles away from me. I've only ever seen the king twice, and every time he's a fucking twat. That's a shame. That's a shame. Didn't even like my sandwich.
Not much of a king if he doesn't like this sandwich.
It's my lord's exactly, young one. I shouldn't have given you that sandwich. You're only 19, you'll never have a better sandwich in your life. And it's a shame.
Well, I hope you never meet
Savor
him
it.
again.
What?
I hope you never meet him again.
I disagree. I hope I die to him as I'm beating his face in. Well, we couldn't do it in. So I'm 89 years old. Maybe in my heyday I could have taken him down. But right now, I just don't have the energy for it, to be completely honest with you. I like to give him something. A different kind of sandwich. But maybe I'll just die in the company of my own family. That sounds far better to me. Sorry. Sorry. Was cutting onions for that sandwich.
Drink water.
Oh,
You
yeah,
always do.
yeah, true, yeah.
always do.
Thank you.
You don't, you and your family don't have any land in Schwenton, right?
No, we do. Yeah. Fucking, sorry, don't mean to swear so much. Yeah, for Henrietta, her side of the family has some, and she's been so kind to come and pick me up.
Okay.
I was living alone on the farm as Deggery left me. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Henrietta's really nice, and she, thank you. Well, how old are you, big elf man?
53.
Oh, my ball man. Fuck off. You look better than I did when I was 22.
I might be 54. I don't know my.
Oh, you're rubbing it in. That's good for you. You could be sad for 200 years and you'd still be a fucking... I know something. You ever had a cat?
A cat?
Yeah.
No.
They only live for like 20 years if you're lucky. They're so happy all the time. Right cunts. I love them. You should get a cat.
I should.
It'll make you a bit happier.
All right.
I'll leave you on your own. Let you travel in peace. Save you that sandwich.
Thank you for the sandwich.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Hops back up in the cart.
On the cart?
They have a cart.
If you have a kill list, I have a would kill for list, and that NPC.
I don't really have a kill list anymore, but I kind of do. I have like, there's 3 people on it.
Yeah.
Wolf.
Yeah, you see if you can guess.
Wolf.
Okay.
The general storekeeper was knocked out because he thought she died in Hunt of the Lost. Titus Mirkwood.
Yep.
You have Titus on
Actually, I
your
have
kill
1,
list?
2, 3, 4, 5. 5. No.
So it's Lolth, Titus Mirkwood,
Glaucon?
Glaucon Meridian, the Lord of Pestilence.
One more.
Who's number 5?
I know, there's one
Already
more.
said lol.
It's something stupid too. It's something
It's
fucking-
Humphrey.
It,
Oh, Humphrey!
You have Humphrey on your kill list?
yeah, it was stupid. Just
Cross
like
it
I
off.
Well, now it's
You
not even like
apologized.
now he's not even on like my kill list. It's like it's just someone that I will have to kill. Someday. So now it's not like I'm like out
Destined.
right like looking. It's like I will either die or he will die.
Okay.
Vivian will now protect Jasper Whitelock with her life.
Wipe that from my
so-
mind. That's dumb.
It can be dumb. I mean, at this point, Dago feels like he has fully been forgiven.
Yes. Okay.
Yikes, buddy.
Day 11.
He got attacked. They are even.
4 more days of travel. May 12th. Okay.
Wait,
Wait, what?
4 more days?
Or is it
More
May
days.
13th?
14th.
No, it's the
Because it was the
13th.
10th, and then you said
We were
4
on the
more
10th
days.
and
He
4
went
more
back to
days
8.
I went back to
Oh,
the 8th.
oh, never mind. Then it's 12th.
oh,
You're
okay.
right. Sorry.
It was 8th on day 5, and then it was 2 more days, so it's the 10th, so it's the 14th.
Okay.
You're all right. Cool. So it's May 14th. On the 11th day of travel, you begin to see lamp posts on each side of the road, and the path slowly shifts into that of a paved road. Multicolored, smooth stones that absorb the gentle fire light created by the lanterns securely placed upon the lampposts. Path retains the same width about 30 feet wide, though you do see a fence now lining the path, a deep red and brown wood. You see quite a few people traveling along the path as well, as you have your entire journey. The only difference is that now you hear the carts bumping along and the feet slapping upon the stone path. You continue underneath the great Amderon red trees, hearing their cart-sized leaves rustling in the gentle spring breeze that washes over your body in calming waves. You begin to smell lavender in the air, mixed with the churned soil, apples, mulch, fertilizer, and sun-baked grass. And as you continue forward, the forest of Amderon begins to recede into the east. And eventually you find yourself no longer walking underneath any trees, and instead find yourself looking out west towards miles and miles of farmland, stretching out over slightly hilly terrain. You see orchards of apples, hundreds of fruit trees popping out of the dirt in concentric lines. You see what appears to be carrot farms mingling within the orchards. You see various berry farms and dozens of box gardens at the periphery of the rows and rows of growing life. You see great vineyards, their quaint cabins and farmhouses resting upon the tops of small hills, the orchards spread across. You see silos sprouting up, farmhouses barely visible within the miles of apple trees, smoke trickling from their tops. You see large draft horses plowing the fields, farmers toiling in said fields, and all of it resting underneath a blue sky and being fed by the warmth of the spring sun. Day begins to wane, however, and you find a place to rest just to the east off the road. And then the 12th day comes, May 15th. You begin to travel once more, the day clear and the sun shone brightly from above. The forest continues to recede east, the boundary of the forest now about 1/3 of a mile from the road. But farmland appears to replace that empty space, filled with fruit-bearing trees and tilled earth. After a few more hours of travel, you see upon the horizon a city stretching out from the forest, half of it shrouded within the body of Amderon, and the rest sprawling into the fields of the southern realms. You see no walls confining the city's sprawl, no boundary. Just buildings of various shapes and sizes, all painted in vibrant colors, such as light blue, red, teal, dark mint, tan, and so on. The city looks to stretch about 4 miles out of the forest, a capital city indeed. The buildings are almost entirely made of brick, with bonnet roofs upon multi-story townhomes and tall shops that are crammed together in the inner portions of the city. Many windows with their own small roofs popping from the primary roof, varying in size as well. The outskirts appear to be farm homes, though these look to be larger than those outside of the city, but only slightly, 2 to 3 stories tall, though they appear to have as much land as there also appears to be quite a few smaller homes that stretch off of the city proper, creating villages and plots of land connected, each of them with small gardens appearing to grow out from their land. And as you approach the city, you just now notice how many people are with you upon the path. At least a dozen groups. Some branching off the side paths that appear to connect into the small unpaved roads that lead into the outer portions of the city, through the farmland that surround it. And you see more of the same half-elven guards patrolling the path leading up to and from, the sun reflecting just barely off of their unpolished armor. After about an hour after first seeing the city, you begin to pass through into the outskirts, seeing the homes and small communities built on either side of the street, children playing, people talking, and other working in their gardens. However, you see some children staring out to the northwest. And as you look where they gaze, you see the face of Balanzar sat within the sky, snakes still wriggling out of his open maw and eyes set ablaze with nothingness. Eventually, you see the threshold into the city proper. 2 guard towers built off of 2 stocky, unpainted brick buildings. The bricks a muted tan color filled with grit, and the tops of the towers a bleak, black, waxed wood shingled, pointed dome. Between the towers is an arch that sprouts from about 20 feet up each of their forms and connects in the center. It reads in Common and Elvish, "Welcome to the home of the elves and humanity, the seat of peace." Looking past the arch, You see many dozens of people walking within a 35-foot wide main street that appears to curve ever so slightly to the left. On either side of the street are buildings with not a single inch of space between them, differentiated by their subtle architectural differences and the color they're painted. Again, some vibrant light blue, others mint green, and others still a slightly red, accented by trees that grow from the plots of dirt patches within the apparently ancient and muted light brown, extremely polished stones that make up the streets. Each of the buildings leans slightly inwards, it seems, but only very slightly, and they're covered in gorgeous windows of various design, shape, and size. None of the buildings hold the same size or exact design either, making it easy to differentiate and giving the city a far more whimsical aura. Each of them have chimneys plunging out from their roofs, and many of them appear to have shops at their bottom floor, noted by the tens of wooden signs that dangle from black iron chains just above the wooden doors, adorned with small crystal windows at their tops. Some of the shops have large, nearly floor-to-ceiling bay windows jutting from their forms at the bottom floor, merchandise proudly displayed within their bodies. You see the main street branching off quite soon in two directions, creating an elbow-shaped building just in front of you as you continue forward. Looking down each path, you see more of the city, buildings that stretch from 3 to 5 stories tall, varying in width and general size. Some entirely townhomes, some entirely shops, and some of them still a combination of the two. The sun shines just above you, illuminating the hundreds of people traversing the streets of Schwenten at last. Where would you like to go?
Helios Street, east.
Are you immediately looking for that?
Yes.
Okay, we as we enter, I do want to first be like, okay, so we're just getting it in and stopping by and then heading out, right?
Should I put on disguise?
Probably, yes. I will as well.
All right. In the middle of everything.
Okay. No one seems to bother. This is capital city. You see hundreds of people.
What time is it?
Oh, nice.
Say about 1 p.m.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if anybody doesn't need anything, we can just push through the city, right?
If you all want to make an intelligence check for me.
Human
General-
in armor.
Okay.
So if someone touched me,
Okay. Sounds good.
Intelligence.
Shit.
Guidance. Bardic inspiration.
Thanks.
I don't need it.
Natural
I'm
20.
so fucking intelligent.
Plus,
13.
Okay.
25.
What is that total? 25?
Natural 20, 25.
Okay.
Investigation.
13.
No, it's
Wait,
just
no,
intelligence.
it's just intelligence.
Oh, just intelligence. I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Oh, buddy. 17.
Okay. So you both would know that this is home to the second largest university in the entire continent as well.
Like magic?
Man,
This is primarily just learning.
Oh, history.
So,
Well, obviously.
but half of it you would know is also consumed by the Forest of Andron. You would also know the general direction of East Helios Street.
East Helios.
So there's someone we were supposed to talk to here.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if we're staying, I would actually like to check out the university's library here.
Certainly, feel free to do that.
Ferocia?
Ferocia Tehran.
Yeah.
You also know that the town hall is in the university.
Okay,
A
great.
melding of knowledge and power. And this is the largest city you've seen with the exception of Tristfall. Tilia was bigger, though you saw ashes of it.
Oh, we didn't get to go in there.
Tristfall was about 3 miles tall just for the fire district and about 5 miles wide at the base of the fire district, plus the upper districts of Morath, which had a diameter of about 2 miles. Tristfall was by far the largest.
I will go wherever. I have my own things I want to do, but I can do those later.
I have nothing to do, so I can do it with one of you,
Alright.
my best friends.
Where are you all going?
What are you doing, Vivian?
I'm going to Hector's home. I'm sorry, I can't wait.
That is why we are here.
But you can do something else if you wanted to.
Yes, go to your books.
I'd rather not split up. I'll come with you, Vivian. It's fine.
Okay. So are we all heading to try and find Hector Dollhouse?
459 Helio Street, East Trenton.
Make a persuasion check with advantage because you know exactly where you're going.
Titles.
That is 22 plus 6, 28.
28.
Yeah, Vivian can talk.
Same.
Only the truth. I am the
Only
guard
the
in the
truth.
riddle who can only speak the truth and
Yeah.
cannot lie.
Persuasion's good.
Yeah, I got plus 6 from the card. Oh yeah.
Persuasion's good.
Yeah.
Perception's good.
What's your persuasion, huh?
Plus 12.
Yeah, fuck you.
Okay. You walk deep into the outer villages of the town, seeing the clusters of small homes accented by their short fences and large garden-filled yards near the city proper. Then, as you continue further outward towards the northeast, you get to the outer reaches of the villages, turning more into moderately sized farmland speckled with farmhouses, tall trees, and small orchards filled with farm cats and dogs roaming freely about. You travel for quite a ways, possibly 3/4 of a mile before you meet a 3-way crossing in the dirt path, a signpost securely fixed upon a small hill just at the crux of the crossing. The sign reads, Crussox Road, northwest, and Helio Street, east, to the right. You walk down the dirt path, continuing further away from the outer villages and further in towards the forest of Anderon. The sun beats down upon the back of all of your necks, and the sweat begins to pile. Not just due to the heat, but also anticipation. Your stomach tumbles and your nerves turn into tangled knots in your fingers. You look around and see sparse great Anderon trees sprouting up in the fields on either side of you, covering the land in deep shadow made so stark by the bright sun just above you. You hear the sound of children playing in the distance as well as the sounds of horses, cows, dogs, and the plowing of fields mingling with the gentle spring breeze of the southern realms. You kick the dusty pebbles in the dirt road, and you smell the scent of dust fill your senses as you begin to be engulfed by the shadow of the great red trees of Anderon, drawing ever closer to the home of Rochet D.H. Freidman and the mystery of Hector F. Dollhouse.
Is Svartalheim as big as this or smaller?
Way small.
Way smaller. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is one of the capitals of the realms.
Okay.
This is the joint capital of both the Wood Elves and what was the capital of humanity.
Okay. Take it.
You see small homes on either side of the road, spaced rather far apart. Some of them attached to decently sized orchards, others attached to fields of wheat and corn, but eventually you walk into the border of Anderon and changing the landscape slightly. You see instead planter boxes in large yards filled with tall grass, wildflowers, and sunflowers. Eventually, you come to a home surrounded by tall, great red trees of the forest of Anderon, the grass growing tall and the bushes of blackberries growing along the periphery. You see a rather small home with a hip and valley roof upon its top and deep green shingles above a slightly bluish-black paint job. The property looks rather large, possibly 3 to 4 acres if you had to guess, and speckled with many massive great reds. It appears to have a small second floor with a window looking out just in front, just underneath a lip of the small roof, small steps leading up to the front door flanked on either side by moderately sized planter boxes long overgrown with weeds. Just to the right of the door you see a number, 459 in silver, the 4 lopsided upon the wooden paneling of the home. Vivian freezes.
Oh no!
Her blood running cold, you look upon the home, the yard, and as tears flood your eyes, you remember. The home you remembered within the tunnels of Avenor, the home you remembered as you jolted your memory within the shards of the spine, you remembered your home. Finally. And as you do so, you...
Oh no, wait, what?
He dies.
Wait, I'm sorry. No.
As your eyes go bloodshot, you feel almost like a knife, cutting your mind through like freshly made mozzarella. You take 1 point of permanent max health damage.
Oh man, that makes me sad. It's fine. It was worth it. It's
As
fine.
you-
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You look upon, and as you do so, memories.
No, I don't want that. Don't take
Though
them
you
back.
appear small, running throughout the fields that you see in front of you, though shorter. Looking through a veil filled with other children. And a man on a porch wearing a black duster.
No.
You do not see his face. And then you come to.
Are you okay? What happened? Do you need help?
Is there some sort of enchantment on it?
No, she just really cares about Hector. This is his house.
This is my house.
Okay, have you not seen home in a
The
while?
home I saw in the one memory I've had 4 different times, the only one I've been able to find. This is my house.
Okay, yeah, I'd miss home if I was gone for a year too.
No,
But let's get you inside.
You walk through?
Yeah, I walk through.
You walk in. There's a small foyer area with a coat rack. And as you walk through the floorboards, and you
The door's
smell.
open?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
Oh god.
You walk into a large general kitchen and dining area, a dining table right out front, and a hearth to the left. All of it dark and dusty. And on the table, you see a stack of papers. On top it says, for Alessandrius.
I knew it. I take the papers. Oh my god, I want to scream. I'm not gonna though. I'm not gonna scream though.
You find Hector Dollhouse's journal.
Didn't say for Vivian.
You want to fight?
This is going to take a bit.
Are we gonna read it right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The whole thing?
Did we want to do a
She's
break?
reading it.
Oh.
This is the break.
Okay.
As we will be doing nothing else but listening to Vivian read.
I'm gonna scream.
Can I get my
something?
Can I get
You
my
can-
sandwich?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Do we want to turn off our mic? Just so that I'm not like.
Oh, sure.
Just because if I'm not. Just keep your
I'm
mouth.
screaming. Okay, I was right. You've been gaslighting me for months. I was right. I've been right this whole time. Vindication.
You're supposed to now just pretend you don't know.
I know, but you both, you with all the Dagomari shit. You're like, I'm not bringing a Dago. This is a Dago. Me, I'm not Dagomaris. Dagomaris, no. I'm not a drow. I'm not a drow. Me, drow.
Where
I'm
is
obviously
Tristan?
a wood elf.
Oh, we went to the
God,
restaurant?
I'm gonna
Okay.
cry.
Meg is like, Hector shit.
I'm crisscross applesauce.
Will
ready.
the feud end today? Should I? I'm gonna wait for Tristan.
Sure. You can wait for Tristan.
Oh God, there's something handwritten in there.
That's because the printing fucked up.
Oh.
Oh, that's fine.
You didn't have
Just
to
for
say
one
that.
page.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to. Dude, did I handwrite on that?
No. It was 185 pages, though.
I'm gonna cry. Ah! Ah! Okay. I really thought my entire memories had been unlocked, and I was like, no. No, thank you.
You did take one permanent. page.
I tried to do that, but I guess it didn't take.
What if you get your memories back, but they're only the embarrassing ones? Like,
like,
saying,
like
like,
dreams
you
you had
two-
where you were naked in front of the class.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Or someone says like, you know, have a good dinner, and you go, you too, but they're not having dinner.
Yeah. It's like that meme where the and it's like yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, your mic is
I'm gonna
normal,
cry. I'm
by
gonna
the way,
pee.
so you don't need to worry about it.
Can you please?
Burp and fart as you please.
Oh my god.
Please do.
I know. I just picked up some of them.
I just rose the ocean inch of how much is a
Oh my god, you guys.
Jesus, all right.
We're still live, you monsters.
Yeah, your mic is
The
off.
other
though.
mics
Okay,
are on.
so
okay,
you-
okay. Yes.
Yes. You can
Okay.
go.
We'll just
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
What is Rochet D.H. Freidman say in his journal?
Oh my god, okay. Hello, journal. It is your writer, Rocket. My family has just given you to me as a going away present. I will write in you for the days to come, cataloging my life's events in full. Well, that's the goal at least. It is currently spring of 1496, and I'm off to the towers of the Tristfall Seven Sages to learn divination. I am, to the best of my knowledge, the youngest human to ever be accepted to learn at the towers. I feel excited, though I can't help but feel sad to leave my parents for so long. My mother is going to have to work so much harder. I wish I had a brother, though my father will most certainly help, obviously. This is my last week at home before I'm off, so I suppose this is the last entry before then, as I want to spend as much time with them as possible. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. I have just left for Tristfall. I've lived in Vetterbrook my whole life. It feels strange to be leaving. I'll be back, though, then with the ability to create money out of thin air or harvest berries with my mind. Probably not the first thing, but I actually think I can do the harvesting with my mind thing. All jokes aside, I do want to come back soon to help my parents, and so I will. But until then, I find myself going to board the boat named the Glenda. Odd name, that is. I have to travel down to Waldoboro first, though, so I'm riding with my father down to the port. He says the trip will take about 4 days with our pace, so I have some more time with him. That's good. I'll write in you again once I get onto the boat. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. I have just boarded the Glenda. I've met the captain before. He used to ship our berries to Dunborough before he retired. Captain Brogart Alexo?
Brogart.
Isn't that the guy who, with the Doyles?
No.
What?
Brogart was in a different iteration of the campaign, remember?
Oh.
Glenda?
Yeah, I noticed the Glenda. He's a funny old man, and this boat sure doesn't seem all that sea safe. But he's an experienced sailor, so I guess I trust him. Come to think of it, I don't think all our berries ever made it to Dunborough. Guess I'm not leaving the cabin. Just as I wrote that, he called me up to help shove off. I'll write later today. RF. Hello again, journal. Second time writing today, a new record. I am feeling sad today as we set sail. I know I want to study divination because of how cool magic is and how much I love finding new things, but I can't help but worry about my mom. I know my dad will take care of her and all that, but I just feel better being there. I really don't want to get all sad on the first day, so I'll stop writing about that. Just know that I am sad. Anyway, divination will be fun. I hear the archmage I'll be learning under is an extraordinary witch. I bet she's delved deep into all the mountains and discovered awesome things. I bet she's found things about Bahamut that I've never even thought to think of. It's a bit redundant. I'm getting a bit tired now, so I'm going to go to sleep. Hopefully I don't throw up. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. It's been 3 days since we left for Dunborough. Brogart says we'll be there in about a week and a half more. He has a lot of food, but none of it is very good, just dried meats and fruit jerky. I've been learning how to sail, though, and wow, is it fun. It's a bit scary, and I feel like I'm a bit too small for it most of the time, but I feel I could go anywhere. I'm learning how to steer right now. Brogart says that's the easiest part. I don't think he wants me tying the masts anymore after I almost fell off 2 days ago. At least I can swim. I guess I should be dating these, so I'll do that from now on. But I think that I'll go help Brogart on deck for a bit. Writing you later. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. I already wrote in you today, but I just wanted to say goodnight to myself. I wish I could talk to my mom. Oh, okay. But I hear that with magic I can send letters with my mind. That's definitely the first spell I'm learning. I wonder if I could scare people with it. No, that would be mean. But if they bullied me, it wouldn't be so wrong, so I know who I'm going to do it to. Anyway, good night, journal. Good night, me. And good night, Mom and Dad. This is our hello journal. This is our 7th day of travel. Sorry I haven't written in you every day. It's just been pretty busy. I've learned how to steer, and now I'm learning how to navigate. His little bucket on top of the sail is pretty scary, though, so I've been pretty resistant. We have about a week left. At least that's what Captain Brogart says. We've eaten a lot of fruit jerky, and my belly feels really bad. And we're out at sea, so I hope I don't... No, I'm not making my journal gross. I just hope I stay clean. That reminds me, I didn't know salt water was bad to drink, but I do now. I think I knew that before, but I must have forgotten. I'll write in you when we get to port.
She's like,
I don't think much else will happen unless we see a kraken or a giant whale, but I don't think either of those will happen, so I'll see you soon. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. Today I saw a kraken. I'm kidding, I never saw a kraken. We've just arrived at the port of Dunborough. We're staying in a nice little place called Cribben. Brogard is staying with me for the day until I get another boat to Tristfall. I wanted to go by cart, but he said I wasn't allowed. He wouldn't even tell me why. I'll find out soon, though, with my mind. Anyway, the inn is really nice, and I really like Dunborough. The buildings are so tall and weird, and the docks were huge. They had big cranes, and each side of the river were docks with things that carried people across on rope. And we saw a dragon's belly Tristfall ship. It was so huge. One of my friends said he went on one once, and there were just buckets of chocolate that the crew could just eat whenever. He also said that the wood elves eat leaves for breakfast, so I'm not sure if I believe him. But I really want to believe him. The town square was cool too. A lot of little shops, and the people that worked on the docks looked really scary, but were super nice. Everyone here is so big and adult, I feel like I'm 12 years old. And it doesn't help that Brogart said that I looked 12. I'm almost 16 years old, and I'm the youngest initiate into the Tower of the Seven Sages. I know he was joking, but I do hope I get taller. Maybe I can make myself taller with my mind? Anyway, I'll tell you how the next day goes tomorrow night. Good night, journal. Good night, me. And good night, Mom and Dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. Brogart just left. I cried and I'm embarrassed. He made fun of me, but I could tell it was to make it less awkward. I just wish my underbite didn't make me look like a weird orc thing when I cried. Hopefully I can change how ugly I am when I get a magic too. Anyway, we found a boat that can take me to Tristfall. Brogart's boat, fuck me. Brogart's boat had a pretty weak engine. It was pretty cool though, but this one has a huge engine. It took us 4.5 days to get up to Strom, but I bet this thing could do it in like 2. The captain is named Hilda Magnantosh, and the ship's name is Adieu to the Sun. That's a nice name. I liked it at least. She seems really nice. I bet she won't make me work because I had to pay her to come aboard, but if she does need help, I can go in the bucket and find stuff. I mean, the one on the mainsail, not like I'd search for chocolate or something. We're setting sail tomorrow, so I'm here for another day. Maybe I can have a traveling romance where I meet a girl and we kiss and stuff, and then I have to set sail the next day. That would be awesome. Okay, well, I'm going to explore the city. I'll write in you again tonight. RF. Hello, journal. Bad day. Girl made fun of me for my underbite. Said that I looked stupid. Don't think I'll get my travel romance. I'm gonna go to bed. RF. Hello, journal. Same page this time because last night was so bad. I feel better now. She was ugly too. The rest of yesterday was pretty good other than that. I ate some food at a really fancy place, spent almost all my money, but the Strom salmon was really good, and so I regret nothing. I visited the Tower of the River Judge as well. It was so pretty. In fact, that whole area was gorgeous. Hopefully I have enough money to live there someday. But the tower, it had arcane runes all around its doorway. I have no idea what it was for, but I bet it was powerful. I was going to visit the mayor's mansion, but I couldn't get in. Oh well. Today I'm setting sail with Captain Hilda, so I'm gonna get ready and explore the docks for a while. Writing you again tonight. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. April 27th, 1496. I just remembered to start dating these. It's a fine place to start, though, as we shoved off into Der Strom a few hours ago. I helped in the kitchen today. I love cooking. I made some grub, is what they called it. I didn't make it. I just grabbed the ingredients for the cook, Mr. Versom Grimsley. He is a big man. Wider than tall is what he said, but I think he looks great. The ship is so big, too. I mean, it's not Dragon's Belly big, but my goodness, it is a real ship. I'm really happy right now. I wish my family were here to see the ship and how much I'm learning. But before I get sad, I must go and distract myself. The crew has invited me to play cards. I will still say goodnight when I get back. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. Fuck this goodnight shit. It's hurting me. Good night, journal. Good night, me. And good night, mom and dad. Also, the journey is supposed to be 2 weeks. At least they have good food. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. April 30th, 1496. Today, Mr. Grimsley is allowing me to make lunch with his instructions. I think it's a bit early for me to make them on my own, but I need to learn sometime, I guess. After that, I'm going to read a bit, as I haven't had much time for it, hoping to get a head start reading some history of divination, and I've been wanting to delve a bit into archaeology. I think divination and archaeology make a lot of sense together. I've been reading a book called Into the Unknown Stone. It's about traveling into the spine. It's even written by a human. There are so few human archaeologists that it makes me want to be one. Maybe I can be the youngest human archaeologist too. Maybe I can explore Varntuk's spine. That would be awesome. I'm going to say goodnight here because I'm probably not going to write tonight and probably not tomorrow either, unless I see a kraken. Good night, journal. Good night, me. And good night, mom and dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. I'm going to not cry after every one of them, I promise. Hello, journal. May 5th, 1496. It's been 8 days since we've left Dunborough, and it has been a great trip thus far. I made a lot of friends, all of them much older than myself, but they all seem to like me. Hopefully they're not lying. I'm going to be in the kitchen the rest of the trip. Apparently the crew really enjoyed my steamed Brussels sprouts with mashed potatoes and gravy. We don't have much stuff like that, but Mr. Grimsley said I was allowed to cook it to make the crew happier. This is really nice. I wonder if they have any juice, though. I am seriously craving some apple juice. I'm going to be playing cards with Stephen, Alice, Fernand, and Helmus tonight, so I'll be too tired to write. Oh, and before I forget, apparently, Mr. Grimsley's nickname is Mr. Grinches because of how disheveled he always looks. I really like that, but apparently he hates it, so I'll refrain. Hope you have a good day, journal. Hope everyone at home is too, and I hope I have a good day as well. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. May 7th, 1496. Today was my birthday. I turned 16. Mr. Grimsley made me a cake thing. It was sort of mushy, but it was super tasty. And the whole crew sang me a shanty birthday song. I cried, but I loved it, and I love these people. I really hope I see them again after I get to Tristfall. RF. Hello, journal. May 11th, 1496. When was his birthday? May 7th? Okay. May 11th, 1496. Oh, God. Okay, put it in the right order.
It was just his birthday, so you missed it. In the end. Sorry. Here's the bad part.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
You can at least send your money.
You shut your mouth. I've been forgetting to journal these past few days. I've been up pretty late playing cards with the crew, so I'm always too tired. It's a really good past 6 days, though. I've gotten a lot better at cooking, thanks to Mr. Grimsley, and I've started learning more about geography, thanks to Alice. I think Alice is really pretty. She's too old for me, I think. She's like 20 years old. Maybe she'll like me when I'm older? I still don't know if I can even kiss right yet, but she has taught me a lot about cartography, and she says she sailed into the coast of Barak Thul. I didn't know what that was, but she told me, sorry. I didn't know what that was, but when she told me, it was so cool. There are like crazy people that live there. Orcs, goblins, and other monster things. So crazy. I want to go there, but I also don't at the same time. I want to go there for sure, though. Also, Alice's last name is Broom, which I thought was silly, but I like it. We're running a bit late to Tristfall, but we should be there tomorrow. Mr. Grimsley said he would find me a place to stay while I get situated. In fact, the whole crew surprised me and said they wouldn't leave until I'm fully in the school. It's really nice. I love them all. I like having friends. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal, May 12th, 1496. Today, I officially begin my assimilation into the towers of the Tristfall Seven Sages. Perhaps I just become a sailor, though? I have more fun with these folks than I have in my whole life. I write this in jest only partially, as there is a large part of me that does wish I could, but my parents need my help. I meet with the Archmage of Evocation today, not the Archmage of Divination, which I find a bit odd. Apparently, the Archmage of Evocation is sort of like the headmaster. His name is Turomir Henadon. That's a cool name. He was the first human to be made the head of the Dragon's Council and headmaster of the Towers. I bet he's super powerful. Honestly, now that I write and think more about being a wizard, the less I want to become a sailor, but maybe the crew will be my apprentices when I become an Archmage myself. One can only hope. Anyway, I'm gonna go say goodbye to the crew and get ready to go. I don't know how much I'll be able to write in you, depending on how busy I am, so I'll just say goodbye now. Goodbye, journal. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. May 21st, 1496. I knew I would be too busy. This has been crazy. I've had multiple lessons with the Archmage of Divination, Durswin Servius. What?
That's the same for.
Who the fuck is Durswin Servius?
Durswin for Servius is not Baldric for Servius.
Aldrich.
Yeah, but she is incredible. I have not learned a thing, but I know for a fact that I will learn a lot from her. She's done so much cool stuff. She's traveled into Varantuk's Spine, the Elven Shield, the Crag of Dothian Rage. She's even spelunked into the caverns underneath Isfamel. I didn't know like 80% of these places existed, but she's been everywhere, it seems. Yeah. That's what we're learning right now, by the way. Geography, mainly. She says that we'll appreciate knowing as many places by heart as possible in the future. Something about divination spells really meshing well with it. I believe her. She is the Archmage, after all. Archmage? Have I been saying it wrong?
Archmage, yes.
Archmage. Yikes. Her son is also here. I haven't met him, though. I bet he's super good already. It's okay, though. The crew gave me a little wagon to drag my books and stuff around on. It's a little silly, but I'll probably never let it go. I need to do some studying of Southern geography, though, so I'll say goodnight now. Good night, journal. Good night, me, and good night, Mom and Dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal, May 31st, 1496. I actually made some friends this week. Kidding. Everyone's been avoiding me. The teachers and the archmages have noticed and keep telling me it's because I'm so young and human. I think it's because of my face. I think I look like a fucking troll and everyone's afraid of me. I have to go to class. RF. I love you, Hector. Hello, journal again. May 31st, 1496. Class was good. I feel a bit better now because I got the highest grade in the class for our cantrip pop quiz. Most of the people here are elven in some form, mostly half-elven, so they're like 50 years old. How do they not study more? Doesn't being older make you more able to concentrate or more responsible? They all did so badly, though. Why are they even here if they're not going to try their hardest? A lot of them gave me dirty looks when I aced it, but I honestly don't give a damn. I mean, the teacher is human, deal with it. I'm just better, I guess. I think it's less that I'm human and more that I'm so young, but maybe if they spent less time being so stupid, they'd have more time to study. The teachers have been really nice, though, especially the Archmage. I really like her. I suppose that's all that really matters. As long as the teachers are good and I'm learning, I don't really need friends. Anyway, tomorrow I'm learning about the history of Trisfall and Missy Andos. Boring. But I also have a class on Firebolt. Too bad I'm forbidden to use magic on the other students. I read that there's a potion that can make you younger and older. Maybe I make them younger than me and then laugh at them. I wouldn't do that, but I certainly want to. Also, how have I not found any juice yet? I'm a little angry about it. Okay, time for some studying. Good night, journal. Good night, me. And good night, Mom and Dad. Hopefully tomorrow is better. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. June 10th. What the fuck? May 31st. Okay. June 10th, 1496. I'm getting a bit better at cantrips now. I can cast Firebolt about 70% of the time fairly well. Everyone else loves Prestidigitation, but it just seems a bit lackluster. Like, I get it, it has a lot of possibilities, but what would I ever need it for in the depths of the Southern Range or spelunking like the Archmage? People are just too easily amused. RF. Hello, journal. Again, June 10th, 1496. I finally got some juice. It was apple, too.
Nice.
Maybe it was from my family's orchard. I hope it was. Perhaps I drank a bit of home. Anyway, I've got to get back to some more studying. Crane trips are so hard. I can't imagine how hard spells like invisibility will be. Hopefully I'm able to do it. Okay, well, good night, journal, good night, me, and good night, Mom and Dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Oh my god, okay. Hello, Journal, September 4th, 1496. Sorry it's been so long since I last wrote in you. It's been honestly really good, and I've been studying and actually spending time with some new friends. There's Telwind Ref, I think her last name
Make
is.
an intelligence check.
Yeah, I remember that
I
name.
remember that name.
Make an intelligence.
Make an intelligence check. He's been waiting. Please, I'm genuinely begging. 4! Ha ha ha! 7.
Telwind Ref? I'm
No,
not-
you're
yeah.
not. Yeah,
Wow,
okay.
I wasn't
Go
sitting
ahead.
there.
Knows.
I want to die. I want to die. Wow, fuck you, little dice. Sorry, I'm emotionally charged right now. Ref, I think her last.
Could I give her,
I took notes, actually.
Keep reading.
No, I took notes
could
though.
I give her like enhanced ability?
Wait, you would know, because you make an intelligence check.
I would know. Intelligence check? Me? That's a 2, baby!
Oh my god!
Okay, never mind.
I'm so intelligent.
Okay, I'm gonna turn you guys' mic back on.
Why? Why? I don't say anything intelligent.
Okay.
So I need to be sure
Shit,
that
now
I
they can
didn't
hear
write
me
it down.
farting.
Nope, fuck me. All
Okay,
right,
go
fine.
ahead. Keep
All right,
reading.
it's fine, it's fine. I just didn't take that good of notes. Ref, I think her last name is. She's cool. Half elven, I think. She's studying to become an arcane scholar. She wants to write scrolls and archive arcane knowledge. I thought that was super cool. Then there's Toblin Moore. He's the only dwarf here, I think, and he's super nervous about it. That's actually how we bonded. We're both pretty darn nervous. He's young, though at 70 years old. I'm only 16 and he looks younger than me. Minus the beard, of course. And my best friend, Casper Newt, another human. He's only 3 years older than me too, so we can actually talk about stuff. Not that I can't talk to Archmage for Servius, she's just so much older than me, and wiser, obviously, so she just doesn't get it as much. Caspar and I have been really conquering the divination and transmutation cantrips, though. He's studying transmutation, and apparently it's super hard. Lots of tests on personality, too. He thinks people have really abused it in the past. Yikes. Divination has been difficult, but super fun thus far. I think next semester we learn first level spells, too, and that's only like 2 months away, too. I cannot wait. Also, I need to send a letter to my parents. I haven't written them since I first got here. Starting to feel bad. I need to remind myself. Okay, it's time for bed. Good night, Journal. Good night, me. And good night, Mom and Dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. September 14th, 1496. I actually remembered to write a letter this morning. I sent it post-haste. Ha! What a knee slapper that was. Not much to report. Wait, post-haste. Ah, he made a pun. I'm sorry, I wasn't honoring your pun. I sent it post-haste. Ha! What a knee slapper that was. Not much to report, just school and hanging out with friends for now. The final cantrip tests are coming up though, so I won't be writing all that much. We need to be able to cast and recite 3 cantrips, along with knowing all the components for them, even if you're using a focus. That's going to drive me nuts. You know how much arcane history and theory, you know how much arcane history and theory we've read so far? Like all of it. It's only the first year too. By Bahamut, I think I might just die before this happens. Okay, a bit dramatic, but I am suffering. Time to get back to it, but I'm gonna hang out with my friends for a bit. We'll get it done though, don't worry. Let me see.
Nope.
Damn it.
Real bad intelligence.
You can say if you want.
She was the lady I was selling scrolls to in the fire district.
Telwood Raff?
Jeez, how the fuck did you know
In
that?
the magic black
He
market.
takes notes.
I'll get it done though, don't worry.
That would have been Dago, though.
Good night,
That would have
Journal.
been canon.
Me and Mom and Dad. So much faster. Rochet D.H. Freidman. September 28, 1496, in all caps, in large handwriting. This is so hard. I want to turn to slime and slip into the cracks of Adamas. That's all. RF. Hello, Journal. October 4th, 1496. Well, I fucking passed it. Yes, I don't suck. I didn't ace it or anything, but I did it. I can move to the second year. Not only that, but all my friends passed it as well. Pretty sure Telman actually got 100% on hers. Nerd. Kidding, jealous of her talent. Which is insane. It was a really hard test too. Like, who memorized the motions required to cast in-code thoughts, or that shillelagh? I want to add, how do you say this? Requires mistletoe? It's okay though, because I passed, and so did my friends. I can't wait to have some time to explore the city during the break. Maybe I can get my winter love? I don't even know if that's a thing, but I really hope it is. A very happy Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, October 12th, 1496. Apparently, Caspar's family lives just outside of Tristval. They own a farm. And I've been invited to celebrate Guardian's Rest with them. I've never been invited to anything, really, so this is a momentous occasion. My family always roasted some red potatoes from Dunborough. They would slather those puppies in oil, put some rosemary on it, salt, pepper, and their secret ingredient, dried ember bloom seeds. And then wrap them in some fresh water belly and cook them with some low-burning flame for like 3 hours. Oh God, I'm actually getting hungry just thinking about it, to be honest. But ember bloom is super expensive for some reason, so we only ever had it on Guardian's Rest, which really sucks because it's easily my favorite dish. That and some apple juice from the orchard. Oh man, hopefully I can convince them to make that. If they don't, then it's okay though. I think most people just do the typical Cornish stuffed turkey and root, which is great. But it isn't Freidman Dunborough red potatoes. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal again. October 12th, 1496. I asked. They don't make them. Oh well, I'm still elated to have been invited. Anyway, I'm not going to be writing for a bit unless something large happens. So until you hear from me again, good night me, Journal, Mother and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, November 8th, 1496. They made red potatoes for me. RF.
Nice.
Hello, Journal again, November 9th, 1496. Yesterday was Guardian's Rest, and I still cannot believe they made Dunborough red potatoes. I helped them make it the way my family did, and they all loved it. They even had ember bloom seeds. Wow. RF. Hello, Journal, November 30th, 1496. Winter break is going well so far. I've been socializing with friends the whole time, and I even got to meet Baldric, Archmage for Servius's son. He was not nice, rather spoiled to be frank, and very entitled. Oh, don't you know, Hector? The first time we met, he took my bread without asking and just started eating it. I didn't confront him because I like his mother, who also happens to be the Archmage of Divination, my chosen school, so I don't want to get on her bad side. I think if he takes my bread again, though, I might say something. Bread isn't cheap, and he can probably afford to get his own. It was sourdough and everything. Oh well, I'm just making myself upset and hungry over it again. Other than that, I've been doing some studying. I've been trying to learn the spell Detect Magic for fun, but the somatic elements are super confusing. I'll get it eventually, but this next semester we're supposed to be learning up to 2nd level spells, so I want to be as prepared as possible. Cantrips were pretty hard after all. Also, I don't know why there is a tier system of spells. I guess it's just to dictate the difficulty and energy required to use them, but I feel like some are just easier than others, but are rated so much higher. Like, how is Hold Monster so much higher than Hold Person when both rely on the wisdom of the creature? Well, actually, I'm probably not as wise as a turtle, but are turtles monsters? I've only ever read about them, but they seem pretty nice. Okay, I'm getting off track. Okay, what about the fact that Hold Monster is so high, but Beast Bond is so low? You're telling me it's easier to telepathically link to a wolf than it is to hold one in place? That makes no sense. Alas, there's nothing I can do, for I'll still need to learn them in the order they're given, as I can be expelled if I learn spells that are above my semester. It's pretty stupid, but also I get it. I mean, I wouldn't want Archmage for Servius' son to be able to teleport around, able to steal my bread whenever he wishes. Little bitch! That was not written. I'm gonna try to Detect Magic once or twice, or 3 times before I go to bed. Good night, me, Journal, Mother, and Father.
By the way, Baldric said that he didn't know who Hector Dollhouse was.
Yeah, I know. And he was like, oh, I guess you should go find Hector Dollhouse.
Yeah, he was really salty too, yeah.
He's such a little bitch.
Sassy.
God, he's such a little bitch. Fuck, okay, it's fine. I really want to beat him up, but I'm Vivian, so I can't. Hello, Journal, December 21st, 1496. The break is almost over. I ended up learning Detect Magic and Comprehend Languages over the break. Telwyn didn't learn any spells. So I feel pretty good going into Novice Enchantments, Introduction to Conjuration, and First Level Divinations. Telwyn is trying to focus on enchantment. Apparently enchantment wizards are super good at scroll creation, so it makes sense. Caspar is studying Transmutation, as I said a while ago, and Toblin? Okay. Toblin is studying Abjuration and Divination. Probably be seeing Toblin a lot, which is good, because I really like his energy. I won't be seeing Caspar as much this semester, though, because none of his classes line up with mine, which makes sense because his school is focused more on change and creation, whereas mine is knowledge and discovery. But I feel like everyone should have to take each School of Magic's introduction class at least. I thought magic was supposed to be symbiosis. Okay, well, I'm gonna head to bed. Not going to get much sleep these next few days, and then I have to prepare for school, so I won't be writing you for a bit. Until I talk to you next, good night, me, Journal, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. February 7th, 1497. It's been a while. It hasn't been the best semester thus far. I've got a C in my divination class. Dublin has a B, and he's not even majoring in it. I just feel off recently. Ever since the semester began, I've felt really lethargic and tired all the time. I've been really struggling when it comes to homework, and I haven't been keeping up nearly as well as I should on the other classes. What's strange, though, is that I don't feel nearly as bad in the other classes. Am I not supposed to be a divination wizard? Maybe I should just swallow my pride and become an illusion wizard with all the other weirdo losers. Everyone knows why they want to make interactable images. You're not fooling anyone.
Ooh.
I was doing so well at the beginning of the semester, too. I don't know what happened. What's worse is that Baldric is in the same divination class as I am, and he just glares at me most of the time, but still gets better grades. That little bitch has been fucking with my boy since the beginning. Oh, I'm gonna kill him.
I mean, okay, but like, in Baldric's case,
Kill list, Baldric for Servius. Now make your case.
Hector has a different name than Rocket.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go try to study, trying to learn how to spark a flame in my palm, which is super scary. I actually don't like fire anymore. Burned myself pretty bad practicing Firebolt. Anyway, time to study. Good night, me, Journal, Mother, and Father, RF. Hello, Journal, May 7th, 1497. What a rough semester that was. I passed all my classes, but not with flying colors by any means. I got an A in Conjuration, an A- in Enchantments, and a C- in Divination. Easily the worst grades I've ever gotten, and the lowest one was in the school I want to be in. At least Toblin also ended up getting a C, but I think Baldric got a B+, which is ludicrous. All he did was practice enchantment in class. I'm feeling better already, though, so next semester will be much better. Talmud almost got straight A's, but got an A- in one of her classes. What a loser. I'll have to make that joke to her in person, wondering how fast she'll slug me. I haven't spent all that much time with them this semester. Way too busy. Hopefully they still like me. Also, it's my birthday. 17. Woo. RF. Hello. They do! They threw me a surprise end of semester birthday. End of semester / birthday party. RF. Baby. Hello, Journal. May 18th, 1497. A girl said I was cute today. That was the first compliment about my looks that wasn't from my parents. I just stood there like a fucking idiot, though I literally didn't say anything. I just stood there with my weird lower jaw hanging to my feet. And I think I drooled a little bit, too. Talwyn laughed at me. I was mad at first, stormed off and all that, but I think I might have laughed as well. I'm just so embarrassed. I won't be able to look at her if I see her again, but also I really want to see her again, that is. Not a huge fan of that feeling. Okay, well, guess I'll go shove my head into my pillow over and over again until I fall asleep. Good night, Journal, me, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, May 21st, 1497. I saw the girl again, and I was with Cass this time. He looked for me as we drank our coffee in the fire district. Cool inn, by the way, Merry Delights, really cool place. So that she didn't see me staring, but I think she still knew. Cass said he could tell she was looking at me, though. He even said she smiled a couple times, trying to get my attention. What? My attention? I think he's lying. Afterwards, he talked to me about how to talk to girls, though, told me that they liked compliments and stuff, so I'm going back there tomorrow, and I'm going to talk to her and see her face is nice or something. I don't really know the details. I just know I'm going to do it. Okay. Good night, Journal. Me, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. May 22nd, 1497. I'm not sure how it happened, but I think I have a date this week.
Nice.
This next week. I introduced myself badly, literally forgot my own name, and then stumbled through a partial non-sentence, and then I blurted out loudly that she was pretty and had a nice nose. A nice nose. She left hard and then gave me her address, told me to meet her there next Saturday. Guess I'm just secretly a master of seduction. Fuck yeah. RF. Hello, Journal. September 3rd, 1497. Wow, time has flown by since I last wrote in you. I never even told you the name of that girl. Her name is Mina? Minna. And she is and has been my girlfriend. We kissed that date I wrote about last time. I have no idea how I didn't write about it, but we did. The semester has started. These classes are going much better than the last, and both Caspar and Toblin are in my beginner alchemy course, so that's great. I also just got a letter from my family. They're also doing well. Things appear to be looking quite up as of late, which is excellent considering I had such a piss last semester. But no longer. Okay, good night, me, Journal, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, September 27th, 1497. I've decided to make a time capsule with my friends, something we can dig up when we're older. Although, they'd have to settle for when they're almost middle-aged, because when I'm like 60 and almost dead, they'll be like halfway through life, but I digress. Well, except for Caspar. Him and I can share in our humanity. I don't know what I'm gonna put in it, but I know exactly where I'm gonna bury it. In the Tower Gardens. Fuck, there's a time capsule! In the Tower Gardens at the center of campus. Maybe all the magic will rub off on it and it can become enchanted or something. I don't know. I'll mark it with something special though. I just don't know what that is yet. I'll let you know when I do. Time for studying. Like we're ever gonna get into the dome. Hello, Journal.
Just hop on Titus's back. He'll piggyback you in there.
Hey, Titus, can we go to Glaucon's back garden so I can get some petals of Missy Andos's love? And can we check out the Tower of Seven Sages? He'd be like, yes, Vivian. That sounds great. Hello, Journal. October 5th, 1497. Minna?
It's Mida.
Minna and I walked around the fire district. Got some food at the Inn of Mary.
Sorry, it's Mida. The other one was incorrect.
Okay,
Mida.
cool. Minna and I walked around the fire district. Got some food at the Inn of Mary Delights with Telwind and Toblin, and then walked down to the port of Ash to watch all the burly men and women load cargo from the huge ships that dock there. At first I was a bit self-conscious about all the big men, but she keeps saying she's more interested in the big women anyway. That didn't make it any better. But at least I satisfy the man part of her needs. I don't really understand the appeal though. I'm pretty sure some of the women could actually kill me with their thighs. Actually, maybe I do get it. Okay, I don't really know why I wrote that, but I guess only Journal and me will ever read it, so it's okay. Why am I still writing though? You know what? Fuck it. The journal is for me to get my thoughts out, and I think it's fun to have these conversations with myself. Feeling pretty good about myself now, so I'm gonna go kiss Minna a bunch. Goodbye, Journal. Rochet D.H. Freidman. What did he say, 17? Hello, Journal, October 28th, 1497. I feel like I'm getting lazier with these journals, but I honestly want to read these someday and don't feel like reading about what I ate every day or how heavily I breathed in intermediate level 1 divination class. Pretty hard today, to be honest, though. God, fuck. Okay, I don't know. I just don't feel the need to detail every little thing anymore. It was important when I first got here, though. I mean, the city is humongous and scary and ruled by a dragon. I mean, hello. And I really didn't have anyone to talk to, but now I just talk to my pals, or, you know, my girlfriend, about things I need to talk about. I've also been writing to my family more regularly, and I've been really on top of studying. All in all, it's been pretty good. I'm actually going to go spend some time with Talmud and her new friend she met in class, so I'll write in you later. RF. Hello again. They were pretty strange. Their name was Hashton. They said they were studying enchantment, so it makes sense that they would know each other, but I just got this weird feeling that they were a little bit off in the head. Okay, that was mean, but they were very strange. Okay, now I need some sleep. Good night, me, Journal, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. November...
You want to make an intelligence check for me?
Me?
Yeah, sure.
Do I know it?
I feel like I know it.
You wouldn't. You can also make an intelligence check.
Hashton? Be a good one.
Who's making the intelligence?
Yeah.
Both of you.
Yeah, but like which
What
one of the
character?
characters?
I'll say Osiren.
20.
Okay.
Nasus is making it?
Yes, actually.
Yeah. 17.
Can I guess?
You wouldn't know. Hashton is the current Archmage of Enchantment.
Oh,
Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
I was gonna guess wrong.
He was at your trial.
Sus. Okay. Hello, Journal, November 4th, 1497. Meta and I got into our biggest fight yet. Not our first, obviously, but definitely our worst. It really sucked. I was talking about how hard my classes were, and she was talking about how hard her job at the general store was, and then I may have said that it wasn't hard compared to my stuff, and then things got heated.
Mistake.
I gotta go apologize. She said some mean stuff too, so I hope she apologizes too. Alright. Hello again. Her apology was pretty weak, but she did, and so did I. Now we're in this weird funk from getting into our first big one. I think it'll pass though. Hello, Journal. November 16th, 1497. Minna and I are all good. It was actually all over the next day, but I had a ton of studying to do and talking with her, so I didn't write about it. We're hanging out tonight too, so yeah, totally good. Oh, also, I think Talon and that Ashton guy are dating now, which is super weird. She brought him along for our friend's Guardian's Rest celebration, and he was awkward as usual. Oh well. As long as he's nice to Talmud. Also, I don't think I ever get access into the library's lower levels. I don't even think Archmage for Servius does. Why? I'm very confused. Anyway, I'm gonna go get ready for my date tonight. RF. Hello! I think I just had sex.
Nice.
Whoa! Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool. I think.
Hello, Journal, November 20th, 1497. This last week or so has been fantastic. Don't really think I need to get into the details, but yeah, pretty good. I also had a meeting with Archmage for Servius. She wants me to assist her next semester with grading and help teach the divination cantrip class. She even said I could be the one to demonstrate the cantrips. And just between you and me, Journal, she told me that I was the most promising student she's ever had. And her son is in her classes. Oh boy, if I didn't love, not that way, Archmage for Servius so much, I'd rub that into his smug little face so fast. But I won't, because I'm not like that. RF. Hello, Journal, December 31st, 1497. Tomorrow is the new year, and then, 1 week later, the start of a new semester. I'm honestly pretty excited for it all. Strangely, though, the crew of A Due to the Sun popped into my head. I miss them. I hope they're doing well. In fact, I'm gonna go down tomorrow and see if I can talk to any sailors in the Port of Ash to figure out where they might be. January 1st, 1498. So I talked with some sailors. They heard about the A Due to the Sun setting out late last year to Dunborough from Trullo and were never heard from again. Something about the Scar of Cruel. I don't really know what to write about. Just gonna go for now. RF. Hello again. I'm going to sneak onto a ship and jump off as we're passing by the Scar. If they're there, then they need my help. I can use the divination magic I've learned thus far to find them once I get there, and then I can use Firebolt and other powerful spells to ward off any weird things that might attack us. I'm going tonight, baby! Hello again. I didn't go. Kaspar caught me on my way out and talked me out of it. Brought up my mom and stuff. What an asshole bringing up my mom, though. I mean, he was right. If I die or get lost, she'd be ruined, and that would be selfish, but my friends on that boat didn't do anything wrong. Why did I hear about it from sailors? Why didn't the Dragon King go out and find them? He's a dragon. Can't he just fly out and find them in like a day? That's what I would do if I was a dragon. And he's the king. He can do whatever he wants, and I never see him do anything, even in the city where he lives. They were amazing. Oh, I know what I can do. Maybe I can ask Archmage for Servius to find them for me. I'll ask her first thing next Monday. Okay, I'm feeling a bit better, but I'm gonna go to bed and then hang out with my friends a bunch this week and Mida to try and take my mind off everything. I cry really easily though, so I'll probably cry when I talk to Mida about it, but that's okay. Good night, Journal, me, mother, and father. Hello, Journal. God damn. January 11th, 1498. Archmage for Servius scried on them. She told me she saw them in what looked to be Port Bailey or somewhere similar. I have no idea where that is, but I trust Archmage for Servius. She wouldn't lie to me. But now I can breathe easier knowing they're alive and well. I wonder why they didn't stop and say hi to me last time they were in Trisfall, though. They were probably too busy. I get it. Also, speaking of for Servius, I have a class with Baldric this semester. I couldn't help but smirk at him slightly when I saw him. He sneered as usual, but I knew something he didn't. His mom likes me more than him. Time for bed. Good night, Journal, me, mother, and father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, January 12th, 1498. I told my friends about the crew. They all said they were sorry for me and all that. Caspar said he thought they were just too far underground for the... Hold on. Caspar said he thought they were just too far underground for the spell to reach them. I didn't... Did I miss something?
No.
Okay. I didn't have the heart to say anything. It was the thought that counted. Tobler just sort of sat there uncomfortably, and I think he tried to cry, but couldn't. Ashton didn't do much, but he did pat me on the back awkwardly. I respected the gesture. Talwyn just sat next to me and put her head on my shoulder. I think she told me about something happening to her family once. I hope this didn't make her feel strangely. But her sitting next to me and not really trying to do anything, well, that was really nice. I'll have to tell her that I appreciated that. I'm gonna go sit and cry a little bit alone. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Wow, did she lie? Hello, Journal, January 14th, 1498. I got a massive headache today in class. No idea why, but it was so bad that I had to skip my next class and just lay down. I'm doing better now, but I've never gotten such a sudden ocular migraine before. At least I think that's what it was. Minna thinks I should go see a doctor, but I really don't have the money. My parents sent me 2 silver, so I'm good on food for a bit, but other than that, I have about 13 copper pieces to my name. I might need to get a job somewhere pretty soon. Maybe I can get a job at the Archaeological Guild? That would be the dream. You know what? I'm gonna go ask tomorrow. If I don't have a gargantuan headache again, that is. Time to go study and catch up on the class I missed. Good night, Journal. Me, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. January 15th, 1498. Talwyn tells me she's learning how to write and craft spells of the 3rd level. That's insanity. I've just started looking at 2nd level spells, let alone 3rd. She informs me, though, that using spell scrolls is easier because it circumvents the connection required to Hecate or something. Like, the connection is made through the 3rd party, the scroll writer, who doesn't need to learn any of the somatic or material components, just the spell itself. Apparently, this means anyone with a basic understanding or ability to read magic can use any level of spell. I was under the impression that only sorcerers had a direct connection with Hecate, but she says anyone that uses magic needs a connection. It's just that sorcerers have that connection innately and don't have to work to achieve it, which seems unfair on its face. But then again, being a sorcerer is illegal, so I guess not. Not only that, but apparently because of their lack of knowledge surrounding even their own power, sorcerers can't learn spells of their own fruition and simply do them instinctually like a fountain. So, to make a long story long, spell scrolls are like mini fountains, wave stones, or corks in the lake of magic, as Talwyn put it, and that's why she's learning them so quickly, because she doesn't have to learn all the actual technique, just how to make the connection to Hecate's lake. Super cool stuff in my opinion. I still have no idea how the gods or any of that stuff works anyway. Maybe Talwyn can help me later. But she also said something hilarious too. Apparently there's a necromancy spell she learned about, to counter it or something, in an upper level abjuration class called Finger of Death. And she was talking about how Ashton has that or something. I didn't really get it at first. Oh, okay, God, sorry, I'm like lich, and I'm not like, okay, yeah. I didn't really get it at first, which is really embarrassing, but I got it eventually. At least I think I did. Now I'm
Make an
wondering...
intelligence check.
Yeah. The man's dirty.
Gross.
That finger of death, baby. Let's go.
Why?
I'll say do it with advantage.
I'm gonna use a different dice. Intelligence 14.
That's the scroll that Hector was trying to purchase from Talwyn.
Finger of Death from Oh, it was a joke. Did she recognize him?
Probably.
No,
Who else
she
looks like
didn't.
this?
I don't think she did.
And what was the item that he always carried around?
The
The
wagon.
cart?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the card. But it didn't seem like she recognized him, if I remember correctly.
Well, maybe they just
I don't remember their
I don't know.
interaction. Maybe she
Their
was like,
reaction. Well, maybe we'll see. Maybe it's illegal for them to be friends and they're not supposed to interact.
Yeah.
oh.
And their interests fall, and so it's kind of like finger of death. Then and she's like, kind of like a wink, like yes, we're friends. Please leave. Who knows? Maybe.
We'll see.
Or he's just forgettable.
Now I'm wondering if I got the joke. I thought it was him being bad at doing hand stuff, but was it the opposite? Because if it was, then that's not funny. That's sort of just gross. I hope it was funny because I laughed pretty hard for some reason, even though in hindsight it wasn't that funny. Oh, I'm actually going to not study tonight, and instead I'm going to go hang out with Toblin and Gerald. New guy, wants to be a bartender. I think they're going to see a play and I've never seen a play. Acting seems neat. Okay, good night, journal, mother, and father. Not me. Rochet D.H. Freidman.
Not me.
Hello again, journal, January 15th, 1498. I forgot to mention, the Archaeological Guild said they would consider my application after I graduated. That makes sense, I guess, but I need some money in the meantime. Thought about working with Mida, but I don't think that would be the best situation. Not because I dislike Mida, but because I've heard working with your girlfriend or partner can be messy, and I want to keep our relationship happy and not involve work stuff. For instance, what if I sucked really bad at the job and she needed to yell at me? That would be bad for both of us and would make both of us feel strange. Yeah, no. I'll just keep looking, I suppose. Going to study for the moment, though. RF. Hello, journal, February 10th, 1498. I'm getting those headaches again. Same as last semester before last. Really annoying, but it seems to be getting less terrible. I'm feeling a bit more spacey, though. I don't know. I've been feeling a bit strange lately. Honestly, it's probably because of all the trash I eat. I ate 3 whole stuffed baked taters the other day and a massive bowl of blueberry ice cream. Or it could be something more serious. Maybe I should go see a doctor. I think the Tower of Seven Sages might actually give free medical services. I'll tell Mida, even though she'll get mad at me for not going sooner, or for realizing I could do it for free after I made a stink about not having enough money. I'll go tell her now. I am fully prepared for the chiding. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal, February 12th, 1498. I was, in fact, chided quite heavily, but she switched swiftly into worry, and so I am currently waiting for her to get ready so that we may go to the doctor right this minute, quote unquote. I think I may love her. That stays between you and me, journal. Okay, time to go. Writing you when I can. Hello again, journal, February 12th, 1498. The doctor assured me nothing was physically wrong, but that I may be dealing with some psychological issues that may be causing some headaches. It really doesn't help me too much, especially considering his suggestion was to get some more sun. Okay, thanks. I'll be sure to do that in February. Mida thinks that getting a hobby might help me, so I think I'll take up sewing. I always like the thought of it, and I can save gold on clothes. The only issue is getting the supplies to start doing it, but I can worry about that later. I just wanted to write this before I started studying, but now I need to start studying. Good night, journal, me, mother, and father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal, March 21st, 1498.
As you read sewing, you get another memory. You see in a house different than this. What you'd assume is Hector. Shrouded, partially, no burns on his face, a bit younger, sewing a cap with a veil.
Oh, he made my cat for me and I lost the hat behind the loss. Oh! Give me my hat back, Titus!
No. Sucks to suck.
Is that the only, is that it? Is that the memory?
Yes.
He made me my hat. Hello, journal, March 21st, 1498. The headaches have only gotten worse and my grades are slipping. I have no idea why and I'm starting to get worried. Why did this happen over break or during last semester? What did I do differently? Also, I'm starting to get mood swings. They're small, but things that didn't used to aggravate me have started to, and I get annoyed quicker. I spoke to another doctor already. She said it might be because of my sleep schedule. Great, it might be my sleep schedule. Absolutely fantastic. Honestly, I could be a doctor. Someone comes in with a headache, sun, and sleep, cured, maybe. Fuck. I'm actually really worried, and I'm getting extremely stressed out. I feel anxious all the time, and ever since she said it might be my sleep, I've been having a really hard time sleeping, which only makes it worse. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go spend some time with Mida. RF. Hello, journal, April 12th, 1498. I felt actually pretty good today, and to make things even better, Baldric wasn't in class, so I was actually able to raise my hand with no competition. That little fucking cunt! He's hurting him! With no competition. Okay, excellent. Just wanted to check in and let myself know I was doing better. Cool. Writing you soon. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Man, I'm gonna beat him up so hard. Kill list. Underlined twice. Baldric fucking for Servius.
Baldric, my fave.
Usually Baldric's your fave. You guys are all bitches.
I'm kidding. The man saved my life on multiple occasions.
April 13th. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was called into the Archmage's study today. She said that I told her son that she...
Oh?
She said that I told her son that she liked me more than him, that I was more talented. Both true, but that's not the point. I was confused and a bit angry. I said no such things, and that's why I told her. She then proceeded to claim that I was lying. I tried to convince her, but then I remembered all those headaches I got a few semesters back, and all the new ones I've been getting. All the looks Baldric keeps giving, the enchantment he keeps practicing in class, and the fact that I didn't have a single headache last semester, and coincidentally no classes with Baldric. This motherfucker has been messing with my brain. Reading my thoughts, maybe? So I fucking told her, and she didn't believe me. I'm now suspended. Okay then. RF. Hello again. Okay. So Baldric wants to read my memories. Get me suspended. Because he's too stupid to do well in school without it. I bet that's why I felt so strange 2 semesters ago. I bet he was doing it the entire time we had that class together. What a little bitch. Well, 2 can play at that game, you shit. I'm about to destroy this boy. Enchantment is powerful magic. Perhaps I learn some. Show him how it feels. Perhaps I don't just read his memories. Perhaps I already know the perfect spell I can start with. Rochet Dollhouse Freidman. What the fuck is happening? Hello, journal. I snuck into the library. Most of the staff hasn't been informed I was suspended, so I was able to get in pretty easily. I managed to snag a book on enchantment, one with some powerful spells. I'm sure it is, as it's one of the books used to teach high-level enchantment classes. How did I get this, you might ask? Well, you'd think the towers of the 7 sages would protect their important books with more than just iron bars, you know, so that conjuration cantrips like Mage Hand couldn't just swoop in and snag them, but I'm the one suspended! Sure, okay. Hello, journal. I asked Telwyn for some help. There's no way I can cast this spell right now, but she's an enchantment witch initiate and is the best scroll writer I know. At first she refused, but I told her what happened, everything he probably did to me, the suspension, the archmage, everything, and she eventually agreed. I can tell she's still reluctant and she's not sure if she can do it, but I know she can. I need her to. I'm not sure I should be writing this, but to be honest, with all the shit he probably did to my brain, I just want to make sure I'm still okay, and writing shit down helps with that. If this is evidence, then it's a good thing I'm a wizard initiate of the best school of magic to hide things. Rochet Dollhouse Freidman. Hello. What is taking her so long? Did she turn me in? Did she tell Mida? It definitely doesn't take this long to make a scroll. Fucking bitch. I knew she wasn't a friend. Only liked me because she had a crush on Caspar. I bet he only liked me because of Telwyn too. Fuck both of them. Rochet Dollhouse Freidman. Hello. What was I talking about? What the fuck is going on? Why am I thinking like this? What the fuck did he do to my brain? That motherfucker is going to die! I need to make him suffer! No. Okay, writing it out is good. Writing is good. Good. Your name is Rochet, and you're not a bad person. Baldric is an evil little shit, but you're not a murderer. You're not a murderer. You're not a murderer. Baldric is evil. That's it. Okay? Okay. Now I need to talk to Mida. I'm still not going to tell her about the scroll. She won't understand, and that's okay, but I still need to do it, or else I won't see any justice. I need to become a wizard, and I'm not going to let Baldric take that away from me. I don't even know the fucking guy. Why did he do this? I spoke to him possibly once, and all he did was take my bread. It doesn't matter. I'm okay. I just need to spend some time with Mida. Okay. Good night, journal. And say good night, Mom and Dad. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal. It took 2 months to do it, but she fucking did it. I now have a scroll of modified memory at my full disposal.
Oh, tight.
I know exactly what to do with it, too.
Hit Osiren with it.
Yeah, Osiren clenches his fist.
Save it for Osiren.
Yeah.
Hello, journal. July 2nd, 1498. I spoke with him privately last night, and Baldric miraculously decided to tell his mother that he was lying, and that he let a prank on his best friend, Rochet Freidman, go too far. He admitted to messing with my memories, the prank in question, and accidentally stumbled upon what was said, making him lash out. He also remembered that I saved his life on one occasion when we were hanging out on the docks, and he fell in, almost getting eaten by a shark. I wonder how he forgot all that. It's okay, though. The Archmage reinstated me and gave me posthumous credit for my classes, along with a food pass that is accepted anywhere in the districts of Morath. Oh, and Baldric has been suspended, pending an investigation into his actions. Good. Justice. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. April 20th, 1498. Telwind is acting a bit strange around me, but I think that may go away after a bit. I mean, I saw into his, Baldric's, memories, and he was using multiple spells on me, including Detect Thoughts, Bane, and even Suggestion. I thought Detect Thoughts was an enchantment spell, but I guess not. Perfect. Perhaps I learned that one as well. No. I'm done with that. This time I was justified. I'm not going to push it. I need to study.
He was justified all the time.
RF. Hello, Journal. February 10th, 1499. It's been quite a bit. I guess I haven't felt the need to write in you for a while. Makes sense, though. I've really had a rough year. Well, it got a bit worse. Mida and I broke it off, and Telwyn doesn't speak to me anymore. When she can help it, at least, since we have mutual friends. That's fine. Who needs them? I aced all 3 of my classes last semester, and I'm on track to do it again. It's almost as if someone picking your brain with magic can cause one to lose focus in class. Oh, wait, that's exactly what was happening. You know what? I'm the bad guy here, not Baldric. He's the victim. I mean, he couldn't help using magic to invade my mind and take advantage of my natural talents when he has none. He's just a poor simpleton trying to make his way in a world that's just so unfair to those with the disability of being so ugly and stupid. Of course, I'm being viciously sarcastic here, but there are those that actually believe that nonsense, apparently. Those being Telwind. Thinking that Baldric is the victim is made even more ridiculous when you consider the investigation found him guilty and would have permanently expelled him if not for his mother's station. The Archmage fought to have him simply reinstated as punishment, forced to retake all classes over from semester 1. I think the punishment should have been more severe, but that is his mother, and I can at least empathize with her. Anyway, as it pertains to Mida and I, we drifted apart, and I was the one to end it. She just didn't interest me as much anymore. Her drive just wasn't there, and I could tell she was going to be a general store worker her entire life. There's nothing wrong with being a general store worker, but it just doesn't fit with me. I mean, they've started calling me the young sage in the towers, and I think the young sage would be with someone a bit more grandiose, a bit more at my level, so to speak. I wanted to catch you up on what's going on. It'll probably be a while before I write in you again, but until then, good night, Journal. Me, Mother, and Father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. April 19th, 1499. I was formally invited to a senior spellcasting competition by Archmage for Servius yesterday. Honestly, made me really happy because she hasn't talked to me all that much since the situation with her son. Again, I can't blame her, really. It's not like I actually believed she liked me more than her own son. Mostly. And I did also use some magic against him, which I feel slightly guilty about at this point, just because I know how it made me feel. I've checked in on him, and he's fine. But she invited me to the competition, which is 3 days from now. I guess it's just to showcase the most talented students in each school. The one that comes out on top gets a prize. I don't know how many people are chosen in each tower, but I'm honored she thought of me regardless. RF. Hello, Journal. April 21st, 1499. I've decided to do it, and I've accepted the invitation. Apparently there are only 3 people from each tower asked to participate, and no, Baldric isn't there, because he's technically 2 years behind. I'm really glad he isn't. Oh shit, that reminds me to write this down. I remembered some odd stuff from when I modified his memory. Only slightly. He did do the things he did, just pointing that out again to anyone reading this without permission. As I said before, when modifying memories, you're able to see the memories in question, and I saw some stuff I'm not sure what to make of. So while I was in there, I saw a memory from the point of view of Baldric, and in this memory, I, Baldric, was looking out into a circle of people. Fuck! Was looking out into a circle of people, all of them wearing robes with bone-like designs on the hems, and a crossing of bones bathed in luminescent blue flame was embroidered on the front. That's the Maxim of Magic symbol. You bitch! He's such a bitch!
Oh, no.
Fuck! They seemed to be chanting and looking at me, and when I looked up, I saw Archmage for Servius to my right and Archmage Henadon to my left, both wearing the same Whoa, wait. Wait.
Tight.
Wait. That's bad. Both of our fox wearing the same, oh my god, robes. Not the robes of the Dragon's Council. That's all I can remember. I was so freaked out by everything that was happening at that time that I kept procrastinating and forgetting. I mean, it could just be a dream after all. Maybe I remembered it wrong. I don't know. I just figured I'd write it down. I need to go study for the competition tomorrow as well as some schoolwork I still need to get done. Good night, journal. Me, mother, and father. R.F.
For certain. Yo, what if he was the one that killed your
I hate
parents?
him so much.
Let's
What
find
if?
Oh, sorry. I'm on my way.
Vivian goes, hey, remember when I said if you come with us then you'll probably find some shit about the Maxim? So I was right. Hey! I'm a bit drunk right now. But that's okay! Because I won the Divination Tower Tour turn thing. I cast Scry, a 5th level spell. Yeah, that's right. Scry. I blew everyone else out of the fucking water. Now we're celebrating. Bad Bahamut, let there be booze. There's a lot of typos in that one.
Nice.
R fucking F baby, the young sage.
Young sage.
Hello journal, May 1st, 1499. Ignoring my last entry, I've just been accepted to an entry-level position at the Archaeological Guild of Tristfall. Tirisfall? I'm not entirely sure what I'll be doing, but I start in March of next year after I graduate. I'm so excited. I think I know what the rest of my friends are doing. Talwyn, who apologized to me, by the way, is going to snag a position in the library of Lady Meridian. Caspar is going to be working with the dwarves in Kernulam. Toblin is trying to join the Royal Army as a battle mage, and Hashton claims he's going to become the Archmage of Enchantment. You know, when I first met Hashton, I think he was insane for saying that, and I still do, but the guy is really good at enchantment magics, so he's insane, but I also think he might actually be able to do it. Hashton is the only student, other than me of course, that has managed to cast a 5th level spell at their school. I was able to cast Scry upon my mother, and he was able to cast Dominate Person on a willing subject, of course. Oh my god, the robes. I haven't been able to replicate my usage of it, but it was a good day. The next day was a bit hazy, but judging by my entry, I partook in some booze, and by some, I recall it actually being quite a lot. On a different subject, however, more memories from Baldric are coming back to me. Portal window of liquid glass, a paper with something about something of magic.
So this wasn't included. However, the paper is included, and he wrote down some of the names signed on that paper. It said Henadon. And one other.
Yeah. What's the name, Avery? What's the name?
It was
Hold on, let me get my notes out, Avery. Hold on, hold on.
Brystone. I need. You are the only person. History check for me.
Oh my god.
History.
This is going to be a very deep dive.
Well,
I know Siren can as well, if you plan on telling him everything that this says.
Well,
I don't know yet.
Okay,
you
then
said
you
this
just
is
make a history
You
check.
said this is a history check?
You possibly know it as well, so make a history check.
Okay.
Yeah, do I know?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
Sure,
Let's
so
go,
like
baby.
Henadon?
Henadon and Brystone.
Henadon and Grindstone.
11.
Oh my god, I'm gonna use my big necromancer dice.
Yeah.
This is a very, very, very high DC. A natural 20 is probably one of the only things.
No.
What is it?
History?
Yes.
Yeah, proficiency. It's not a natural 20 though.
It doesn't matter. Remember what it is.
Natural
I
one.
was trying to change, well, it's definitely not a natural one, but it's not bomb. 21.
You do not know the other one.
Fine.
Do you get guidance?
A portal window of liquid glass, a paper with something about a something of magic, and a journal. Everything comes in bits.
Something of magic.
Yeah. Oh, everything comes in bits and pieces, but I'm starting to get more and more. I'm going to study for these 4th level divination midterms. Good night, journal. Me, mother, and father. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. May 12th, 1499. I've only just begun to realize how well known I've become around the towers. Actual women are looking at me now, like attractive ones with nice faces and everything. Women that may want to do stuff with me, sexy stuff. My ego has certainly inflated in the past 3 years, but that aspect hasn't really evolved all that much. I still think I'm pretty ugly, even if I am the young sage. Caspar keeps telling me the underbite isn't that bad, but I know he's lying. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be loved like that. I'll just be really good at magic. I don't need to have everything. So my gender. RF. Hello, Journal, May 14th, 1499. Caspar told Telwyn that I was feeling down, and her and Ashton came over to make me feel better. What a fucking idiot. I don't want people to know how I feel about this. RF. Hello, Journal, May 18th, 1499. Telwyn came by alone today. Just gave me a hug. I really didn't want it at first, tried to push her off and all that, but then I realized that this was the first really good, meaningful hug I've gotten in 3 years, so I cried a lot. And we talked, and I cried some more. She said I wasn't the most physically attractive man ever, but that I definitely wasn't ugly. It doesn't sound all that great on paper, but that's all I really wanted. I didn't want smoke blown up my ass. I didn't want flattery. I just wanted the truth, and I could tell that was the truth. I'm okay with that. Just glad one more person doesn't think I'm ugly. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, September 1st, 1499. I was called into the Archmage's chambers once again yesterday. This time was strange. She said she had detected some form of tampering with her son's memories and had repaired them. She said Baldric recalled me casting a spell on him, and that she knew it was I who had modified his memories. I was certain I was about to be expelled merely 2 weeks before I ended my final semester, but instead she offered me a position as her pupil. I'm still at quite a loss for words, as it doesn't make too much sense. She said she saw what her son did to me while she was reversing the spell, which means she wanted to see, because I think dispel magic does it all for you, but regardless, she saw and forgave me? She said there would be repercussions for my actions, but expulsion wasn't one of them, and that she was more interested in fostering the talent of a human who was able to modify memory at the age of 19. I'm not quite sure what being human has to do with anything, but whatever, works, I suppose. I'm not sure if I want to take it, but I feel like I have to. What an odd thing. I think I'll go cry for a bit. Still falling out, I think, from the not getting expelled, even though I was discovered modifying the Archmage's son's memories thing. Good night. RF. Yes. Hello, Journal, September 12th, 1499. I'm going to accept the Archmage's proposal. I'll be her pupil. I can do so while pursuing work in archaeology. And you know what? I think I might be in line to become the Archmage of Divination. Maybe my family can afford to live in their old age then. To live into their old age then. Oh, that's sad. Rochet, the young sage Freidman. Hello, Journal, February 14th, 1500. Dang, that's a long time in between entries. Tomorrow is the day I officially become a trained mage of the Tower of the Seven Sages. The 4 years have flown by so quickly. I didn't journal as much as I'd hoped. I made some entries, especially considering... Enemies, especially considering his memories are back. And I garnered an actual reputation for myself as the young sage. I aced most of my classes, became one of 3 students to ever cast a 5th level while still in their first years, and made some really good friends along the way. Despite all of this, though, all I can think about is the crew of A Due to the Sun. When I cast Scry, I could feel my eyes rolling back into my head. The Archmages didn't, I think, which means they're not on this plane. The Archmage failed in her Scry, or they're dead. They were the only reason I felt even a little confident in myself when I first got here. The first people that made me feel useful, and the first people who were in my family that I knew I could grow to love. What happened to them? Why does no one care? I care. If the king doesn't want to find them, I will. What the fuck is cruel anyway? I learned about literally every single city except for that one. Not even the Scar was discussed. Also, why didn't we learn anything before 138 of the third age of elves, and so little of the first age? I suppose I'll just have to learn some things myself. I learned the right school for it, after all. Anyway, I graduate tomorrow. I become a wizard initiate of the Dragon's Council, and I begin my training as an archaeologist next week. I'm pretty sure my parents are coming. and every one of my friends is graduating with honors alongside me. Things could be worse. Haraf. Hello, Journal, January 1st, 1502. Goddamn. It's been quite some time, Journal. I've missed writing in you. I really have, but I've been dealing with things a bit more outwardly since I graduated, and I think it's really good for me. I decided to talk to people about my grievances and try to move past some of the issues that came with my teachings. I apologize to Mida. Her and I are friends now, though she is getting married, so that's all we'll ever be, and that's just fine. Telman and I are roommates. We got a pretty large place in the northwestern quarter of the outer districts of Morath. I think she's actually been my best friend this whole time, and I've been happy with my coming to that realization. Caspar moved to Kernulem, and Toblin is off in the stronghold of Narkul, training or something. Hashtun is still in Tristfall, but he and Telman broke things off a few months ago. Something about charming her when she didn't want to be. I didn't really push it. Just ate food and saw some plays with her. Well, Hashtun also on my kill list. I apologize to Baldric. He didn't accept my apology, but that's okay. I did it for me, and I'm well aware of that I needed to say it. I've been working pretty hard as both Archmage for Servius's initiate and as a divinator for the Tristfall Archaeological Guild, and I got Telman a part-time position there as a scroll designer for longer treks into the unknown. She's able to craft 6th level spell scrolls with ease now. She even made an 8th level spell for Archmage Barovius. As an initiate, I've come further than I ever expected to. I'm already rather proficient at casting 6th level spells, and I plan to go into 7th pretty soon. Not a day has gone by where I haven't tried to scry on the crew of Adu to the Sun. I feel as if I can feel them somewhere. The scry just doesn't take hold for some reason. And I've been forbidden to ever scry upon cruel, a crime punishable by death, apparently. But so is reading contraband history books, something I do regularly at this point, as I refuse to be a divination wizard with no knowledge. What an oxymoron. I've discovered some interesting things. An entirely separate pantheon of gods, for one, called the Titanic Cascade, or something equally as ominous that includes deities such as Balanzar, the great titan of chaos, and Draugen, lord of undeath. I mention these because of how little even these secret books mention about them. Considering they rule over chaos and undeath, I would think there would be a bit more information, but I suppose not. I'm sure necromancers really fawn over Draugen, but who would like pure chaos? Seems like a lousy domain, at least to me. I also discovered a few towns that used to exist on super old maps. My favorite was right at the tip of Astrid's branch. It was called Dagsund. It looked to be quite the cozy, medium-sized mountain town, at least judging by its location on the map. Another was just above where Dunbarrow is. I think within the within the redwoods called Varsu. Just another just north of Cruel Housend. This one appeared to be nestled in a small forest. I'm pretty sure, didn't we read a journal from Housend?
No. Dagsund.
That's Astrid's branch. The journal when we were in the Scar of Cruel.
Was in Dagsund.
Okay, Housend. This would appear to be nestled into a small forest, and that's all it really took for me to like it. The last one, a bit east of Heimdallas, Alavane, which seems to be rather large, to be honest. I never saw or read anything about these cities and towns. Where did they go? Just another set of mysteries, which is something else I've become rather interested in. The mystery of the world. After all, there appears to be far more mystery than fact here. I mean, this is the third age of elves, which is already 1,502 years in the making, and the first age was at least as long from what I can make out, yet I only learned about 1,300 years of total history. I can't find any writings on the second age, not a single one, and when it comes to the beginning of the third age, well, let's just say even people you'd expect to be hard aren't so hard when you ask for that information. Everyone seems terrified to speak with me too, because they all know I'm the young sage of divination. Stupid fucking reputation makes it so difficult to find anything useful out in this god's forsaken city. I was hoping being in the Archaeological Guild would melt away some of the fog that shrouds so much of the world, yet I think it actually makes it thicker. Every time I ask about Avenor, or I ask about the Divine Barrier, Glaucon, the High Elven Rule, or where the Dark Elves went, really anything of actual historical significance, I'm shut down and asked to continue my search for dwarven artifacts within the southern range of Astrid. So, adamantine, that's it. I'm a puffed up adamantine miner. At least I'm still learning from the Archmage, who I truly do love, even if she lied to me And no, I'm not charmed. I actually just respect her immensely, and I think the feeling is rather mutual. I've learned a lot on how to be a magical human from her, how to handle myself around the elves, whom I still have not met, how to speak to the king, who I also haven't met as of yet, how to restrain myself when necessary, and how to hone my skills alone when I'm off in the world. It's been very refreshing, and our relationship was only emboldened over the past few years. And I think that I may have oh shit, Telwyn just got home and I didn't do any of our dishes. Good night and all that. Telwyn, hello journal, January 4th, 1502. Telwyn was, in fact, very upset, but I've done the dishes the past 3 days now as penance, so I should be okay. Also, why isn't there a spell for doing dishes? Could prestidigitation do that? I knew there was a reason everyone liked that spell. I'm getting off topic. There is actually something more important I wanted to write about. An expedition into the southern quarter of Arentuk's spine. I don't know the details yet, but apparently it's very important, and the Grand Archaeologist is heading the expedition. Someone who I would have expected to meet, but has been off adventuring for the past 2 years. Sounds sort of like a putz to me already, but I won't judge just yet. I also hear whispers, and by whispers I mean I was told this by the head chair of the guild, that the Ring of the Elven Hand has also sent someone to accompany the expedition. I want to go, but I honestly also don't. Everything is going so well here, and I don't really want to leave Telman here alone in the proximity of Hashton. But I also think she can handle herself. I'll talk to her about it. Until then, I need to go study with Archmage for Servius. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. January 5th, 1502. Telman wasn't too pleased with the prospect of me leaving, but she said she would understand if I did. I'm not that stupid. I am very much aware that means she doesn't want me to leave and would be pretty unhappy if I did. But I also think this is what I've been in the Archaeological Guild for this entire time. I'll talk to the head chair tomorrow, try and get some more details, figure out how long it will be and all that. RF. Hello, Journal. January 7th, 1502. I didn't end up talking to them yesterday because Telwyn had a panic attack, so I stayed with her for the day. I probably won't be going, but I'm still not counting it out entirely. Care a lot for Telwyn, but I care more about my future and passions. RF. Hello, Journal. January 13th, 1502. I spoke with the head chair today, along with the Grand Archaeologist himself, Bill Huxton. The conversation was not short, and apparently he's not able to tell me much about where we'd be going for some reason. I've got a lot of ideas about why he can't discuss it. Really, none of them are good, but I kept those all to myself. He said the journey to get there alone would be about 2 months, and then we'd be on site for an untold amount of time. The pay is pretty fucking good, to be honest. 3 silver a day. I could buy my own house by the end of it, get a cat, settle down. Fuck! Okay. I wouldn't live in Tristfall either. I really don't like it here. Too much self-fellation in the districts of Morath, and too much crime and poverty in the fire districts. Not
Lil
only
Nasu
that,
at this point.
Lil Nasu. Not only that, but I've lived here for 6 years now, and I've never once seen the supposed king. Wow, we just strolled in and saw him, didn't we?
Again, this should really let you in on how weird you guys are.
I know.
You guys are very powerful.
Yeah.
All of you. Took him 4 years to get to 5th level.
I thought kings were meant to lead and inspire, but all I've heard about him is that he's sort of a not nice person. I wish I could magically emboss an audible, deep, long sigh right here on the page just so that I could express exactly how I feel in this moment. I don't want to leave Telmond. I really don't. But I don't want to be stuck in Tristfall my whole life searching for ancient adamantine in the outskirts of a city I'm not even allowed to know the name of. I think it's Avenor, though. Maybe she can go with me? Oh, that's a great idea. She can accompany the group, and we can have an endless supply of scrolls. Then we can both move to Portrelio or Pools or Waldeboro. If anyone is reading this, other than myself, first of all, I am an extremely capable wizard, and I shall rain down the might of the 7 sages upon your insignificant heads for invading my personal space. I shall turn your brain into mush, and I will suck the soul from your marrow. No hole in Adamas will hide you from my divination. You are mine to destroy now. Second of all, if I seemed like a giddy schoolgirl just then, it's because I was. I think that might actually work, which could be wonderful. I'll talk to Telwyn tonight when I get home. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello again, Journal. January 13th, 1502. I just got done speaking with her. She's not okay with it. In fact, she's far from okay with it. When I asked her, she freaked out pretty badly and started yelling at me. She called me selfish, stupid, and mean, among other things that I feel no desire to repeat in my journal. I think she was having another panic attack, so I tried not to take it personally, but that's easier said than done. I get that Ashton freaks her out, but it was just a charm spell. She's more than capable of defending herself against such simple spells at this point. She doesn't need me to protect her. Now she's beating on my door. RF. Hello. She just told me what actually happened. I've never been so furious in my entire life. I already screamed every obscenity I could think of, already threatened to murder him, already beat my fist into the floor, and already cried excessively with Talent. I feel like garbage now for how little empathy I had. I should have known. I won't be going. That's just not an option at this point. I'll stay in Tristval with Talent, and we can work something out here. RF. Hello, Journal. February 10th, 1502. I tried to sneak into Ashton's place last night. Talwyn followed me and got really mad. I guess she doesn't want me going to re-education for killing an Archmage prospect. I feel like I could get away with it as a divination wizard, though. Hello, Journal. February 11th, 1502. I don't really know what to do. I see Ashton in the towers of the Seven Sages all the time now. I used to be able to just ignore him. Am I supposed to pretend like he didn't do anything? I know it's selfish of me, but I need to enact some form of justice because no one else is. Telwyn can't, and I get that, but why can't I? Where the fuck is it anyway? The justice, I mean. Where the fuck was Bahamut when my friend was going through that? Where the fuck were you, Bahamut? Why would it be wrong to kill him? Does the world need people like him? Does the world need to have an archmage or ruler who could do such things? Is it justice that I would be punished while he would be free to do it again with no repercussions? Who knows? Perhaps Bahamut is dead. RF. Hello, Journal. February 12th, 1502. I've decided to pay more attention to people's smaller emotions and behaviors. This shit with Ashton and Telwyn has made me realize that I need to be more aware of people's true intentions, especially when I'm dealing with people with as much power as Ashton. So I'm going to start studying people, the way their face moves, where their eyes go, how much fucking sweat is on their brow, all of that shit. Maybe next time I can stop my friend from getting... I'm going to bed. RF. Hello, Journal. February 23rd, 1502. I was just called into the Archmage's chambers. I thought I was about to be reprimanded for trying to sneak into Ashton's place a few weeks ago, or maybe she saw what I wrote in my last entry about Bahamut. But when I got there, she ordered me to dress in the dragon's skin robes of the council that she made for me. We then walked to the carapace of the gods. I walked into the gargantuan dome. I felt my blood run cold, my heart begin to race, and sweat culminate in the small of my back. I walked upon a strange glassy surface surrounded by an empty space. Titanic pillars sprouting from the glassy ground, and I felt a blasting heat assaulting my senses. Then I saw him, the king, sitting upon a throne of dragon skulls and bones and staring directly at me and the archmages as we approached Glaucon Meridian. There was a large table laid out in front of the king's throne, and many other figures were sitting there, some elvish, and me and the archmage were directed where to sit. My memory fails me now. I don't really recall the entire conversation. It honestly feels like I was being probed again, but I don't know by whom. Along with that, I believe the king was glaring at me frequently, which only made the sweating worse. The elvish people never introduced themselves to me. In fact, they barely looked at me. I think they were important. Fucking course they were, but Fuck. I was ordered to go on the expedition by the king, the Dragon's Council, and the Ring of the Elven Hand. I leave in 2 days. Apparently the Archmage recommended me in her stead. She wouldn't have known, but Telwyn won't care. RF. Hello, Journal. March 10th, 1502. We're arriving in Schwenten today. How grand. Honestly, though, it'll be nice to get away from the group for a bit if I can. I mean, we've been traveling for 2 weeks at this point, and all I hear is Bill Huxton, grand fucking archaeologist, running his god's damned mouth. I should write to my parents again and let them know where I am, let them know I'm safe. I've written to Talman in each town we've stopped in. Not sure if she's still mad at me. I tried to explain what happened, but it didn't matter. The end result was the same, regardless of why it was happening. She was alone. I get that. I'm guessing she'll stay mad at me for quite a bit. That's fine as long as she forgives me eventually. Anyway, what should I do in Schwenten? I'm thinking I drink quite a bit, and then I roam around near the border of Amderon. Yep, that sounds swell. I need to buy a new coat, too. Maybe a duster. Those look cool, right? I'm a real mage and archaeologist now. Something needs to flow dramatically when I cast cool spells. I feel like that's a must. When I magically sew Bill Huxton's mouth shut, I need to look as cool as physically possible. In all seriousness, I have been in a rut, and all he's trying to do is bring the group together. I get it, the group all seems pretty cool too. Greta seems super nice, T seems strange. Bill is very charismatic, and these Billfists and Wembless guys are fucking hilarious. Once I forget that Telman is miserable, scared, and probably hates me, I'll be totally fine. Yeah, totally fine. RF. Hello, Journal, March 10th, 1502. I scryed on Helmus tonight, the navigator for the Adieu to the Sun, and I was able to do so. It was pitch black, and all I could hear was heavy breathing and a cracking of wood or something. But I knew they were alive. I just wasn't powerful enough yet. That doesn't make sense, does it? I was extremely familiar with the entire crew. I thought it was supposed to be easy if I was. Am I weaker than I thought? No, because I was able to scry on my family multiple times. And Hashton. And Mida, but only one time. I'm barely familiar with Hashton, and he's a powerful wizard, so why was I able to scry on him and not the crew? I could tell there was something that I was connecting to, but I always slipped away from it, like trying to climb a mountain of sheer ice. There must be something I wasn't taught about scry. Shocker. But I found him. Where was he? I heard a strange laugh, too, while I was there, but I couldn't see a goddamn thing. I'll try again tomorrow to try seeing something. I wish I had true sight or dark vision while I was scrying. Why would he be in the pitch black, too? Sleeping, of course. Of course. Why am I worrying so much about this? They got shipwrecked, yes, and then they decided to abandon sailing and are currently doing other shit. Excellent. I'm a bit drunk, so I'm going to go to sleep and try and calm down and not vomit. Good night, Journal. Me, Mother, and Father. RF. Hello, Journal. March 13th, 1502. I wasn't able to see Helmus again. I even cast it a second time to no avail. I really do need to be more careful with my spellcasting while I'm out here, though, especially as it pertains to scrying. This ball was a gift from Archmage for Servius, and I think it costs at least 300 gold. Even if she didn't buy it specifically for me, and the Towers of the Seven have these things made for Archmages all the time, it's still something I need to be wary of breaking. I suppose I'm supposed to be heading to breakfast with the expedition, but I just can't really bring myself to do it. I just don't feel connected, due in no small part to the fact that I was forced to be here at the detriment of my best friend. I should go down, though. I'm going to be with them for at least a few more months, so I may as well try and get along with them. Except for T. He's weird. RF. Hello, Journal. March 13th, 1502. After a day with them, slightly unburdened by the discovery of Helmus, they don't seem all too bad. Bill isn't nearly as obnoxious as I thought he was. He's actually a really cool guy. Greta is incredibly traveled and has experienced some crazy shit. Definitely interested in her and Bill's past explorations. They're brother and sister, but Bill doesn't like the McDonough name, thinks Huxton is cooler, which is true. But also that means Greta isn't with Bill like I originally thought. Nice. Billfists and Wembless. These two are kooky. I get a bit overwhelmed at times at their boisterousness, but I got used to it eventually. T seems anxious and barely talks. I am a bit worried about him, not in a bad way, but in like a, hey, are you okay? I'm worried about you kind of way. I'll try to get to know him better as we travel. I heard he was recruited for his past experiences with ruins similar to the one we're heading to, so that makes me a bit nervous. I mean, Is he anxious because he knows what we're going into? It just doesn't seem like a good omen when a high elf is anxious. I thought living for so long sort of made one immune to anxiety. I mean, what's the point if it doesn't? I can't imagine living for thousands of years and maintaining the same level of anxiety I have on a daily basis. Maybe that's why they're so snotty. Perhaps they're jealous I get to die and leave all the anxiety behind? All I need to do then is create a spell that permanently cures anxiety, and then the shaky relations between humans and high elves are repaired, and that's why I'm called a young sage. I'm obviously kidding, but a part of me wants to craft that spell now. I mean, why hasn't that been done? I actually should fucking do that. I'm just vomiting upon pages now, and I'm not even drunk. I need to get some sleep. After all, we begin our travels once more tomorrow, and I can't look like shit when I speak with Greta again. Good night, journal. Me, mother, and father. RF. Hello, journal. March 18th, 1502. We've just arrived at a small inn called the Forest's Edge. It's very lovely. We're only staying here for the night, and according to Bill, will most likely be the second to last inn we stay in before we're stuck sleeping outside for the duration of the journey. Bring it on, I say. I wanted to become an archaeologist, and I complained so much about being stuck in Tristfall doing nothing but scrying upon rare metals. Well, this is it. This is the shit I wanted. I welcome the cold. Bring it on, Varntuk Spine. Bring it the fuck on. Before the mountains bring anything, I'm going to try striking up a conversation with Greta. Perhaps mention my nickname and cast some cool spells around her, very nonchalantly, of course. But, okay. Just between me and you, journal. I wonder if I should use Alter Self to hide my underbite when I talk to her, though. I haven't flirted with anyone since I broke things off with Mida, and that was years ago. Nothing has changed after all. I'm still ugly. The only thing that changed was that the insecurity about my face now has the company of my ego regarding my skill as a wizard. Wow, I really haven't dealt with any of that, have I? I am certainly not doing it now, though. But she's already seen me, so it would be weird if the underbite disappeared. Fuck. Okay. Then I'll just suck it in as much as possible, really play up my height to compensate for it, sit up as much as possible, and ask what her height is, so I have an excuse to tell her what mine is. Good stuff, Rocket. RF.
That's right. 6'2", baby.
Hello, journal. March 22nd, 1502. We've just arrived in Gren. I've only ever been to this city once when I was a child, and I have no idea why I was here. May have been a dream, to be honest. It does feel like one of those memories that isn't quite real, though I prefer not to think about false memories. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, journal, March 22nd, 1502. Well, I thought about it, and now I can't stop thinking about how all my memories could be false, how my life could be manufactured to produce certain behaviors. What are we but our past experiences? After all, everything we do, everything that we say, is influenced by our memories, our relationships before, the places we've been, and the people we knew. There isn't a single interaction that isn't dictated by something that happened to us, something we've done, something that we witnessed or heard about. The worst part is that the power does exist, the ability to completely alter a person's entire life within their mind, the ability to shape who someone is. I've touched that power, and I know deep in my heart it has not touched me. It helps that I just cast detect magic upon my mind. But what if I were to forget to do that? What if I were to forget that it was possible to detect such things? I would simply believe all that had been fed to me, and I would cease to be me. I would cease to be Rocket, and would arise from the ashes of my mind someone new. I regret following this train of thought. It is now 2 a.m, and we leave in 3 hours towards the eastern paths of Varntuk Spine. Might as well try and steal those last 3 hours, for they are better than none. Good night, journal. Me, mother, and father. Rocket D.H. Freidman. That was a fucked up entry. Not a fan of that one. Not a fan at all. Hello, journal. March 30th, 1502. We've been traversing through the pass of Varntuk Spine for about 3 days at this point. I'm pretty sick of it at this point, and I miss the forests of Amduron greatly. I need to stop, though, because I have many, many more days within the mountains, and it will only make me more miserable to think about how much I hate it. Besides, Greta has been flirting with me, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
Maybe my underbite has gotten better?
Let's go.
Or maybe she just thinks the magic is attractive. That's probably it. But I may as well flaunt what I've got. I've talked to T a bit more as well. He's an interesting guy. I get the feeling he's not the biggest fan of humans, because he doesn't say a word to Greta and Bill, but he talks to me a bit. probably because of my proficiency with magic as well. He is 877 years old and is a cleric of Hemera, goddess of the day, which is why he's frequented so many expeditions into the deep dark of Adamas, apparently. That's really all I got out of him, but I'm sure I can get more. I just need to persist. Speaking of... What?
You mentioned the elves and you rise out of the mud.
Speaking of, I still haven't been able to get any information about where we're going out of Bill, Greta, or T, which is starting to worry me because I think they don't want me to be scared. I feel the need to remind myself in this moment that I am an extremely capable wizard who is able to cast very powerful spells at will. However, I think it is the expedition that requires that reminder. Me? Scared? I think not, my friends. RF. Hello, Journal, April 1st, 1502. We're close to the trail into the spine, according to Bill and T, a few days south of the dwarven city of Kernmerkur. I wish it was north of it so that I could visit Kernmerkur, though. I've never seen a dwarven city, and from what Bilphus and Webless say, they are quite spectacular. Taverns filled with rambunctiousness, stories filled with exquisitely crafted dwarven wares, stores filled with exquisitely crafted dwarven wares, attractive dwarven women and men, according to Wembless, all around, and an all-around abundance of things to do. On the other hand, I am glad to be entering into the next stretch of this journey. Plus, Bill says this path is magically shrouded to hinder smugglers and to deter wannabe explorers from dying in the spires of Arntuk Spine, and that alone makes me feel very cool. Speaking of cool, Greta said that my wand didn't fit my personality. It's a polished birch wand with an obsidian dragon embedded at the tip of the handle. Am I actually not that cool? Because I know for fucking sure that wand is cool. But does that mean she isn't only attracted to my coolness? Because if the cool wand doesn't fit my personality, that means I'm not cool, and if she's still flirting with me, that means it isn't because I'm cool, which means that she actually thinks I'm attractive for another reason. I've also had a girlfriend. That means that people can find me attractive, which means that this is actually a possibility. Very nice, Rochet. Very nice. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. April 3rd, 1502.
Shut up, gang.
We entered into Varntuk's spine yesterday, walking right through the magical veil that our minds would believe blocked our passage, and thus beginning the real adventure that leads who the fuck knows where. Wow, there was like a magical illusion.
You're basically walking and you're just like, we're in a fucking illusion.
What I love the most about that concept is that they were like, hey, there's a cool, easy path to get there, and we were just like, we're just gonna bleed through the mountains, we're gonna get
It's
there.
literally fucking just drained through all of it.
So you're telling us we could have just been like, something like...
Straight line.
That's true.
I'll pee on you. Like, in a
A
not
straight
fun
line,
way.
or would we just have been like...
There.
It's-
Well, we'll see.
You'll see how many. So it's April 3rd when they go in.
I'm gonna be
see
pissed.
how fast they get through. It took you guys 3 months.
How far? Oh my god, how far actually is Hector ahead of us? Okay. Walking right through the magical veil that our minds would have believed blocked our passage, and thus beginning the real adventure that leads who the fuck knows where. After crossing that threshold, I'm actually really excited now, and I'm ready for my first expedition, even if it was forced upon me. We're traveling down a narrow passage with the sky open above us at the moment, and I think that will be the majority of the journey, but that's okay. I'm beginning to actually enjoy the company of everyone here, even T. He's not really spoken to me any more than last time, but his quiet contemplation that used to annoy me has begun to act as a form of relaxation. I just stare at him as he meditates sometimes, his face completely relaxed and at peace, and I want that, so I try to take it through him, and sometimes it works. But I'm going to go play some chess with Bill before I go to sleep, which sort of reminds me of my card nights all those years ago with the crew. Best I cry now before I go play with Bill, but rest assured, entering the next stretch of the journey... Oh, nope. But rest assured, I am crying at some point. I miss you guys, wherever you are. Thank you for everything you did. I will find you someday. Fucking count on it. Good night, Stephen, Alice, Fernand, Helmus, Captain Hilda, and Mr. Grimsley. Rest easy wherever you are. Rochet D.H. Freidman, crewmate of A Dew to the Sun. Hello, Journal, April 4th, 1502. Bill says that we can't repeat where we're going, and that we'll have to lie about everything, even how long it took us to get places so that people can't piece it together. Seems a bit excessive, but I'm not the grand archaeologist, and I have no idea where we're going, so I'll just do as he says, unless it's dangerous, of course. Greta and I have been playing a bit of footsie at the campfire. Excellent, I say. Absolutely excellent. A lot of folks think that footsie is overrated, and that it doesn't do anything. But by the gods, any contact I get with someone I find attractive sends me to the moon so they can shove it up their ass. Perhaps that's a bit intense, but I love stuff like footsie. It's the calm before the storm, the appetizer. RF. Hello, Journal, April 10th, 1302. This is worse now that he's like my dad, I'm gonna say.
He's young. He's a young man.
He's a young man. We just entered into my least favorite portion of the journey, the crevice. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies, truly. It's like a crack into the continent. I swear the pit goes directly into the Underdark. Wind keeps blasting us into the stone, and Bilphus keeps hanging off the side to freak me out, so I keep casting Fly on him, to which he responds by flying above the crack.
Not polymorph. Because he can cast Fly.
Do you all want to fucking lick my fucking taint? I'm not good at casting. I'm not good at picking spells. Fuck you. I don't have a teacher. I've been picking spells off the spells that I think would be fun. All right.
You're telling me that he didn't turn him into a fish?
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up, you guys.
Not once does he mention gusting the clouds.
That was you. Yeah.
No, that was me.
No, he cast.
What about,
He said
you
shield.
Oh,
Shielding.
shield.
You know what? We're all stupid. Okay, it's not just me. Fuck. Bilphus keeps hanging off the side to freak me out, so I keep casting Fly on him, to which he responds by flying above the crack just until the spells wear off, and then he slams into all of us on the shelf. Bill already got mad at him, so I don't think he'll do it again. I was under the impression he was here to protect us, not to scare the shit out of us. Speaking of Bill, though, he seems weird around me lately. Like, he wanted to ask me something, or ask me for something. He had that look on his face, like he wanted to talk, but he didn't at the same time. Grand archaeologist wanted to ask me a question. Things are certainly looking up. T actually said something before we entered as well. We were traveling through a narrow canyon filled with dirt and some shrubs, and he looks at all of us and he says, "Rocks fly in these mountains. Watch yourself." Flying rocks? I need to ask him more about what he meant, because I never heard of flying rocks before.
Nice.
If they're magical, then it will give me something to open up with him about. Maybe get me in an inn and allow me to show how much shit I know. I'll do that now, since we're about to get moving again. RF. Hello again, Journal, April 10th, 1502. Okay, well, he certainly doesn't think I'm smart after that. It doesn't help that he let me talk for like 3 minutes before he corrected me. Why the fuck are they called rocks? Spelled like the bird. Anyway. Well, he said their name in Elvish is different sounding than rock, so I guess it's just in common that it would be an issue, but come on. I'm going to bed very embarrassed. Good night, everyone. RF. Hello, Journal, April 13th, 1502. We started hearing some really strange noises last night. It sounded like gurgling roars echoing through the crevice, followed by the scratching of bone upon stone. I heard it and was immediately doomed to get no sleep. Honestly, that seems logical. How does one sleep with a noise like that? I'm an Archmage's acolyte, and I'm still terrified. I don't think that makes me a coward either. If anything, it makes me more intelligent. RF. Hello, Journal, April 14th, 1502. The noises continued throughout the night. I joked last night, but something is definitely out there. I have to be on my guard for the next day or so no more writing for now. RF. Hello, Journal, April 16th, 1502. Last night was the first time I've ever had to use magic to hurt anything physically. I would be lying if I said using Fireball full bore wasn't a rush, because holy shit, what a rush. The thing that has been making all that noise finally showed its face last night, and T, Bilphus, Wembless, and I had to defend the rest of the expedition. The creature had webbed feet, massive claws, and a face that reminded me of a fish with the gullet of a stork. Excuse me, God, oh my gosh. It was skinny, very, and its eyes were a bit milky and very beady. But the strangest thing was when, during the fight, Wembless was gored a bit by a creature, and T, being a cleric and all, decided to heal him with the power of Chimera. However, as he did that, the creature seemed to get even more vicious, and even appeared to grow in size. I remember specifically its arms growing about twice their original size, and very vividly seeing the striations of its muscles literally burst through its thin skin. I can honestly say I will most likely never see anything quite so terrifying for the rest of my life. But that's really all besides the point. Towards the end, when I got a clear shot and everyone else was away from it, I was able to use Hold Monster and then Fireball and my full potential, casting it 4 levels deeper into Hecate's pool, so for the layman, around 7th level. The beast was burnt to a crisp, but it didn't die, which is insanity given how much power I put behind the Fireball. Casting spells of such high power feels so strange just before I cast them. First, I feel as if I'm floating, and then my arms feel wet. Then, if the spell has a verbal component, it feels as if my words fail to leave my lips, as if I'm encapsulated by water. Finally, when I manage to cast the spell, it feels as if I had just been saved from drowning, as if the magic were filling my lungs, and I were about to suffocate upon its power. It was really terrifying the first time I cast a 5th level spell way back when I used Scry during the competition. I didn't tell anyone, but it really felt like I was going to die, like the power was going to overwhelm me and I would just cease to exist. That was one of the reasons I drank so heavily that night, just so I didn't have to think about it. Now that I'm a bit stronger, a bit more suited to such magic, more in tune with Hecate, the feeling is far less terrifying. Greta was pretty inconsolable after the fight, mainly because Wembless's intestines were literally hanging out of his body before T got to him, and I don't blame her. The only reason I'm not in complete shock is because I'm still feeling the adrenaline pump through my veins like acid, and I'm choosing to ignore the fact that I pictured Ashton as the creature. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello again, Journal, April 16th, 1502. We traveled a bit further during the night, coming to a strange bridge that appears to stretch out into the abyss. How long did it take them? Hold on. I need to know. They got to the bridge. When did they start this?
April 2nd.
April 7th?
So
It took them 2 weeks.
3 months it took us. Naturally, none of us wished to cross in the dead of night, especially given the less than adequate state Wembless is in, so we're resting in a small sheltered area before it, near the shelf's edge. Don't really have anything else to write about, so I'll just head to bed. Good night, Journal, me, Telwind, Mother, and Father. Hello, Greta just kissed me? RF?
Oh, hell yeah!
Hey! Let's go!
Did she survive?
No.
Okay.
No, we already know that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's dead as fuck.
Cool.
The only one who survived was Bilphus.
Nice. Good shit.
Hello, Journal. April 17th, 1502. Just woke up. We're about to head out over the bridge, but Greta actually gave me a kiss. I feel like I'm reinvigorated. And she just winked at me. What is going on? Am I actually not that ugly?
Nice.
No, it was definitely that arcade mite I slung yesterday. But there's a chance. Holy shit. Rocket the young fucking Sage Freidman.
Nice.
Hello again, Journal. April 17th, 1502. We've only just crossed the bridge. It took 3 hours to cross a bridge. Where the fuck are we? Now we're about to walk down a path most certainly not naturally cut. It looks like it was shaved out by a carpenter, but it's fucking stone. Seriously, where the fuck am I? I plan on getting some answers tonight, that's for damn sure, because Bill hasn't said all that much since we were attacked by that creature. In fact, everyone hasn't said much, and when I'm the one that's cheery in comparison, you know something's wrong. Hello again, Journal. April 17th, 1502. We just got through the strange hall, currently making a sleeping arrangement in a small stone cubby pushed into the corner. I think Bilphus and Bill are working out how to scale the sheer cliff that is apparently blocking the path, even though Bill has already been here already, right? The man is terrified and everyone can see it. T knows what the fuck is going on. I can almost guarantee that, but I'm willing to bet Bill has never fucking been here before. He's looking confused at every turn, and when we saw the bridge, I saw his face, shock and awe, just as we had upon ours. The thing I don't really get is why? Why lie about having been here before? Why not just say they'd heard whispers of it or some cool mysterious shit? Well, Greta wants to carve our names into the stone above our little cubby. Not really in the mood, but I'll let her do it. I'm gonna go help finish up. Confronting Bill can wait until tomorrow. RF. God. Damn. This poor little party. Rest in power, everyone, including Clink. Hello, Journal. April 18th, 1502. Apparently today is March 23rd. Officially, of course. Why does it need to be March 23rd? Why do the dates matter? Do they actually think anyone would come to this exact point if we'd... Hold on. Whoa! That's crazy. Wasn't it March 23rd? Yeah. That was the same day we were there. April 18th. Okay, apparently today is March 23rd, officially, of course. Why does it need to be March 23rd? Why do the dates matter? Do they actually think anyone would come to this exact point if we were to give the dates? Does the magical barrier...
Wait, didn't they start at like April? Or did I miss?
Yeah.
That took them a
But
while.
they're
It's a
saying
lot.
that they're
It's a lot,
saying
yeah.
that. It
Oh,
was
it took
March.
them much longer.
Yeah.
It took them much shorter
Oh.
to get
It's
there.
Whoa! Damn.
They're claiming that it's much in a much different location.
Does the magical barrier disappear if it's actually April 18th? What the fuck is happening? I feel like I'm in the middle of something that I don't want to be in the middle of. I'm not some chump to be lied to. I'm a goddamn divination wizard, and not just some schmuck wizard either. A wizard in line for the position of Archmage. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello again, Journal. April 18th, 1502. Well, we managed to scale the sheer cliff face without a hitch. Just used some belaying pins and, stone shape for me. You think for a second that I'd climb that wall without it? No. Greta, T, and Wembless used my path while we had to wait for an hour and a half for Bill and Billfist to climb their portion. It's actually pretty funny to watch them fight each other to get to the top. Billfist won, obviously, but Bill put up a solid fight. I do like Bill, and even if he's hiding something, I don't think it's malicious. I'm not a great judge of character, but I've seen bad people after the fact, and that's allowed me to see some of it before the nasty parts of people reveal themselves. But I don't see any in Bill. He actually just seems nervous. That really doesn't make me feel any better, but it sort of does as well, if that makes any sense. For some reason, the intrusive thoughts of my memories not being my own slips into my head at this very moment. Like, his face isn't actually afraid, and I'm just being manipulated by some unseen force to see it that way. I didn't really kiss Greta, that was just to push me forward. I know that's not true, though. Something is troubling Bill, and Greta did kiss me. It's just a gnawing sensation at the back of my mind. It's all probably residual guilt from what I did to Baldric for Servius. At least that's what Telwyn might say, but I'd actually be ashamed of myself if I felt even a scrap of pity for myself, especially after I apologized. Anyway, scrap of pity for him, especially after I apologized. Anyway, we have to continue. RF. Hello again, Journal, April 18th, 1502. Well, we ran into a door with no keyholes or handles in sight, just a symbol of each of the 8. Yes, 8, not 7, as it includes necromancy, schools of magic. There are some rose quartz balls. Interesting, they were amethyst when we were there. There's some rose quartz balls on the floor just in front of it, and I think you probably just have to put them in the holes. The only issue is that I have no idea what hole to put them in. Oh, and there's language none of us fucking read above the doorway too that would probably be quite useful, wouldn't it? Black speech!
Unless you have Nasu and it says knock.
Oh yeah.
No, Alendai will answer. Hello. Someone knocked on the door and we were teleported into the mind of an extremely powerful mage. Oh, they had it in an opposite order than us. We all occupied separate portions of the mage's consciousness while we fought against a floating enemy of immense power. I'm at a bit of a loss for words and I feel like my brain is running out of my ears. I'll read this later and think myself a bit too calm for how I remember it, and I definitely recognize that, but I think I just need to get something on the paper so I don't entirely lose touch with reality. Greta and Billfist are currently yelling at Bill due to him claiming to have already explored the area, but then very obviously not having done that. I'm a bit confused about one thing, though. Why was the Archmage we were occupying wearing the robes of the Dragon's Council? Is this an ancient ruin of the Council that was lost to time? Why do I even bother writing such questions in this journal? I'll know the answer sooner than you will. Well, it seems like I may have regained some semblance of reality, and with that, I feel the sudden urge to yell at Bill as well. RF. Yep. We talked to Bill. Oh, hello, Journal, April 19th, 1502. We talked to Bill last night, and it took some berating and badgering, but we finally got it out of him. He has no idea why we're here, where we are, or what this place is. Fantastic. He said the Dragon's Council and the Ring of the Elven Hand had discovered something through a scry of some sort, which they apparently knew to do from some ancient texts that mention the coordinates of the door. Honestly, it's pretty funny that anyone would actually believe that. It's so obviously a lie, but that only makes things all the more troubling. I'm just not sure who's lying, Bill or the Ring of the Elven Hand. I purposely left out the Dragon's Council because I know Archmage for Service wouldn't send me here under false pretenses. I can't say the same for the High Elves. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter until we get through the door anyway. There are now 3 of the balls on the ground. The others disappeared as soon as we knocked on the door. We most likely have to discern which types of magic were used in the trial and then place them in corresponding holes. Seems pretty Scratch that. Wembless just got shocked trying to put one of the balls into the necromancy hole. Right later. RF. Hello again, Journal. April 19th, 1502. We've just completed all but one trial, it seems. Now there's a sword sticking out of the ground. And this was the moment. Nasu and Vivian, friendship broken. That's all it was. A sword in the ground. It's been an hour. This is the longest a challenge has taken us, though Greta is pretty shaken up about the illusory little girl we had to riddle our way past. She was obviously not real, but I think Greta is having a hard time coping with that. I mean, come on, I've seen better illusion magic in the Towers of the Seven Sages. Definitely an illusion. 100% an illusion. RF. Okay.
Eupheme would know specifically that it was not an illusion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
There was...
And that was 27 years ago.
God, she's been trapped in there for so long. Erlinda, the fuck is up with that, huh? Drow?
Yes, because that was the most fucked up thing you saw in that situation.
But also, why is it the Dragon Council? Dragon Council robes.
Because the Dragon Council's fucked, obviously.
Yeah, but then
Do you think the Dragon Council put... Are you saying you think the Dragon Council put
a long time ago
the door in front of the ruin?
Them and the Elven?
That'd be spicy.
to block people out? Glaucon goes, "Don't go in here," and he goes,
But it says knock and the Erlinda will answer in black speech on the top of the door.
"Who knows? Maybe he just went. He's like, here's the door." Fucking.
And they were like, we're gonna make it spicy. Actually.
Wait a
I don't know.
minute.
I don't know. I'm just
Then like the Kingdom of Tristfall must have had some sort of like covenant with the Erlendi, and then Glaucon decided to trash everything for whatever the fuck reason.
could have. I just don't know. I mean, it was interesting. He mentioned that the thing was wearing the Dragon Council. But I don't know. Maybe
we saw
maybe
that
you, but
too.
you,
Right? Yeah,
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
yeah. So I don't know.
So many questions.
What happened in the Second Age, man? What happened in the Second Age?
Hello again, Journal, April 19th, 1502. Greta suggested the sword was meant to be sacrificial. I didn't think that was out of the question, considering the past trials and the overall feeling I get from this place. However, I vehemently disagreed with going any further if that was the case. No ruin is worth sacrificing any of our lives, period. But the group seems to be falling apart at the seams, and so quickly at that. We've only been in this position for about a day and a half now, and most of them are already at each other's throats. It certainly doesn't help that Bill was lying. That being revealed didn't do us any favors. The thing is, I don't think Bill was doing it to cause us any harm. He still just seems anxious, more so even, not sheepish or guilty. T is driving me insane. I can't read him at all. His face remains unchanged throughout everything. He's like a goddamned automaton. I'm not an expert on reading people, obviously. I've only really been focusing on it since like February, but I'm actually pretty good at it, and it seems pretty obvious that T is up to some shit. If he tries anything, though, he'll have to deal with the young sage. RF. Hello. Greta just forced Wembless onto the sword.
Wow. I told you.
Do you wanna
I
fight?
told you.
What are you telling?
This journal opens age-old wounds. I'm not sure how Greta overpowered two dwarves, as Bilphus was attacking her as she did it, and then afterwards as well, but she did. The worst part of it is that it worked. Wembless was thrown off the sword and had a ball in his hand about a minute afterwards. The door is now open. Greta went inside alone. Bill is trying to pull everyone inside as we speak. I'm just trying to cope. I just saw someone impaled, blood spilled down the sword, and life left his eyes. How the fuck is he still alive? What the fuck is happening?
An appropriate response.
Yeah.
Hello.
Wait. Oh, him?
Yes.
Whatever.
Hello. What? We are currently sitting at the top of a staircase, getting our shit together. Bilphus hasn't stopped crying and hugging Wembless, who is currently in shock. Bill and T are yelling at each other in the hall before this room filled with giant elven statues, giant drow statues. This is a fucking drow ruin. The people who created spider-like abominations out of their own people and worship a goddess of pain, torture, and destruction. Why the fuck are we here?
You already knew it. What the fuck?
I can't really make out much about what they're saying for some reason. I'm not paying attention. Something about his sister, Bill's, Greta. Yes, where is Greta? Hello. T just pulled me aside. We're about to travel down the steps, but I need to write this down given that my mind is on fire. I feel like my world is crumbling, and I might vomit at any moment. T told me that him and Bill had been working with each other for a while, part of some tri-realm agreement of some shit. Anyway, he said that they had delved into around 3 ruins together, almost died multiple times, all that shit, but he said, fuck. Okay, no, he didn't say that. Sorry, I'm just trying to write down exactly how I feel. I can't forget this. Please do not let my mind fail me. Fuck me. Remember, Rocket. Remember. Okay. Timo has said that Bill Huxton has never mentioned his sister or a wife. He said that after all they had been through, Bill had confided in him some crazy shit, even that he was part of some illegal organization in the Southern Realms, to a high elf, but never that he had a wife or sister. T thinks Greta is something else, so I tried to scry on her. I felt the scry connecting, but it failed. I'm sending to my mother and father. I'm scared. Rochet Dollhouse, Freidman. Hello, Journal. April 20th, 1502. We descended into a ruin of the Drow, a rather large city about the size of Tristball, upon a strange stone shelf surrounded by absolutely titanic pillars of stone all around us. There was also some interesting iconography on the walls of the stairs. Glaucon almost certainly setting the Drow ablaze. None of us mentioned it. I don't think now is the time. We rested in a small shop at the corner of the city we entered. Bill has been sobbing and screaming out for Greta. All I need to do is detect magic on his mind. Then I'll know who to trust, I suppose. Hello. I just used detect magic. T was right. His mind is affected by an extremely powerful enchantment spell, most likely modify memory. The worst part of it, though, is that the spell is 4 levels deeper into Hecate's pool than the base spell, meaning it's been cast at the 9th level of arcane potency. There are very few who can cast spells with such power. Even most archmages lack such abilities. T asked if I could get rid of it for him. Of course I can, I just don't know how it will affect his mind. A modified memory spell that powerful has the ability to alter every memory of someone's life from the moment they are born to the moment it was cast. Removing that can send a person into psychosis. In fact, I expect it to. Who will Bill believe he is? The real Bill or the one he's been magically induced to believe? With magic that powerful, it doesn't matter what's real and what's not. We could use Bill as he is for now, even if he is screaming for his fake sister every half an hour. I should have known. No one can love this face. Okay, Rocket, not the time for the pity party, even in your journal, who also probably doesn't want to hear it right now. I'm going to go check on Wembless and Bilphus. They've had a hard time, for obvious reasons. RF.
Wait, sorry, did I just miss what happened to Greta?
Greta just left.
She went inside,
She
right?
went
She was
inside.
supposedly Bill's sister, though T has not heard of Bill.
Yeah,
having a
wait,
sister.
right. So the door's
Before-
open, and then she walked in. I thought they
Okay.
followed her.
So he's
They
just this
follow
whole
her in, but
time.
she's
He's
not
just
there.
like
She just
he's
kept
just
going.
like Greta's this group chick, and he's just like,
No, this is the first time they'd ever met Greta. T has. But Bill is saying that it's his
Oh.
sister,
oh, gotcha.
and that they've been on explorations throughout
Before
the
when
years.
he's like, and then it's kind of like, yo, what the fuck up, you know?
Hello again, Journal, April 20th, 1502. We started hearing some strange noises coming from deeper into the city from the northeast. Despite this, Bill wouldn't shut the fuck up, so we had to gag him for the time being.
Nice.
Typically, I'm not too frightened by sounds in the wild, but these were sounds accompanied by no speech, just a strange skittering sound that seemed to echo throughout the city. We hear nothing and see nothing that relates to Greta, though. Nothing. It's like she's vanished. There's a pillar city at the far northwestern part of the city. We figure that's the most obvious place to go, so we're going there. RF. Hello, Journal. January 15th, 1504. Sorry, I haven't written in you for quite some time. Whoa!
How many days?
Wait, sorry.
That?
The last one was April 20th. This one is April
1502. That's
This
2
is
years.
1504.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't written in you for quite some time. There was some blood on your binding, and I couldn't really look at you without falling into a near catatonic state. But I feel better now. I don't really feel any need to discuss what happened, as you know what. I think I'd like to forget. I really never thought I'd say that. I will say, though, I am no longer a candidate for the position of Archmage. After I got back to Trisfall, I turned in my resignation, and I am now living in Schventon alone. Nothing much else can be said about that. They didn't want me to leave, but I just don't feel safe there anymore, and I wouldn't feel protected if I were to be sent off on another errand. They were a bit wary of my leaving. Something about a human with so much power not being allowed to leave, too much knowledge and some other shit. Archmage Reservius convinced them after I confided in her what happened, lying about most of it. If I ever read this in the future, I want to remind myself that there were more entries during my time in the Spine. I burned them, so don't look for them. I figure that it's best if that experience just faded out of existence. It's strange, but sometimes I think I'm an entirely different person. My mind just doesn't feel quite right most of the time, which is almost certainly normal considering the situations I've been through, but it's difficult to come to terms with, especially when the other side of my mind is telling me I am under the control of some spell, or that none of it actually happened. I've taken to casting Detect Magic on my head every night to try remedying this. It always comes up null, but I figure if I keep doing it, perhaps when, or if my mind is ever under something else's control, perhaps muscle memory will prevail. I don't think that's how it works, but it's worth a shot. I don't talk to my parents anymore. In fact, I forged a letter telling them I was dead. It sounds insane, and it is somewhat, but at this point I care more about their safety than my sanity, and I don't think they would be safe with me sending them letters. I have to remind myself, now that I'm thinking about it, that T isn't dead, no idea where he is, and that Vilfis is living in Kernmerkur. It's also so weird how much comfort I get thinking about the fact that T isn't dead. I used to dislike him, but now he's like a security blanket in my mind. Isn't that strange? No, he didn't charm me. I just know he isn't against me. Quite the opposite, actually. He's the only person I know that wouldn't try to kill me at this point. I don't think Bilphus would either, but I'm not quite as certain due to what happened to Wembless. And just like that, I can't write anymore. Hello, Journal, January 12th, 1504. I'm finding life a bit difficult. Not because of assassins or rogue mages, no, nothing like that. I'm just finding it hard to take care of myself in the simplest possible sense. I have to cut wood, but I can't chop the forest of Amdaron's cheese, so I have to hike a few miles west to get some. What a pain in my ass. I need to eat, but I live a few miles out of town, so I have to forage and hunt myself. What a pain in my ass. I have to drink water, but my property doesn't have a well, so I have to hire someone to dig one. But until then, I have to ask my nearest neighbor for buckets of water. Again, pain in my ass. On top of all of that, despite my best efforts, my dreams are filled with terror. I wake up in cold sweats every night, drenched from head to toe. I even pissed myself the other night, the first time in my life. I'm 24 years old, unemployed, a bit more than slightly suicidal, and I'm pissing myself now. Great. Speaking of my age and worthlessness, no one knows what an absolute hero of a nearly archmage I am, so I've just got my stupid fucking face and my nearly repulsive personality to rely on to have any sexual relationships, so I have none. But it's fine, really, it is, because if I had any relationships, then maybe I'd be happy, and at this point I think if I was happy, the world might end. Let me explain. My unhappiness is the mortar that holds the world together. The gods have chosen my sadness energy to be the fuel that drives the heat of the world, the essence that feeds the souls of mortem, and the molecules that make up the nutrients in the dirt. That's the only explanation for all that has happened. Otherwise, the world is just fucking terrible, and I'm not quite ready to face that. Rochet D.H. Freidman. There is a gate far beyond where I can see, far, far beyond, and more so even as it be. Yet it gazes even now upon my neck, upon my soul, for the gate is not a place I can go. The gate is not a place, yet locked it remains. Locked not by those whose will it be, but by he who let it stay. The gate is not a place, but it is me. The key is not a thing, but it is in me. Where is my key? For it is me who wishes to be free.
A man's a poet.
Okay. Hello, Journal. March 3rd, 1504. I've started to socialize in town. It's not going great. I'm pretty sure they think I'm a half troll or something, but some of them are nice. I'm particularly fond of Vlatia. Vlatia?
Mhm.
Vlatia. She's the owner of Edge of Both Worlds Alchemy, and I've been trying to learn small bits of potion making to impress her. I don't think it's working all that well, but I did get her to laugh, so it can't be going too poorly. I also made small talk with a man named Ulfric Grenslow down at the Board Inn. He's pretty boring, I've got to say, but I need some contact with people or else I'll absolutely go mad. I now have a well in my backyard, and I've discovered that I can use small bits of magic to help with my lumber needs. Life sucks just a bit less. RF. Hello, Journal, April 16th, 1504. The money I have saved from my time in Tristfall is nearly spent. I suppose I need to get a job here in Trenton. I can't be too picky, but I would like to work on one of the orchards. I think that would make me feel nice. Also, I hear I could get free apple juice if I work on the Catulia orchards, so they're definitely my first pick. What do I even say? Hello, my name is Rochet Freidman. I'm really fucked up, and I can probably destroy most of the town if I ever go completely insane. I haven't worked in 2 years in the field I was trained to work in, and I haven't worked on any actual field in around 8. Please hire me, lest I slip into destitution and my mind eventually descends into madness from the immense trauma that it has been subjected to. Sounds like I have my opener. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, April 21st, 1504. Rest in peace, Bill Huxton and Wembless Houston. You will not be forgotten, no matter how hard I try. I promise to find your souls wherever they may be. You will not be left to rot in the prison we abandoned you in. I swear it. I just need courage. Good night to all those who I have seen fall. Good night to those I have let down. Good night to those still lost. And good night to those whom I am apart, yet still love. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, May 7th, 1504. It has been a while since I made an entry acknowledging my birthday. Well, here it is. It's my birthday in all of its glory. What shall I do today? I think I'll grab some Mary and Jules hard apple cider and swing by Victus Bakery for singles 2 slices of cake, and then have a grand old time. In all seriousness, that doesn't sound all that bad. I'll just do it in my yard in the sunshine, so it's a bit less depressing. Rochet, the birthday boy, Freidman. Hello, Journal, May 21st, 1504. Today is my first day working on the orchard. Yes, I got the job. All I had to do was modify their memory and charm them. I'm kidding. They offered me the job because they're kind, half-elven folk and knew how much I needed it. And yes, I do actually get free apple juice on shift. I am blessed by Bela this day. All I'm doing today is learning the fields, taking a stroll around the area, saying hello to the bees they keep, wandering around the ground a bit more, and then acquainting myself with my fellow workers and the tools I'll be using. Quite honestly, that sounds splendid. I hope I like my coworkers. It would be a shame to have to banish one of them into Cthulhu's realm of madness. Kidding again, obviously. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello again. Work was great. The bees were great. The juice was great. The coworkers were great. It was great. Very pleased and so much sweaty just from walking around. Great. I'm also getting fat. Nope, I won't think that way. I've been doing good. Fuck that train of thought. I am looking forward to actually getting to work tomorrow, making a whopping 3 copper a day. Small money, big things. RF. Hello, Journal. May 28th, 1504. I saw a rabbit in the orchard today. Glad I can't eat meat anymore. Can't stand the thought of it. Coming back alive inside of me. That's why Vivian doesn't eat meat. Oh. Also, they're cute on a far less crazy sounding note. It was pretty afraid of me. I get it. Not because I'm ugly, but because I'm human. I completely understand. However, that didn't make me want to cast Hold Monster on it so that I could pet it vigorously before it escaped my grasp any less. I would never do such a thing, but the thought crossed my mind. Along with seeing a rabbit, I've begun the process of making a friend out of one of my coworkers. Her name is Rin. She's excellent company, and we have lovely chats while we work. I think her husband works in textiles, possibly a tailor, but I could be wrong. Anywho, she invited me to dinner, and I declined because of my crippling anxiety and unbelievable amounts of self-hatred, but I may reconsider. I should go. She seemed so sad when I didn't. I'm going to go. I'll tell her first thing tomorrow. RF.
Huh?
Hello, Journal. June 1st, 1504. The dinner was, well, I cried a lot, and I think it made them very uncomfortable. So, what happened? Well, for one, I haven't been in another person's house as a guest in years. Trusting people after what happened with the person is difficult. Magic has a way of doing that. Second, they were so nice. They made a delicious stir-fry with apple vinegar reduction sauce just for me, no meat in sight, and didn't even ask me why because they didn't care as long as we were having a good time. So as one might expect, I was pretty darn happy, but then they mentioned their grandpa having died recently and burying him just last week. His name was Frederick Grinslew, rather close to Grimsley. In that moment, as they said his name, I thought about how many people I knew that were never put to rest, and I crumpled. All the tears that had been building up just sort of fell out onto the food. They tried to console me, but I was the definition of inconsolable. I'll apologize tomorrow. Hopefully she doesn't hate me. RF. Hello, Journal. June 2nd, 1504. She doesn't hate me, but she was pretty weirded out. I explained the situation, leaving things out that needed to be left out, and she understood. She acted a bit oddly around me at first, but I think it's fixable. I just can't have a mental breakdown at our next get-together, which I'm pretty sure I can manage. RF. Hello, Journal. June 18th, 1504. So, I got a cat today. A possibly very large one with long, thick tortoise-shell hair color, whose name is now Mr. Grinch's. He is very small at this point, but apparently no one else has wanted him the last of the litter, so they gave him to me for free. He has a bit of an underbite and a big chin, too. I love you, Mr. Grinch's. I'm fine. I'm fine. The love of a cat. Hello, Journal, August 11th, 1504. Mr. Grinch's is growing quite a bit, but I don't want to leave him all alone in my house when I'm working, so I've taken to leash training him. The process is painstakingly slow, but I refuse to use any magic upon him, not even speak with animals, as I want to have a bond with him that transcends speech. I'll probably end up using speak with animals, I mean, why not? But it's not all that bad. He just sits in the shade while I do work. Not only that, but my coworkers love him, some a bit too much. I might have to keep my eye on Alex. He seems like the kind who would steal a cat. I'm going to talk to Mr. Grinch's tonight. Hopefully he's nice. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello again. Mr. Grinch's was a lovely, very young lad, obviously, and quite shy. I introduced him myself after calming him down quite a bit due to his shock that I was able to speak with him, and then we spoke about the joys of the sun. He wasn't much of a conversationalist, due mostly in part to the fact that he's only around 4 months old, so it was short, but it was enough for me to tell him what was going on with the leash. He said he would be willing to work with me on the leash if I fed him more in the morning. He drives a hard bargain, but we came to an agreement. I'm actually going to feed him right now for the night. I have a feeling this cat will be a big part of my life. I'm glad. RF. Hello Journal, October 12th, 1504. It's been an interesting couple of months. I've been slowly weaning myself off of using speak with animals when talking to Mr. Grinches, and instead I've been trying to teach myself how he says things when not using the spell. I've been using the spell for a bit, asking him to say something, then taking it off as he says it again, and using that I've been able to detect tonal shifts and subtle mouth movements. The hardest part is the body movements though, as the spell translates that into speech as well, but apparently cats communicate a lot through their body, but it's getting there. I'm able to have small conversations with him without the spell. I wonder why he can understand me, but I can't understand him. I asked him what that was about, and he said all animals can understand to a certain degree, common and elvish, but didn't know why. That sounds like a fantastic opportunity for me to hit the books again. I'll have to think about it. Also, Rin and I started talking more again, thank Bahamut. Hopefully I can get invited to some more dinner parties and not freak them out. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Excuse me. Hello Journal, October 28th, 1504. Met another friend at the market today. His name is Volmir Nemora. We spoke briefly in line to get some cabbage, but we ran into each other again at Tiff's tea shop, both getting the same floral blend, so naturally we had a cup brewed and got to talking. His family had been in the forest of Amderon just before the borders closed, half elven even then. I asked why his family and him weren't still there, and he told me they were forced out. He didn't even know why. He remembered quite a bit from within the forest, though, and he told me. Sorry, we good? We chilling?
Yeah, it might just be.
Okay,
my
cool.
laptop.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure the
No, we're doing
stream
good.
didn't cut, and I was like, God, that would suck if I just kept
No,
talking.
I've been checking it every few minutes.
Okay. He remembered quite a bit from within the forest, though, and he told me of their customs and the doms of the Wood Elves, their versions of families. Apparently there are two families. Shut the fuck up. Birth and Chosen. You keep both names, and both exist simultaneously. So you're part of both families, but your chosen family dictates what you do professionally, sort of like the dwarves of Kearney Lamb, but not assigned. You can change your mind later. Apparently, you can just never have a chosen family if you want. And then your birth family becomes your chosen family too. And if you do choose a family, you could still do things relating to your birth family. I didn't quite understand, but after the third time asking him to rephrase it, I just nodded like I did. I told him about archaeology and magic. He was quite fond of my little cantrips, but was also a bit shocked that I was a human who knew how to do it. I explained the circumstances and where I learned how to do it, and the feeling of the conversation turned a bit sour. He told me about Glaucon's treatment of the Wood Elves and how the Dragon's Council was complicit in the sealing of the borders, if not entirely responsible. I informed him swiftly of my dislike of Glaucon, in hushed voices, of course, and the conversation resumed once again. We didn't get to talk much more, though. Both of us had shit we had to get done, but I plan on speaking with him again. I think I need some nice, elvish history. Hello, Journal, November 12th, 1504. I'm currently just sitting out in the backyard for a bit today, looking out into the forest of Amderon. I wonder what's out there. I wonder what it holds. From the research I gathered while still in Tristfall, very few humans have ever stepped foot into its boundaries, sometimes due to the elves' wishes, though there were long stretches of multiple centuries where not one human entered, despite no restrictions being in place. I tried. I couldn't. I was pretty disappointed. But the view was great, and so was my tea. I want some juice, though. I'm gonna get some apple juice and take a nap. RF. Hello, Journal, December 5th, 1504. I've slowed down on the journal entries lately. I really don't have much to talk about, and I have to say, what a wonderful feeling that is. I've just been living. I started a small garden. I have a really cool cat. I have friends, and my job is refreshing and strangely rewarding. I really don't think I could ask for more. But that means I don't catalog as much because I don't think I'll want to read about the density of my tomatoes. Anyway, time to smell them again. RF. Hello, Journal, December 30th, 1504. Going into a new year. Feeling good. Probably not going to write in you for a bit. But you know what? That's okay. Until I do, I hope everyone is doing all right. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, August 28th, 1505. Hello again. It's been a few months, and nothing has really happened until today. While I was tilling some soil, I unearthed a time capsule of some sort. I think it's Elvish. Elvish words give me a bit of anxiety at this point, but I will push through. Especially since everyone wants me to take it home and analyze it. They all know I used to be an archaeologist. But I'm not really sure how I can do that. The box is heavy, most likely lead, and doesn't look to have any seams, handles, or keyholes. I think it's a bit odd to have found it where I did, and so shallowly buried as well, which makes me think it didn't find its ultimate destination. As if that's not eerie enough, the Elvish words say, "In their duplicity we fall," or something along those lines. As I'm not quite sure what the word EIR, ire, translates to in this instance due to the strange conjugations the sentence already utilizes. Sorry, did you go
No, just keep going.
I gotta know information. I think it might mean all, but it could also be shall. In their duplicity, we shall. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I can definitely open it with some time, but I'm a bit worried about poison gas. I'm not sure why. Well, I'm gonna go work on that. If this is my last entry, then I died to Elvish toxic fumes. RF. Hello again. Wow, okay. Well, not toxic gases, but... I need to think on this. RF. Hello Journal, August 30th.
The page that he found is available
15:05.
and is included. Would you like me to read it to you?
Okay,
page that
can
we
I read
found?
the entry first about it?
No.
No.
You'll read it first.
Okay, yes, read it to me.
I am but a humble woman of the Erlendi. I worked in the fields of Hassund, and I fled with the rest of my people from the decimation of our lands by necromancy. My name is not important, but my experiences might be. The Erlendi have been forbidden just today from seeking refuge within the established cities of the southern realms. By whose authority was this done? Why was it done? What have the Erlendi done to deserve such treatment? Just last year, it was us who were nearly driven extinct by those who wield the power of Draugen, and yet we are to be punished? I have no words to describe the rage that boils within me. I have no words to describe the feelings of hatred I have towards those who would do such things. What have we done, and why is no one doing anything about it? Have we not suffered enough? Have we not seen the miasma of undeath close enough? Must we be reduced to beings of lower lives ourselves before it is done? To what end? The city of Shenton has decided to ignore the order, to abandon us. Humans and the wood elves have rallied to our side. Praise be to Gillian. Thank you for blessing those around us with wisdom, the wisdom to refrain sending us to our deaths. But whose orders do they rage against? Again, on whose authority are we to be outcast? That is what it says.
Damn.
Good question.
Hello Journal, August 30th, 15:05. Okay, so to most, there really isn't much there. Barely 2 pages of scribblings that mean little to nothing to most people. But these Erlendi, are they the Drow? The same peoples that I saw deformed and twisted within the Underdark? Why have I not heard of this name before? Why is there so little information on these Erlendi? What became of Cruel? Why were they punished for it? What happened to them? RF. Hello Journal, September 2nd, 15:05. There are 2 libraries in Schwenten, one on either side, human and wood elven. However, the human library is filled with novels, fictional stories, farming, and cooking books. There is a day restricted section, a forbidden level, or a secret corridor into an underground hidden bunker. I checked. I know for a fact there is information on these Erlendi somewhere. A species of people don't just disappear, obviously. I've seen what's left of some of them, but there must be some information on them before that happened. Maybe if I can find out more about how they were before, maybe I can forget their faces as they are now. Maybe I can help them. RF. Hello Journal, September 3rd, 15:05.
I'm going to Tristfall. I memorized the teleportation circle a long time ago. I don't want to. I don't want to. I really do not want to, but I can't bury my head in the tilled soil of Schvented for the rest of my life. I saw things that need to be explained, and I'm a fucking divination wizard, archaeologist. Who else is going to do it if not me? I have a responsibility to those people. Those were people. Fuck me. Fuck. I may not be able to say it out loud yet, but at least I can write it. Those were not monsters. Those were people. I speak only of the Erlandi. But there was a monster down there, and it wore the face of a human woman. Each night I check my mind for enchantments. Each day I look through the veil and detect magic upon each and every person I meet. Each day I fear the next person I meet is that monster coming to finish the job. Wembless. No, not ready to write that yet. Fuck. Die. Rocket. What the fuck, bud?
You remember when we saw Hector's stone shape up the side of the cliff? There was that huge monsters all like paths behind it? Yeah.
Hello again. I'm feeling better. I'm done thinking about that. I just need to focus, but I am proud of myself for letting myself get even that far. My mind is cracked, and only I can mend it. But the world, I feel, is perhaps worse off than I am, and I was far too blinded to see it. No longer. I wish to see. Wish me luck, journal, for I will not be bringing you with me for fear of losing it. Writing you soon. Oh, and I'm bringing Mr. Grinch's along with me. I will defend him with my life. Rochet Dollhouse, Freidman. Hello. I have just gotten back. I used to detect magic upon my mind as soon as I returned. Nothing. I mustn't get complacent, however, as more than ever I feel there are those who wish me harm. The most pressing topic for me to remember, regardless of how hard it may be, I must not forget. I went searching for Talwind. Everyone I spoke to had no idea where she had gone, made even worse by the fact that I was disguised, so they had no reason to tell a complete stranger. But eventually I tracked her down into the fire district where she had begun selling contraband scrolls within the market of the open flame. I have no idea why. But Talwind, she didn't recognize me. She didn't know who I was. I sensed enchantment magic upon her mind, and I wanted to rid her of the curse. Have her punch me with glee, smile wide as she recognized me through the fog, as she realized I had not abandoned her. Yet if she had forgotten me entirely after all this time, after all the time I had known her, after everything we had shared with each other, that would mean the spell used to corrupt her mind was used at a point 4 levels deeper into Hecate's pools. The deepest level a mortal spell can delve, a level just lower than that of the divine, the 9th level. I had the ability to remove the enchantment, but if I had, the spell would have driven her mind mad. I haven't a clue how much was changed with the spell. It could feasibly, with that much power, change her memory from the moment she was born. If I were to remove that from her mind, it would rip much of her consciousness and cognition with it. That's the issue with enchantment magic. It creates an accepting environment for itself, an environment with support by the enchantment magic itself. However, it gives no such thing when removing it. The supports are pulled out with the spell, leaving the mind to collapse with no recourse as to determine what is reality and what is false. This is why spells such as charm leave the person so angry. It is not just the person who is frustrated that they were manipulated, though that does not help. It is also that the spell directly influences the emotion part of their mind to feel an unnatural amount of happiness and contentment for a specific person, and once that is removed, the mind compensates. Enchantment is the truest power of the arcane. Evocation's might can destroy the flesh, stone, metal, and soil, but enchantment can destroy the mind. It could change the course of history. It could topple empires. I know of no mages that can cast at such a high level. But I know of one that might have learned how to in my absence. Now we know who the fuck the Lich is!
Wait, really? What?
Dina grasps.
Grasps?
I'm thinking about the archmage.
One of the archmages.
Hexen.
One of the archmages is a lich.
We don't
There's an enchantment spell on somebody, a level past 9.
No.
No, it's at
It is
9. It's
It is
at
a level below the divine,
Below the divine. Okay, sorry.
which means that there's a level of the divine.
And above the divine.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway,
That's where Osiren will go.
I know of one that might have learned how to in my absence. Ashton. He dies. No, that is far too lenient. He suffers greatly at my hand. And if it wasn't him, then he suffers for his past transgressions. And I will feel no pity for him as he begs for me to stop.
Nice.
I'm sorry, Towwind. Please forgive me for not being there. I hope at the very least you are happier now to have forgotten, but I shall not. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal. October 10th, 1505. Something insidious lurks within Tristfall, and I'm not entirely sure the Towers of the Seven Sages is to be trusted, especially with Ashton skulking within. I was able to sneak into the library from the circle I arrived with, the one just outside of the Astral Observatory. Once inside, I created a small pocket within the stone of walls of the library and crafted a new circle within the walls.
By the way, that circle is written on the side of the page.
Like a transportation circle?
So we could just transport it in if we ever got it.
She has transportation circle.
Just fucking transport it in the fucking thing.
I want to do it!
Do it.
I'm never ever going to because
And
of
guess
the
what?
Lich and also a bunch of archmages that would be able to see
But-
through any fucking disguise I have.
But somewhere there's a little, like, the time capsule. Somewhere on the ground.
Alter Self is not an illusion spell, so True Sight wouldn't see through my altar.
Yes, it would.
Well then, let's just not run into the Lich!
True polymorph.
So you're telling me that Glaucon hasn't seen this Lich? Like, is Glaucon just not at the meetings?
Or is he in on
Glaucon
it?
doesn't have true sight.
Pussy.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought, sorry, I
Dragons don't
thought,
have true sight, no.
I thought
They
they had
have, like,
I-
cover sense.
Vivian will take
Gotcha,
a
gotcha.
minute
Blind sight.
to commit that circle to memory. That's something I
Okay.
can do within
Yes. you can.
teleportation
So
circle.
you have teleportation circle wherever that may be within the tower. the seven
Wherever
sages.
that may be. A new circle.
But that does lead directly into the library.
Sorry,
So
I
it
could
screams
do
out.
I'm Eupheim right now. I don't
it. Yeah, I know.
give a shit. Eupheim's like funny circle.
And bugs.
Once I did this, I hung lead-lined blankets around the space. Whoa! That's helpful. Now that I can work with.
That's it.
I hung lead-lined blankets around the place. It took quite a bit of effort, especially considering how heavy those blankets were. Once that was done, I created a small area for Mr. Grinch's to stay, also surrounded by the lead blankets, the space for food and water, and the teleportation circle of my own design. The space was small, but it got the job done. I was able to come and go as I pleased at night, and I was able to read at my leisure within the confines of my secret bunker. I discovered very little of Aralandi behavior in my study. The restricted section of the library, the Archmage's section, was filled with magical studies, research on planar tears, history of the First Age, and of Glaucon. However, there was nothing on the history of humanity, the forest of Amberon, the coast of Barak Thul, Aralandi, or really any of the gods with the exception of Bahamut. In fact, despite how much I scried upon areas surrounding it, there was very little on Avenor either. What's more, the cities and towns I discovered upon old maps long ago are not mentioned in any texts that I could find, as if they vanished or never even existed. The most I could find on the subject of the Aralandi was their first interactions with Misiandos Meridian, Glaucon's mother, and founder of Tristfall in the Southern Realms as we know it today. The scroll that I read was on an account of one of Misiandos's crew, an orc by the name of Vertuk Mireblood. They mentioned landing not too far east of what I assume is now Trullo, right next to an Aralandi settlement of some sort.
I didn't take the scroll because I didn't want people to search for it. However, I do remember the general area in which they arrived, and I'm a fucking divination wizard. Hopefully I can find something there, because the only thing I found in the Towers of the Seven Sages was more history of a king I'm not particularly fond of to begin with, and some history on the foundation of the current cities of the south. What the fuck about Viscardi's Mar? Who the fuck is that? What about Dithiaces? Where the fuck is that? Something isn't right. There should be more than scrolls and menial history in the Towers of the Seven Sages. I'm reminded by the fact that when attempting to get into the Underdark, one of the door's challenges was to cooperatively embody the mind of an archmage. Yet this archmage was wearing the robes of the Dragon's Council. Why is that? Though the most curious thing was at the top of the pillar portion of that pit, there was a library, empty, with remnants of incredibly powerful magic strewn about. I intend to find out why. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, October 21st, 1505. I've just purchased some property in Trullo for nearly all of what is left of my savings. I will be using this home as my base of operations during my exploration of the coast of Misiandos. I will be leaving next week, and I plan to stay there indefinitely. That is, until I find some answers. I think I may send some correspondence to Bilphus. Perhaps he would like to accompany me. I would enjoy the company, but I know in my heart he holds animosity towards me for what happened to Wembless. I have to cross that bridge eventually. He must know that it wasn't my fault, right? Who am I kidding? I would blame he too, even if it wasn't in my control. Fuck it, I'm sending him a letter. Fuck, I might actually invite him to accompany me. We'll see. RF. Hello, Journal, October 26th, 1505. I leave tomorrow. I bought Mr. Grinch's a small red wagon to ride on when I'm on the expedition. The last of my funds after all the travel supplies. But I think it was worth it. I'm not selling this house, though. I've decided to rent it out for the time being because I really enjoy living here. I'll be back, though. One last night of rest, and then some peaceful travel to Trullo across the most beautiful part of this realm. Perhaps I say hello to my family. Yeah, I think I will. I'll write in you when I arrive in Trullo. Wish me luck, Journal. And future me, RF. Oh god, it's getting cut off. Hello, Journal, November 15th, 1505. Mr. Grinches and I have finally made it to the property. I purchased without seeing it, and it was cheap. Well, let's just say I got my gold's worth. It matters not. It will keep me relatively warm with its shitty fireplace, and it will give me a nice-ish place to rest after long expeditions along the coast. Speaking of rest, we are tuckered out, especially after the visit with my parents a week ago. Thank God they're not dead. This whole journal, I've been like, they're dead, they're gonna die, they're gonna die. Okay, good night, Journal, and my lovely parents, and me. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Did you say there's more journal left?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Journal, November 30th, 1505. Nothing so far, not even a hint of past civilization, just fishermen at the bluffs and beautiful scenery. This doesn't deter me. In fact, it emboldens me to search further. There is not a chance in all three realms that there are naturally no remnants of an entire civilization, or the landing of some of the strongest beings on Hendoran. It appears whoever didn't want the civilization found, did a bit too good of a job. That's good. Now I know what to look for. Hello, Journal. December 5th, 1505. The search continues, and though it remains rather fruitless, I feel more fulfilled than I ever have. For the first time since becoming an archaeologist, I actually feel like I'm discovering something. Like I'm uncovering the knowledge of the world. Was I meant to die in the spine? Wait. Sorry, I was just making sure the handwriting didn't change. Rochet the Young Sage Freidman. Hello, Journal, December 8th, 1505.
Oh yeah, that's flex a little bit.
I'm going to write to Bilphus today. I can't imagine the pain he feels daily. I'm barely able to handle the pain. I feel it. It tortures me. The memories eat my brain and begin to dissolve my fucking soul. Perhaps he can help with my newly discovered passions for archaeology. He can't be allowed to suffer alone as I have. The darkness invites things that can't be fixed. Now I'm out of magic can heal a broken spirit, but the embrace of a friend may prevent it. RF. Hello, Journal, December 30th, 1505. The letter was sent a few weeks ago. He should be getting it soon. I hope he writes back. I added a return address against my better judgment, but I made sure it was this shithole, not my actual home. I have a lingering fear of his animosity towards me, the possibility of his retaliation against his perception of my actions, but I can't shake this feeling that he needs my help, and I have already lost a friend to the clutches of my inaction. Even still, the entire time I was writing the letter, T's warning kept echoing in my head. Be wary, young wizard. Do not think so fondly of your own perception. For there was once a time when you once trusted her as well. Fear of trust is, at best, psychological and spiritual torture. The inability to connect can cause rifts in your mind that the strongest of leaps would fall short when attempting to cross. However, at times there is little one can do other than be afraid. A sad state those that live must be in. But those that create fear would prefer you didn't feel it, for brave fools are easier prey than frightened heroes. I wish I could remember the rest, but considering the situation we were in, that's really all I can recollect. But I think I got the gist of it. I have not forgotten T, nor will I. The only reason I haven't contacted you as of yet is because of the fear you are not responding. I hope you are well, T. I hope you won't think too poorly of my actions. I just can't fucking do it anymore. I need closure. I need it so badly, T. I can't keep waking up in fear. Waking up thinking everyone I meet could be that monster that wore that woman's face. The monster that murdered Bill, the monster that fuck. RF. Hello, Journal. January 10th, 1506. He sent me a letter back. It was curt. At least he's alive, that's good to hear. Regardless, I may have found a lead. A fragment of silver lodged deep within the trunk of a tree. The only reason why I even found it was because I was nearly blinded by the sun reflecting off of it. Unbelievably lucky. From what I saw within the Underdark, silver was an important metal to the Irelandai. They looked to have used it aesthetically for a fair amount of things, judging by the weapons we discovered and the remnant silver ingots within many of the smithies. I know not of any other civilization that uses silver to the same extent as the Irelandai used to. I'm getting closer by the day. The letter got me down pretty hard, and I now regret even mentioning my home in Fenton, but this discovery will keep me going for now. I'll probably send him another letter once I find this place.
The letter is included.
Ah!
It says, Rocket, I'm alive, yes. We are not supposed to be in contact with one another. My dreams embrace me with the thoughts of a better reality. I'm alive, yes, but there are those who are not. Thank you for your thoughts, and I hope you are well. Best wishes, Bilphus Dryham.
Mid
dreams,
clutches.
huh? Your dreams?
Mid clutches. Okay.
Damn.
Hello, Journal, January 18th, 1506. I fucking found it. No fucking shit, I actually found it. Stone shape is too fucking noticeable, especially when it covers an entire fucking cave system along the beach. The arcane striations are too perfect for natural formation, and to the trained eye, they stand out. Along with that, the arcane formed stone doesn't erode at the same rate as naturally occurring minerals does. But what's so interesting is that whoever used the stone shape tried to fix it, and they almost did, but I'm the young fucking sage. I tried to take a peek inside, but the walls were thicker than 5 feet, so I have to find another way in, but I now know where to find a way into. Going to get fucking drunk tonight on some cheap wine and give Mr. Grinch's way too much food. Rocket the young sage Freidman.
That's what he didn't do to the wall. He didn't dispel that shit. That's for damn sure.
But Avery, it might have been a trap.
Yeah, it might have been trash.
I will beat you all up with my fists.
He's like, oh, pass wall won't work. Okay. Well, I'll try something else.
Whatever.
Not dispel.
Next.
Okay.
Hello, Journal, January 19th, 1506. Wow, this doesn't feel good in the slightest. Perhaps I drank a bit too much. Wow, okay. I'll push through it, though. I'm going to write to Bilphus. I'm going to invite him to the expedition. I know in my heart how bad of an idea that probably is, but at this point, I'm willing to take the risk if it means that I can face it all in person. Perhaps I can sleep as soundly as I used to if I do that. And yes, I know how selfish that is. I am well aware of that fact, but I want to be happier. Okay, sorry. Okay. Hello Journal, January 28th, 1506. I feel like I've made some progress getting into the path, but it's slow going. Whoever blocked the path definitely didn't want anyone getting in or out. Using transmute rock so frequently is not easy on the mind, and there doesn't appear to be any other way until the wall becomes a bit shorter.
Transmute rock, by the way, is detailed on how to use that.
Oh, cool.
Hector Dollhouse, come in clutch. What level spell is it?
You want me to check?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 2.
Yeah, you
did
think so?
I guess.
So wait, you're supposed to be in
8.
his life at this point?
8?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Transmute rock is a
Not
5th
yet.
level spell.
5th.
But the memories you have are him. Oh, still before burn.
Yeah.
Okay.
His face is shrouded in my memories. I've only seen his duster,
True.
and only just now did I see his duster.
Transmute rock is a 5th level spell.
Wow, I got water sphere and transmute rock.
Yes.
Nice.
Too bad I don't have the money or the paper to learn them yet. Okay. I've done around 600 feet of stone thus far, and it's still going. The stone transformation is so intensive that any semblance of naturally occurring bits of the cave have been long erased, replaced by the magical stone of whomever passed. I just have to get through by February 24th, the day I told Bilphus I was going through with the expedition. Hello Journal, January 29th, 1506. I breached through the stone. The open space that laid beyond was vast, not visually. In fact, it was actually a rather small cave system by the looks of it, but the sounds and smell were that of a wide open area. The cave systems most certainly go into the Underdark, or somewhere close. Thinking back on my experiences within the Underdark, I'm glad such an extensive barrier was erected. It's only 4 miles out of Trullo, but if those creatures ever escaped, well, I'd actually prefer not to think about it, to be honest. Now I use the time I still have left to prepare for a bit of spelunking, which means I need to condition physically this week, create some beads of nourishment and refreshment if I can find any life powder outside of Tristfall. Otherwise, I'll be forced to carry a shitload of dried rations, some belaying pins, rope, picks, some magical components, namely some sulfur and fat for true sight. I'm sorry. I want true sight. I'm scared. But fuck that. Fuck that tea. I'm a foolish hero. Okay. Hello Journal, January 28th, 1506.
Nope.
Nope.
January 28th?
Oh yeah, sorry. I did the wrong thing. Maybe. Hello Journal, February 12th, 1506. Still no correspondence from Bilphus. Not surprising. I mean, I'm fully aware of how fucking insane it must seem going back into the Underdark, even if I lied about it being a draconic settlement. It's rather easy to see through. Regardless of Bilphus, I've decided to work on my own divination spell. It probably won't be done for quite some time, but I'm excited. I think it's illegal for a human to create spells, but how would they find out? I'm not quite sure what it's going to do yet, but I know I want it to be powerful. Also, I'm almost done setting up for the expedition. Just need a few more components. RF. Hello Journal, February 23rd, 1506. Okay, heading out today. Camping in front of the opening to get a head start extremely early in the morning. I haven't a clue what I'll find in there, so I'm going to be using clairvoyance quite a lot at the entrance tomorrow. It'll be pitch black down there, so it will be rather difficult to see, but I figured out a way to translate dark vision into my spells, so I should be good.
That's all so detailed.
Jeez.
Can I bestow it on others?
No, you can just use dark vision on all of your divination spells if you put that to memory.
Yes.
So.
I'd like to do that, please.
Damn, being born with this shit.
Yeah.
Are you?
It's like, wait, you telling me I can't
I'm
learn this
literally
shit?
leveling up as I read this journal.
Are you reading it out loud?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I asked to see that
You
part.
can't do it either.
I can't do
You
it.
poor
Because you
little
don't know how
warlock.
to you don't know how to learn spells.
Yeah.
'Cause you're
Gross.
not a wizard. Yeah.
I'm a wizard. Finally.
I'm gonna take one level in wizard and then just read all these.
Nice.
You know what?
You won't be able to learn the level of spell. Wait, would you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I will learn them.
By sheer force of fucking
I'm
will.
the second slightly older drow sage. Thank you
I'm
very
a
much.
first level wizard and I could do all this shit.
Ninth level, Finger of Death.
Yes.
I thought you feared. Anyway, I've also written some spell scrolls to supplement my arsenal. Perhaps that will prolong the time it takes for my connection to Hecate to weaken, specifically some elemental walls. Taking some hints from that mystery archmage. I prepared my most powerful divination spells in my mind, along with my most potent evocation and transmutation spells. I will not be caught off guard again. Hello, journal, February 24th, 1506. Well, time to get going. I'll be writing a new list, just so you're aware, journal. I don't want to be caught with my pants down while in what is most likely the Underdark, so I'll be writing most everything that came out of it afterwards, unless it's very pertinent. Well, okay, let's go then. Someone finds this, I died in here. Know that I did so willingly. My name is Rochet D.H. Freidman, a former sage of Tristfall, the youngest human wizard ever accepted to study the arcane, a survivor of the Zorellonomicon expedition, and a man no longer afraid. R.F. Hello, journal, February 26th, 1506. I lied, I guess. The cave system is incredibly large, due to the point where each branching path is too great a distance to scout fully with clairvoyance. It's going to be tedious, but I refuse to go in without knowledge of what awaits. I'll be including a map. I feel like that's just smart to do. Who knows if I can do this in one expedition anyway. I wish anyone other than my
The
cat...
map is included.
Oh man, is it this? Is it this place? Okay. I wish anyone other than my cat was with me, though. Not that he isn't fantastic company, but I don't think he'd be of much help in a fight. But as it pertains to Mr. Grinch's, I'm almost able to talk to him without Speak with Animals active. He purposely tries to trip me up, though, but all it does is make me stronger. Anyway, back to scouting. Hopefully I don't find what I'm afraid of finding. RF. Hello, journal, March 2nd, 1506. I've traversed many miles of tunnels, finding very little with the exception of some bones. Bones are very infrequently a good sign, but I suppose it's not really a bad one either. It just means that there are things that kill things in these tunnels. None were human, obviously, but none were elvish either. In fact, I have no idea what any of them could have been, as their structure was completely foreign to me. I've chosen the path now that I believe to lead into the Underdark. I believe it to do so simply because it's steep and there appears to be some signs of battle upon the walls, though it is hard to tell, as the amount of time passed is rather extreme. These signs are minute, scratches that appear to follow a trajectory similar to that of a blade, small marks that look like remnants of spells cast, and along with those, I feel some tingling in my fingertips as I trail my hands across some part of the walls. Hopefully it's not a neurotoxin. I remember a woman coming to talk to us. I think her name was like Shalana Grenton. No, Trentis. No, Greenmo. Fuck, what was it? Grenmore. Yes, that was it. Shalana Grenmore. About the arcane's long-term effects on nature and whatnot. Come to think of it, I think she brought her son with her as well. She introduced him as well, but I completely forgot his name. Anyway, I may not have paid that much attention to...
Shalana was your grandmother.
Yeah.
I may not have paid that much attention to it, but I think this tingle may be a sign of some pretty strong magic use at some point that still has a residual effect on the area, which is, at this point in my life, pretty fucking interesting. Now that I think about it, I think she was... Where the fuck was that monstrous, disgusting, murderous, heinously fucking abhorrent cunt talking about that? I remember her mentioning the same thing and even talking about some women with the same last name. If she was talking about them, I need to warn them of what she is, what they are capable of. I have to take a moment to regain my energy, and then I'll send to Shalana. RF. Hello again. I tried sending, but it appears I am unable to, which means she's probably dead, as I highly doubt she's on another plane of existence. So I just have to send to the sun, or the other woman that monster was speaking to, but I can't fucking remember their first names. Fuck!
when I remember, I need to warn them. Until then, I need to rest for the day. I traverse deeper down this path tomorrow. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, March 5th, 1506. I said I wasn't going to write you much, but I've begun to see some interesting things down here. I no longer see any skeletons, however, I'm seeing scratch marks upon the stone. Just a few, either. I'm talking thousands of scratches upon the walls and floor of the caves. They aren't tight caves either, I'd say about 40 feet in diameter, and yet the entire surface at some points is like grated cheese. I'm also finding rather interesting bits of feces piled randomly and very infrequently. Alone, that's not too frightening, but this feces is reminiscent of a humanoid bowel movement and doesn't match the markings whatsoever. What's more, the feces look incredibly unhealthy. Bits of flesh, undigested, and clumps of hair stuck within it as well. Disgusting and terrifying. Rock. Interesting. While I was writing, I just heard something echo in the caves. What the fuck was that? It sounded like a person laughing. I'm using the dome tonight. I have the energy for it. RF. Hello, Journal, March 7th,
You remember
1506.
the pestilent drow? They chuckled.
Oh, right.
They chuckled? Why?
No,
Why do they chuckle?
Because life is funny.
Because they're evil rat things? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I found something about 3/4 of a mile ahead of me. At first I saw a rather large cavern, then I saw flashes of green light piercing through the darkness. But I was unable to really see anything regardless of dark vision, so I switched to hearing through my clairvoyance, and I heard awful sounds. Screeching, gurgling, screaming, scratching, and the pitter-patter of so many feet. I'm scared. I don't want to go any further. Shit. Okay. I'm going to go a bit further and use the spell again, and I'm going to place a plethora of protective spells upon Mr. Grinches, who appears to be rather frightened as well. RF. By all the gods that exist, what did I just witness? A city, smaller than I last saw, built within the cavern, separated by a large stone wall. Sections, I think, and a large stone wall. Horror. Giant rats, tens of thousands of them, swarming like locusts upon the city, giant monstrosities upon carts, hunks of flesh embedded with what I assume are massive chunks of adamantine and letting loose huge beams of green energy at the city, and Aralundai, they were still alive. All this time, what is happening to them? What are these rats? They are getting slaughtered by these creatures. The city is being overrun. How long has this siege been going on for? That robe, it was the Dragon's Council. Did we try to save them? No. Why were they forced underground then? What is attacking them? Such power. Adamantine. And such unbelievable numbers. What the fuck is going on? I say it all the time, but how the fuck has no one heard of this? Why am I still here? What do I do? Maybe the rats are defending themselves. Absolutely not. I have 2 scrolls of delayed blast fireball and enough energy for 2 more spells, 7 levels deep into Hecate's pool. No. I am not thinking of doing that. They had slaves. They morphed their own people. Do they deserve to be saved? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would Missy Andos have spoken such monstrosities? Why would the High Elves, the Wood Elves, what about that statue, the spider one? Who was that?
Did she do something? Does it fucking matter? I have none of the answers. So what? Am I gonna allow them to die just because I don't know? They're absolutely good? What if that city was different? And even if it wasn't, the slaves don't deserve death. Am I really thinking of doing this? Actually, yes, I am. Perhaps that robed figure was saving them. Perhaps that was me. It can be. If I can save any of them, even if I die, I will have managed to save anyone. Please let me do anything in my life that isn't just filled with pain. Telwyn, Stephen, Alice, Vernon, Helmus, Mr. Grimsley, Toblin, Durswin, Caspar, Mother, Father. I love you. Rocket, son of Lowen and Ensla Freidman, wizard of the Seven Sages and friend of many. Freidman, mage armor, conjure elemental, delayed fireballs, catapult them, prepare simulacrum, create large secret stone cubby for Mr. Grinch's, transmute a lining of lead, give him beads of nourishment and food. I'll also create a timed spell that will be released in 4 days, turning the stone wall into loose sand so that he can escape if I die. Scrawl teleportation circle on ground within cubby so that I can return to him. Create pass wall above in that little ledge. Dimension door nearer to the city. Then create pass wall in further area, more defensible, especially after I draw them away. Prepare stone walls to reinforce their walls. Tongues so that I can speak to them. Kill as many of those fucking abominations as I can. Save as many as possible. They were already dead. I scryed upon the city. The Aerolandi I saw had been dead for a long time, raised as zombies. By the look of the city, it's been taken for a while. Maybe a month. Years, maybe more, who knows. It looks like they were having fun with the zombies. Some were even eating them. I don't know why there are so many of them, but it looks like they're in the process of making the city their own, leaving none of the previous iconography, crafting strange shit. Who gives a fuck? They're all fucking dead. All the Aerolandi gone. I need to know why. Why were they all like that back then? Why did Wembless end up like that? Why? What was the purpose? I need to know they aren't all like that. Maybe I can rest if even one, just one, is a person, if I can find out why that thing was with us. But I can't leave. This is why I came down here, isn't it? To find an Aerolandi city, to find answers, and none of these rodents are going to stop me from doing that. I wait until they rest. If they ever rest, I infiltrate the city, the areas around it, and then I get what I came for. And that's all spaced out real creepy. Hello. I found one, crawling out from a pit filled with bodies, rats and Aerolandi, but there were some at the bottom, consuming the flesh of those that had been thrown in. Some looked to still be alive, barely, consumed as they died. I was about to eradicate the filth with a well-placed delayed fireball, but I saw a tiny speck along the sides of the humongous pit. A little girl, an actual child of the Aerolandi. A girl barely holding onto the rocks, unable to move due to the dehydration that had taken her. Her body was bones, scraps of dirty cloth hanging from her dilapidated body. I'm astonished she was able to get even as far as she did. I didn't know what that pit was for or why she was there, but I didn't quite care. I stone-shaped her out and immediately decimated any that remained in the pit. As soon as she saw my face, she went unconscious, so I hoisted her onto my shoulders, killing a few dozen more rats on my way out. I saved her from that pit. I did it. I managed to save one of them. Just one. And she's a person, a flesh and blood person. Not a bag of flesh, not a spider abomination, not a monstrous warrior hell-bent on my destruction. She's a little girl with so much potential. I'm taking her with me out of this realm of nightmare. Hopefully she's okay with that. Currently she's unconscious and it looks as if she might die at quite literally any moment, so I've already drenched a cloth in a healing potion and begun to squeeze it into her mouth as I don't want to overwhelm her system. I've also decided her name is Alessandrius. I don't give a shit what they named her before. They threw her into her pit. They don't get to give her a name. She's somewhat intimidating if I'm being honest. This little girl has more strength of will than any archmage, any cleric of Bahamut, and mountains more than I. When I saw her climbing that pit, I couldn't help but think of my own mind. A pit filled with the stinking corpses of memories long past. But the difference was that she was able to climb out. Fuck. I wasn't. I'm actually sitting here writing in a journal in the Underdark in a cubby while my cat rubs furiously upon an unconscious Erlendi, waxing poetic about how this strange girl is analogous to my own suffering, painfully aware of how strange that is, but crying profusely all the same. How strange my life has become. I'm going to go take care of her as much as I can, probably using some sleep magic to keep her unconscious while her body mends. We'll probably stay down here for a few days. Then I'll use this teleportation circle to get us back to the house. Or maybe I should do that sooner. I don't know how people will respond to her up there. I also don't know how she'll respond to being above ground. We'll worry about that later. First, she lives. Okay, I'm holding it together. Rochet D.H. Freidman. Hello, Journal, March 21st, 1507. A year ago! Whoa! How strange it is to read the last entry just over a year ago. We all survived, Mr. Grinches, Alessandrius, and I. In terms of jesting, she's doing all right. She's doing as well as, I'm guessing no more than 4-year-old Erlendi child who was pulled out from what looked to be a sacrificial pit and then thrust into a world that was hostile to them without any reasoning could do. 1507, 4 years old. I'll do the math later. She's very obviously not human, so people would ask questions, and it may even gain the ire of the towers of the 7 sages. Perhaps the king himself, judging by some of the depictions that I saw of him in the Underdark. An idea had crept into my head. Performing surgery on her ears, but I quickly realized I'm not going to do that, as it seems like punishing her for the bigotry of others, something I've seen a lot of in this world. So I got her a funeral cap and sewed on some light black threading around the sides for now, just so that she can go around places with me. It looks really bad, but it does the job. She's still, even after a year, pretty wary of me, which is understandable considering where I found her. I expect her to be wary of most people, and I don't really think that that'll change anytime soon, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. However, I don't want her to feel like she can't trust people. That's not the goal. I especially want her to trust me. These things take time, but we can help each other. We've already made such progress, too. I mean, when she woke up, she tried to kill me. She spoke quite literally no language fluently, just broken undercommon by the sound of it, and was screaming garbled nonsense viciously, nearly foaming at the mouth as she went right for my neck with her sharp teeth. I had to tie her down for a bit while I fed her and gained her trust. But as things go, she did try it again the first time I untied her. And she tried running away a few weeks later, but ran back in as soon as she felt the rain and heard the ocean. Little by little, she was becoming a bit more keen on my company. Month by month, she appears to hate me less and less. But she immediately loved Mr. Grinches. She saw him and started squishing his face, petting him vigorously and scratching his back. I get it, Mr. Grinches is a lovable grump. I'm sure they'll grow up together splendidly, and I'm glad he finally gets a friend. I'm so confused! At this point, my goal is just to teach her how to read and write Common, but at some point I'd like to teach her Elvish as well. I want to go a bit faster due to how quickly elves mature. I believe I read they fully mature at the age of 13, so I want to catch her up on some stuff so she can reach that goal. Anyway, I'm going to take a walk with her and Mr. Grinch's. I don't think she'll ever tire of seeing the ocean. Other journal, June 4th, 1507. I need to start planning further ahead now. That city is still there, and those rats are probably destroying precious knowledge day by day. Alessandrius will have to stay here, but I don't have anyone who could take care of her. Mr. Gritches couldn't do anything if she got out or someone tried to kidnap her, so he can't do it. Excuse me. Oh god, talking for so long. I mean, he's a cat, so that should be rather obvious to me. Regardless, I need to figure out a way to get back down there before it's too late. RF. Hello Journal, October 15th. Oh wow, 1507. I've decided to begin the trek back to Fenton. I'll use the teleportation circle there just to head back into the Underdark whenever I can. I know a few people in Fenton, and I'm sure at least one of them...
That teleportation circle?
...is also there.
Which one?
The Underdark.
The one in, yeah. The place he found it.
Dagomar has 0 interest in going.
I am gonna take a moment to commit it to memory though.
Okay.
I can have an unlimited amount of transportation, so okay. I'm just saying it so everyone knows. I know a few people in Fenton, and I'm sure at least one of them could care for Vivian. Whoa. Vivian for the few days that I have to explore. Is that on purpose? But there's no explanation though. I would be coming back every night anyway, so it doesn't seem that bad. I can just tell them.
As you're reading, you get a message. Hello. It is me. My kids. You didn't like the name, so you gave yourself one. And I was okay with it. Say hello to Dagomar's phone.
It's nice to hear your voice.
Okay.
Hector says hi.
Even the journal you're reading.
No, he just sent to me. I'm not crying, but Vivian is absolutely fucking weeping.
Dago's just kind of like...
Rats. So it doesn't seem that bad. I can just tell them she has a skin condition or something and have her wear a hat, right? I need to workshop that a bit more. It doesn't matter. I can do it. We can do it. Okay, but where's about the scarring though?
Yeah.
Where's this?
Yeah.
There's 2 pages left. Where's
Or
this? Where's
Mr. Grinch's.
the Mr. What's
Oh no.
I should not have had my expectations that high. That Avery was just gonna be like, here's all of it.
Hey, you got some stuff.
Okay. Hello, Journal. 14, 1510. I was wondering where I put you, Journal. It's been nearly 3 years since I last wrote in you, and it was rather unceremonious how it left off. All of us are healthy and happy, it seems, which is no longer rare for me to say. Happy, that is. Alessandrius has a group of friends she plays with now. Some half-elven and human kids that also live around. They don't seem to mind her skin condition that requires her to wear a hat and veil. I've begun to teach her some very small amounts of magic, cantrips and the like. My parents, Volmir, Rin, and her husband Carrick have been helping me take care of her too, letting me go on daily expeditions 1 week out of the month, and give her some much-needed socialization. Everyone loves her. I mean, she's wonderful, so it makes sense. God, where was this, Vivian? Just the other day, she gave me a stick. Okay. She gave me a stick. She even wrapped it in a little red ribbon. She said it was my new wand, so it is.
Was Hector using that wand?
Yeah. Also, I just look back at the first couple of entries, ignoring the immense sadness that washed over me reading about the crew. It was pretty fun looking back at the embarrassing shit I used to write about and how I used to write it. But you know, it's actually perfect that I found you when I did, Journal. It appears you're almost out of pages filled with the previous chapters of my life. filled with pain, happiness, sorrow, elation, revelation, and moments I'll never forget. This time I start a few new chapters, but this time I think I'll leave the pen and ink behind, writing instead within my mind and within the memories and souls of those around me. I'm no longer afraid of forgetting who I am, for there are those who will remember me, for I no longer feel alone. What a mean way to finish that! What the fuck is wrong with you?
No.
What is wrong with you? You're fucking so mean, you're a fucking sadist! What's wrong with you? Oh god, he's so sad! Why is he so sad? When was the last time he was happy? 1510? That was like
18 years.
18 years ago.
And now he doesn't even know who the fuck he is, and his name's changing, and Mr. Grinch is.
His mind is a
fucking weird.
maze. Mr. Grinch's is a dick to me.
And you've learned
Mr.
necromancy
Grinches,
since
Mr.
then.
Grinches knows necromancy.
You've known necromancy since then. You had a master, and that's also why he's super fucking sad and hates talking about necromancy with you, because he like raised you, and then he's just like, I left, and something happened, and now you're just fucking
all fucked up.
evil.
I don't want to be.
Are you telling any of that to Osiren?
Oh.
But you told it to all of us that were sitting in the room.
Yeah.
I'll probably regret this, but as a homebrew rule from now on, because I think it's stupid, sending no longer has a word limit.
Thank God. It's so stupid. Okay.
Well, especially when you're counting, and I'm just like, I don't count words. It's like, so like at the is, and I'm like, is the at, and the at, and the is, and I'm like, I don't fucking know what words are.
Isn't?
Yes. Are you sending any of that to Osiren Dreadmore?
Hey, Siren, I'm gonna send you 120.
I am going to send to Osiren Grimmore.
Okay. How much do you want to say?
I am going to mention his grandmother.
Okay. Shalana.
I am going to mention
Big ups.
I'm gonna mention the max of
Baldric
magic
for
and Baldric.
Servius, and his mother, and
The Maxim.
the Maxim, and the other name.
And their involvement in the Maxim?
Hardun, something like that.
Not
Hashton. Sorry, the other guy, Herodon. I just read the book and I have keen mind. Are you fucking kidding me right now? What is the point? Is it because you don't remember? You really just made me flip through this whole journal?
the other archmage that was in the same room.
Yeah,
'Cause it was-
that's what I'm talking about. You stink.
That was
Baldric?
no,
Baldric?
that was
After he had sex.
I had sex.
I thought it started with a
think.
D.
I think.
And then the rest of it's like, this week was pretty fucking good. I don't really want to say why, but like, you know, I like this week.
Okay.
Henadon?
Henadon.
Archmage Henadon.
Yeah, so Archmage Henadon, I'm going to mention Archmage Henadon, the previous Archmage for Servius, and the current Archmage for Servius. I'm going to mention the stuff about Hashton and the enchantments and the modifying memories. I'm going to mention, God, what else? His grandmother. Yeah. And the Maxim of Magic. Being associated with the Dragon's Council. Fucking cunts.
We don't know if Hector knows that though. Do we?
No. But I know it's the Maxim of Magic. I've seen that sigil before.
Yeah, right. But we don't know if Hector's connected to the dots.
He probably
He probably has.
Okay.
Well, he just knows.
He
the something-
specifically
he knows-
mentioned the Maxim when he was talking to Osiren.
Yeah.
And he knows
Oh,
this,
okay, I
this
remember
something
that.
of magic back in the.
And I will tell him that Hector is the one who saved me. And he's the one who raised me, at least to a certain point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll tell him about the rats.
Okay.
Ah, the rats.
Oh, and also, the Aerolandai are being consumed by rat people with adamantine.
I feel like Dagomar said
So
something
Osiren-
about that.
Osiren gets all that.
That's a lot, Vivian.
Yes.
He contacted me as well. Told me some things that he remembered. Thank you for letting me know. I hope you find him.
Thank you.
You get a message.
Me?
You have been meddling in things that...
Is this Archmage fucking Preservius right now? Oh, eat him! I'll kill him! Oh, yeah, say your piece.
Didn't think you would ever get to.
Fuck you.
I would teleport right now to you. And let you try. But there are bigger things going on right now. Watch out for your mind, Vivian. Those memories are dangerous. And I know you saw my friend. And I wonder how much he would like to know.
Say hi to Titus Markwood. I hope you're next.
How about I just send him your location? Since I know he hates Dagamaris so much and I see him right next to you. In fact, I think I might just end shots.
Fuck you, Preservius. I don't give a shit.
Who's
Titus is not going to take time out of his obviously very busy schedule to come and fucking dunk on Dagamaris right now. You're a petty little fucking bitch. You're a petty little bitch,
all
Preservius.
four of you.
Dagamaris, the author
Sorry.
of his pain.
You two get a message.
Oh.
Why the fuck am I getting a message? From Sage Mage.
I will send to him.
I'm talking right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I just got a message from the Archmage. Well, that's surprising, but he just tried to say, well, I know where this... Why the fuck am I in school again? He says, Petty, if I get one more fucking message, then maybe I'll just kill entire Tristfall a bit earlier. Aye, but I got bigger plans. I swear to God I get my sleep interrupted one more goddamn time because of Dagamaris.
Fucking do anything.
I'm really upset.
Just existing.
Also, I don't know if you heard, I killed two of them. Sorry, one of them. One of them's sort of my slave now. I think that both of you should know.
What are we talking about?
I'm saying that I captured one of them, and I manipulated his mind on purpose, making him mine.
The one who just sent to you is associated with the Maxim of Magic, a group of
I don't give a
necromancers.
fuck what you're saying, Vivian. Why are you talking to me like I give a fuck? I'm killing you, but it seems like it's small potatoes. All of you, so runty.
I'm just saying watch out for the Lich on the Dragon's Council.
Oh, fuck off. No, not a liches could do anything to me now. And you should know that.
That makes me happy, I gotta say.
And Dagamaris. You're looking good.
Thank you.
It's always better destroying something beautiful, isn't it?
Alright, Titus, you're starting to lose us now.
And no siren, I say, isn't with you.
He's... What?
I say Osiron isn't with you anymore.
No.
Alright. That's a pity. I liked him. He was human. Oh, you cunts. And he just adds it.
So for Servius, about that really like super scary threat that you just made,
What is happening? What is...
you're a bitch.
What is...
For
What was-
Servius.
What was all that?
For Servius just sent to me.
Why?
Saying I was meddling where I
The
shouldn't
current-
belong, and threatening to tell the Lich on the Dragon's Council that I know about him.
Is that why you were? Wait, then why'd you tell for Servius to be aware of the Lich on the Dragon's Council?
That was Titus. I told for Servius that, well, you heard me, that I hope Titus got him next. And so he thought he could threaten.
Wait, why are you telling Titus to be careful?
No, we're in this.
Wait a minute, you guys know Titus? What?
Yes, we do know Titus,
Can
and
you
it would
shut
be
the fuck
very
up, you
convenient.
child?
Oh, what's happening?
I just had to listen to a letter about my people getting wiped out, and you're worrying about these small problems. Just stop.
I think we
Just-
established earlier that Titus is no small problem.
If
And-
Titus can take out liches,
Stop.
then I am on his side. That wasn't a declaration of me being on the side of the humans. That's just me saying I would like it if Titus could take out a couple more. Especially considering what we just heard.
Oh, Siren, you get a message.
Oh, shit. For Servius is gonna
Siren.
talk bitch at you.
Oh,
no.
gosh. It's the king.
It's the king!
My name is Titus Mirwood. I believe last I saw you, you were looking at me with so much hate in your face. Probably because I've talked to your sister and your mother and me. And you had to fight him when you tried to assault me. Didn't get a chance to talk to you because well, I don't tell anyone this, but I went unconscious right after I teleported my men out of there. Just wanted to tell you, I have clawbacks with me. The self-professed son of Bahamut. He's not dead. But he's in a coma. And the last words he said to me were to make sure you're okay. I'm not gonna kill him. He saved my life.
Yes.
It's the first time I've ever seen Bahamut do anything. But he's not looking so good. If it's any consolation, it looks like being around me don't affect him. But I just wanted you to know, it was quite shocking when I heard your name, because I had spoken to your sister and mother.
Are they in pain?
Yes, just as I am. They suffer greatly. But if it makes you feel any better, it's only a fragment of their souls I found. It's not the entire thing. You're a human like me. Last I saw you, I was overwhelmed with hatred. So let me tell you that I really hope that somewhere along the way, you plucked the flower, you smelled the wind, and now it's your mother caressing your face one last time.
I'm going to destroy the people who did this to them. And they're going to be at peace. No longer in your control.
I want you to know that I'm not controlling them.
believe you.
It's fine. What I did wasn't pretty. In fact, it's quite the opposite of it. I killed thousands of people that day. And I did so with a smile on my face. And I'd do it again. So I'm tired. Tired of being stepped on. My men. My Mirkwood lieutenants, as they've been known to be called. Won't hinder you. So I heard from Gabriella that you were the voice of reason when you let her get the rest of a troop out of there. Good man. And I wish I could help you more. And I wish you didn't hate me, but you know what? Seems like you're a man of knowledge. You have been since Gret the Law. And even if I'm a villain, if you have kids, they'll know about me. And I'm okay with being a villain. You know why? Because your kids will know about me. No, name a single other person you know of. Name one villain. Name one human who's changed the world. You name none. But you know of me. And that's what I would have done. I would have made it so humans can be known.
I respect that. And I know hatred can be a very good source. If I survive this and what comes next, I'll be sure to rebuild on the rubble that you make.
Sounds like a deal. Sounds like a good one. Just don't erase me. Like me mum was. Or me father was.
My family was.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea, outside Renmore. Sounds like a good plan. And I hope that you can rebuild a world in which all of us can live well. But right now, in order to replant any seeds, I gotta make some. And it's about time that it's not just humans that are being replanted. And I hope you respect that.
I want to believe that.
Let you in on a little secret. I'm not going right to Tristfall. Because there's a little area between me and Tristfall. It's called the Scarf Cruel. It seems like an almighty good land that's just being corrupted by a foul fucking magic. And if you want, you feel free to come with me and reclaim some of this land that's been lost. Fight with your mother and your sister. Killing liches and ghouls and zombies.
I'd need some time to think about that. But if I do fight alongside you, I hope you know that I still want to kill you.
And I hope that you know you'll never be able to do that.
With all my weight, I can't wrap my head around that idea.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps there's an artifact that slays people like me. But honestly, I don't even know what I am. Hopefully I die sometime. And hopefully once the job is done, your family can rest fully in peace. As with all of them, my mum, my dad. Every single one. You still hate me all that much?
Not hate. I've done a lot of hating, and don't think I have much more.
You'd be surprised.
I don't want to have much more. I
Neither
want
do
there
I.
to be something left after all the rubble and ash. I just want there to be something left.
There will be. But a lot of people will be dead. And that smile will still be on my face. As I breathe in all their ashes. And for once, along with the ash, I breathe the air as a free man. And all of humanity can hate me. But I will be the reason that they're able to.
I'll march toward that day as well then.
Yes. I hope Glovax wakes up. Because if you were the last person on his mind, I wonder what he had to say. He's a good boy.
As a child,
That's why I said boy. May your travels be helpful. And may balance be with you, Siren Grin.
I'll see you again.
Okay.
You get a message, Dagmaris.
Oh, fuck.
Wow, it's chatty.
Did you know,
Oh my god.
Dagmaris, that I can have you forcefully scry? It is an ability of mine.
What?
I said I can forcefully scry for you. And have you see it, whether you wish to or not.
God, he really is
It's a spell that I created.
And what is...
I believe you know him as Lord of Pestilence. Shall we see what he's doing right now?
Why are you doing this?
Why am I doing this?
Petty.
Simply because I can.
Pee in his little pants.
And all of you, your entire piss parade has made my life so much harder. Has shifted the plans of the continent so drastically. And yet, you did not even mean to. Seeing a lich on a dragon's council.
Aye.
A secret that has been held for over 1,000 years. But you did it so easily, on accident, because you found an orb.
Surviving a city that was burned to the ground. How? How did you survive that, man? A man which I hear you created. In Hind the Lost, a situation I saved you from because I thought you would be useful. You've been a thorn in my side. Just know, I scry upon you at will, with this orb that Vivian has given me.
I'll kill him.
Given.
I'll pee on your grave, brother. I'll shit on your grave.
Wish it the least. You will see him. Discarding Morgan. You know nothing. You know absolutely nothing. And I have helped that happen. And I will continue to help that happen. Until Vivian. I'm the chef that scrambled Rocket's mind. He will never be the same. And you can thank me for that. I will be your undoing. And I will laugh as I piss upon your grave. And as I puppet a weak king. I'll be talking to you later.
Ooh, what a petty
Wait, what?
little bitch.
Which king was he talking about?
What do you mean, which king was he talking about? Cloud.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only the one king.
It's Cloud.
Wait, Titus.
But he doesn't
you guys-
consider him a king.
He's not,
because
yeah.
he's the dragon of the dragon's council. So
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay.
He's also the king of the realms, not the king of the south.
Who?
Titus.
Titus said
He
that
killed
he's
the
the one
queen.
true king of the realms.
Okay.
And
Like-
no, but
Okay.
also for Service just doesn't consider.
God,
Titus
what
to
a,
be
what a
king.
bitch
Yeah,
made
okay, alright.
little diaper wearing baby boy.
Hey, but that was cool information though.
that was sexy information for sure.
Lich has been because he's part of the Maxim. He's secretly part of the Maxim, which is a secret, the necromancy shit. And they've been like, "Hey man, we're gonna fucking secretly." I love it.
Okay, so
Yeah. What?
you gonna share it? I'm just curious. Are you fucking joking?
At this point, right now, in this moment, no, I don't share it. I'm like sitting here, I'm just fuming because the little kid over here keeps asking questions that and I'm just like this, and then people are fucking talking to me in my brain, and I'm just like, I'm literally just, and he feels like twiddling thumbs. I'm sitting here like sitting here like this, and Perseverance is talking in my brain. Well, you don't know if he's talking to me. I'm just like sitting
You
here.
were just muttering, bud.
Yeah, but guess what? I've been muttering the whole time. You've been muttering? He's people were muttering. It's
Well,
just like-
Eupheim wasn't.
That's
There's no one
true.
talking.
No,
But
yeah,
just
someone
kinda
talk to you. My family's dead.
all I said was, "Why are you doing this?" Just in my mind, like, "Why are you doing this?" While we're talking, though. So, no, you don't know that I was talking to anyone, or you can insight me. I don't know. Roll.
He's not gonna be able to convince Dagomars to say anything anyway.
No, I just want you to know if Vivian thinks that someone was talking to me or not.
And that's where we're gonna end this.
Ball. God damn.
Thank you for joining us. I know that was basically a book reading session.
Story time.
Yeah.
Story time.
Yeah, audiobook.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us again. We will be back next Saturday with something.
With something.
Again,
Bitch ass.
have a great weekend, and we hope to see you then. Thank you for joining.
Love you, bye.